RallyX is presented by Nova Motorsport, FC2, Car System, Solentina Emballage Hantering, Hallgruppen, and Renta. Season 10 continues in 3, 2, 1.
Since its inception in 2015, RallyX has captivated audiences worldwide with its adrenaline-pumping action. Over the years, it has become the birthplace of numerous stars in the world of rallycross. RallyX has consistently delivered excitement and drama to fans across the globe. Let us extend the legacy of this epic battle for another decade, where heroes will rise, challenges will be met, and the spirit of competition will continue to flourish. Welcome to the 10-year anniversary of RallyX.
Brilliant year to pick up the 2023 Supercar crown in RallyX. A brilliant drive, unbelievable. Hello and welcome to Kouvola in Finland. We're here for round 4 of RallyX 2024. Fully ready to go. How are we?
Absolutely, yeah. Great day yesterday. Super hot, wasn't it? Desperately needed to cool down all day long, and a bit cooler today. Different conditions, and I'm really looking forward to it.
I'm moving away from this because Andreas Eriksson has already threatened to push me in, as has he. So we're going to go.
For context, this is the Eriksson Children's Paddling Pool, and
Yeah,
that's how warm it was yesterday.
It
was absolutely necessary.
I'll leave you to put your shoes on, mate, and then come and join me. Yeah, no, do not. This is not your microphone. Right. So we're at the end of Q1. I want to try and find Ollie, but I don't know where he is. He's just been out in the Honda, which has got a fair bit of damage on it from yesterday. He just can't seem to catch a break, basically. Let's see if we can find him anywhere. Is Ollie about? Here he is. Ollie. Pre-show for later. Come on down. I can see you don't want to talk. What happened?
No, I don't get it off the line. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Maybe it's because I'm an electric driver now. I'm not used to the clutch.
Forgotten how to do it.
Yeah, I'm shit with the clutch.
You can't seem to catch a break, mate. I know it's frustrating.
Yeah, for sure, but you know, it doesn't. I don't make my job easier by stalling in the starts either. So, yeah, you know, it's fun. It's really fun racing from the back. You know, passing cars and being in the mix of it. But it's not so efficient if you want results. So, yeah, we need to clean that up. You know, figure out what's going on there, and hopefully get it off the line better.
And the biggest issue was you said yesterday that you are the bodywork and paint guy at OMSE, so your weekends off are disappearing.
Yeah, my vacation days are pretty much gone now, I think so.
Okay, mate. Best of luck for the rest. I'll leave him to it.
We love racing, so you know, what do you do?
Good luck for the rest of the day, mate. Right, Hal, where do you want to go?
I would like to go and have a quick word. Sorry to cut across you, Andrew. Let's have a quick word with Julian Mounier. Sorry for turning my back, Peter. Mate, you're helping out in the team. How's it going so far for you in Supercar lights?
Yeah, we have a little problem during the race. I just have a puncture on the second lap, so something wrong because the rims go on the curb, so it's not good for the mechanics. So we need to fix it, and then we continue. No good place for the second hit, but just believe it can be better.
Overall, how much are you enjoying it? You had the roll early on in Tierp and then came back for a strong result. It's French Championship this weekend. You would normally be racing there. You've chosen to come up to RallyX. How much are you enjoying being in this category?
Yeah. I have a lot of enjoy on the Supercar light, so that's why we come here in Kouvola than Faleras. But yeah, it's better to be here to take more experience on this beautiful track. So I think it's good for my experience to be here. But yeah, the road in GP was very hard, but we come back from 0 to hero, so it's quite a good experience for me.
Thank you, mate.
Thanks.
Good luck today.
Right, where do you want to go? Should we head down to?
So this is the
Yol?
damage that Julian was just mentioning. Had a puncture in his Q1 race, and of course that's done more damage, having driven on that puncture to the upright. They're changing the top wishbone. You can see they're very modular, these Supercar lights.
This is what we were talking
Makes
about
them very
yesterday.
easy to work on, doesn't it?
Yeah, we were talking about, weren't we, about the cost effectiveness of Supercar versus, say, FC2. The Ericssons are saying it's hard to run a Supercar because they're so expensive and everything on them is bespoke, and then when you break it, you've got to order the parts. Whereas with these cars, Supercar lights and the FC2, the idea is you break it, and Hal, you were saying you'll have the part there the following day.
Well, that's why the Mark 7 Fiesta has been so successful now, the Mark 8, because you can get all of the parts from MSC all the time, and that's why Supercar Lights has been so strong, because if there's an update, all of the teams get it. It's very different to developing your own car.
Anderson's car here. Anderson has been having a brilliant run, hasn't he? 3 wins out of 3 so far this season in RallyX.
Great run in
Stepped up last year.
Q1 as well.
He's got to try. He wants to win the championship this year.
Has to
doesn't he?
win it now,
I think he
doesn't
could
he?
have won it last year.
Yeah, I think he has to win it, doesn't he? Because he did all of the hard work last year, and it was really some inexperience that let him down.
Couple of little slip-ups.
And he and Joel Kristoffersson, the team manager, will admit that it was just some small issues that meant he wasn't right at the front come the end. And I think, having been through that process, you really have to deliver on your second year, don't you? And then you can look at moving up, and that's the only option he's got, I think.
Right, let's head into. I saw Joel Kristoffersson a minute ago. He was
There he is at the back there.
Is he at the back? Let's go and have a chat with Joel. Come down, Hal. Old Max's car, all repaired after yesterday. You remember there was a lot of smoke coming out of Mats Oman's car. I was talking to one of the guys. It was a power steering hose came off, and because of all the extra electrics which are in here for things like the gear change system, sorry Peter, the throttle and all the rest of it, which is down here, that basically caused a small fire, and then the smoke which came out the car. So scary moments for the Omans. Hal, I'll have a quick chat with Joel and then decide where we're heading next, I guess. Oh, this doesn't look like the best timing, does it? What are you doing, Joel?
Changing steering motor here. We had a big jump, and it was cracked the axle through the motor, so we have no steering, so but we're soon back to business.
Whose car is this?
It's from Jens Wall. Yeah.
Okay, so Jens with some issues on the car. This is what the team boss does. We did remind him yesterday, Hal, didn't we, as we were leaving? You are the team boss, so you can go. We said, come to the pub with us. He goes, no, he said, I have some re-prep to do. I said, tell the boys to do it. He goes, yeah, I keep forgetting. But the reality is, it's a small team and he's here working hard.
And you know what? There's some amazing team principles in Rallycross at this level and World Championship or Nitro, wherever you are. Think about Joel, Jussi Binamaki, those sorts of guys that are there from the start, helping the team set up to working on the cars. It's a multifaceted role, isn't it? And I think when you're as good as you are at running the team, you need to have good knowledge of all of those different responsibilities. So yeah, it's the perfect way to execute, and of course you save a little bit of money on another mechanic when you can help out too.
He likes that. Where are your junior drivers? Are they out? Where are the junior drivers? So if you remember,
They're out.
They're out. Okay. So Joel wants to do some media training with the junior drivers, and we're going to do it later on. What I wanted to do was turn up with the camera and just throw them under the bus, make them do it.
That's exactly what I wanted. So
Yeah.
it was a good idea. But
How long until they're back?
we can check. We'll go over.
Let's go and have a look live. We're going to see if we can catch a junior crosscar driver. I think are they in one of the early races? Hey guys, hey Matt. They're out. Okay, well we'll come and surprise them later on. But yeah, we promise.
Thank you.
No drama.
Let's head this way into the paddock a little bit. How long do we have?
Yeah,
5 more minutes,
Peter?
so
5 minutes. There we
Let's
go.
go.
Hal,
beyond
tyres.
the
We
Supercar.
talked yesterday about the wet weather tyres. Hal, talk us through these.
Yeah, so we were talking on the broadcast, there isn't actually any dry tyres here, but the dry tyre would have much less cuts in it. These cuts go right to the shoulder of the tyre, whereas the dry would stop actually where these recesses are here, and you can see the little blocks we were talking about. So these are the blocks that move around a lot. That generates temperature. When the track isn't wet enough, that's why the tyres wear really hard. But these big grooves really help to move the water away, especially with these cuts on the outside as well.
And just in case you're wondering, somebody commented yesterday they're still using these tyres. That's Cooper is the branding on there, but Cooper is no more. It's gone. So the company was bought by, was the big company? Was it Goodyear that came in and bought it? Bought the parent company. They didn't want anything to the motorsport side of things. So Nova, the new company which is sponsoring RallyX, absolutely fantastic support for the championship, has got all the old stock, all the moulds, all the intellectual property rights, basically meaning that they can continue to provide what is, in my opinion, probably the best rallycross tyre out there.
Hands down, yeah. Because it's got decades of experience behind it. It's a cross-ply, it's not a radial.
Look at Hal's hat. He desperately needs some 15-inch Nova tyres for his classic rallycross car. But yeah, so the point is, they've bought all the stock. So because the factory is moving from the UK to Portugal, you can't just do that overnight. So all of the stock, there was enough to make sure that they supported a championship. This was the one they chose because there's such a vast variety of cars and drivers from all sorts of levels going to get run over here. There we go.
Let's have a look here, Andrew. This is Lars-Erik Haug has had a enormous accident in his Q1 race. This is the Supercar lights. If I just nip round here. I'm guessing you're all right, mate, based on the fact you're working on the car?
Yeah, as fine as we can be. A little bit of hits and bangs with the legs and everything, but you see the car, amazingly, it's still roll cage's intact, everything is intact. Just every corner has a little bit of dents, and the doors are not that good. But it looks like we can do this to maybe not second, but the third or maybe the semis.
It would be amazing if you got back out later today, because that was a massive accident, wasn't it? It was like a rally crash as you went off and then landed in the ditch upside down. It must have been pretty scary from your point of view as well.
Yeah, I had one roll and then I wanted some more. Thought maybe, no, it's okay, just sliding. Now we're going to stop, and then just when I think, no, it's our, whoa, one more. But I hit a little bit of a bush near there and just a little bit of dirt inside. That was the main thing, but the car is mainly okay. You have to try to start the engine, but everything else looks okay.
So unlucky just to clip the inside of the curb there and roll over.
If turnout had been there, I had somewhere to lean on, but when I turned back in, I was knowing to lean on, but I had broken one of the pins on the lower arms and then just dig in. So hit a little bit of a speed bump there, but we'll be back.
Well, we'll leave you alone to let you focus on getting the car repaired. Yeah. Peter,
best of luck, guys. I've had a look at the front end already.
Have a look at this brake disc and the brake bell completely sheared off. That shows
there's broken suspension on the other side. Obviously, the front crash structure. This isn't a big deal. This is just 4 bolts to take the front end off. This.
I don't think any of it is actually that big a deal because
but it looks spectacular, doesn't it? And the drivers, they play it down so much. I think at home when you look at the car, you go, well, surely that's not coming out. These guys are like, no, we're going to try.
Yeah, and I think, as we were saying, they're so modular that you can have a couple of guys changing one front corner, a couple of guys changing another front corner, and you can take them off as one. You arms upright, brake disc, brake bell, brake caliper all come off as one, and OMC have got all the parts in the truck over there, so should you feel inclined.
Just have a little lingering look at that car with no windows, the left side missing, 2-3 corners missing. And when you see it back out later on today, have some appreciation for these guys who are working so incredibly hard. I love it. I love this sport. It's brilliant. How cross cars are sort of circulating around the paddock. They're heading out to pre-grid now for their Q2. Of course, we'll be starting Q3 with open two-wheel drive. Saw Ismo earlier on, didn't we? He'd had a fire under the bonnet and came over. He's like, I need that clip. I want to put it on my social media. He's absolutely reveling in it.
It's brilliant, yeah, and open two-wheel drive is just a fantastic category. Great to have Ismo here, but also great for the field to be so much stronger, and I can't wait to see more competitive action in that category and everything else later on today.
Yeah, there goes Osterberg, I think that is, in the TN11. Loving the look of the TN11. So yeah, tons of cross car coming up. Yesterday's finals, we were slightly disappointed because this track had brilliant racing all day long, and then come the finals, at least 2 people crashed, didn't they, in each of the starts, which kind of messed up our
robbed us of some real battles, didn't it? But still, there was great racing. There was great potential for qualifying and the semis, and I think Yeah, with a slightly different turn of events than the start of the finals, they could be absolutely amazing this afternoon.
Yeah, so stay with us. It's going to be a fantastic afternoon's race, and we can't wait to get stuck in. Here we are then, Kouvola, this fantastic track, which gave us some brilliant action yesterday. As we said there, we're hoping for better finals today, but how the rest of the day was brilliant, and it will be again today.
Yeah, fantastic to be at this wonderful circuit. We've been here quite a few times now, haven't we? It never fails to impress. It's just like a finished rally stage, especially around the back here where the red mark is going at the moment, over the jump, down into the hairpin, which is oh so difficult. We talked a lot about that yesterday, and I'm sure we will through the course of this afternoon.
There's
down to the Joker split with some massive variation in corners. It's a really wonderful venue.
And the crests and dips, yeah, the dip into the Joker, and then the little crest where the red line's crossing now, which sets the car sideways just before they go around the line. But yeah, some stories. We were out last night with Rainis Nitish, came out for dinner with us, and we were talking about when you guys had first come here. So my first visit here was 2013 with European RX. You guys, I think, had been here 2012, had you both, you and Rainis? But it's just so many great memories from this track. You know, the Solberg thing we talked about yesterday with the smashed up umbrella, Liam Dorham running back in the pouring rain, Gronholm holding everybody off in atrocious conditions in 2020. Just Tanner Faust driving around with the branding on the front of the car, and we found what we think might be the old World RX branding over on the radio control car track at the back. It's just it's a great place. Yeah,
and it's a proper purpose-built rallycross venue, isn't it? It's not an adapted venue. We have to go to new places. Yeah. I'm not saying we don't, but you know, this is a venue that was created for this purpose, and it's been done wonderfully. It also evolves a lot like any rallycross track should, and the track team here really know how to manage the venue to make the racing flow well, but also very exciting. What we've seen this weekend so far, I think, is, you know, when we came here with the World Championship most recently, even RallyX the last couple of years, the level of the cars and the drivers has been super, super high. Now, I'm not saying that that's not what we have at the moment, but when the cars are all ex-factory World Championship cars, they're all so similar. It's very difficult to make an overtake. The drivers don't make any mistakes, and then the racing becomes slightly more stale, especially at an older venue like this. I think what we've got at the moment is a lovely balance here at the moment, where the cars are not all of that World Championship type specification, so they're a bit harder to drive. The drivers are generally a lot more inexperienced. Certainly in open four-wheel drive, we've got a lot of new drivers coming through in supercars. So the racing is quite variable as well, and I think this sort of venue works hand in hand with that to make it really exciting. Yeah, have definitely been some mistakes, and so also talking to Ollie a few moments ago, and he's definitely frustrated. He's not a new driver, is he? Back in a supercar, and I think that there are times when he's potentially a bit frustrated, you know. For sure. But he did say, he said yesterday, he said, look, they're learning, and he's done a lot of that learning, but when you get in the mix with them, they maybe make... You're alongside Johan Kristoffersson, you've got a good idea what he's going to do. And likewise with any of the grid in Nitro world. When you're alongside somebody who's brand new to a supercar and he's on full lock in turn one, facing the wall, things get a bit exciting. But it was a good day. Yeah, massive credit to OMSE. We know the FC2 cars, one of them's behind us at the moment. I pointed the right way again, yes. They're not here this weekend. They've got some development stuff going on. They'll be back later in the year. But in the meantime, they've brought the Civic back, for Ollie to drive. They weren't planning to use that car. These cars take a lot of preparation. They need to change all the spares in the truck. It's not we'll take that car and you drive it out of the workshop and bring it here. So Ollie's been not focused on driving that car at all. And they're all different, aren't they? So they've got to get back into that mentality of using the Civic, and then it's not going quite brilliantly for them, and all of a sudden you're right in the bum fight, aren't you? And well, of course we'd like to see Ollie do well. It is nice seeing someone like him having to really apply themselves to try and get out of that situation, and I love how competitive it is. I'm also looking forward, of course, to when this returns, the FC2. He's going to be coming back. Look at my pointing there, Hal's pretty good, isn't it? I did actually look before I pointed. Did you? Yeah, I did. That's going to be coming back, and then I think we'll see Kevin back as well, because they're going to be keen to put as many miles on that as they can, and also that's going to take our two most experienced drivers, Kevin and Ollie, if you want, who are going to be regulars, I reckon, for the rest of the year in the FC2. Won't have the same tools that some of the younger up-and-coming drivers have in Supercar. And Andreas Eriksson was trying to guess where he thought it would be. Was he saying, look, I think it could be P4, P5 if the field was as it is today. Yeah. They're going to run it with, I think he said, 570 horsepower here compared to 450 when it runs at Nitro in Nitro Cross Next Evo. So yeah, it'd be great to have that back and see Kevin and Ollie then. I know what they'll be thinking. They'll be thinking, I'm going to beat all the Supercars in this FC2. So I'm excited about that, and a new track for the next round as well. Where's the programme? It's in my bag. Which
okay, yeah, you haven't lost it, have you?
No.
He got given a 1994 Pro. Well, actually, I got given it, but I'm such a lovely friend.
Did you give it? Is that just because you were here early?
Yeah, well,
you
I was here before Hal. It was on the desk, and Victor came. Victor Johansson bought us it because it's Victor's home track. And Hug Herdenbaden didn't pardon, he said, didn't he?
Near enough.
Yeah, he
basically
said you
it's
won't
not
get
going to get better.
That's what he said. Anyway, enough of this. You have, obviously, we don't show Q1. You guys know that. We don't have the resources to do that, but we can take a look back at some of the action we've seen already. The biggest piece of action we saw today was what you just saw in the pre-show, where me and Hal were having a look around Haug's car, which was rolled in turn 1 spectacularly. And we have it from several angles here, so we'll be able to talk you through it. So this is up to turn 1. It is in slow motion, don't worry. Up to the first corner. Look on the inside. Look for the curb. Too much curb. Up. Leans over on Ida's car in a torn hole. And then here gets launched, Hal.
It was, if it is too much curb, it's only fractional, isn't it? But where you get away with that normally is that you're able to lean on the car alongside you, but Ida was just that little bit ahead. A massive accident. It was like a rally crash. We were talking to Lars Erik in the paddock where they were repairing the car, but this is a great angle to watch from. Look at the inside launch. Right.
Boom. Hooks the back of the curb,
but
doesn't it, basically?
moved across to the left, so she had actually moved out of his way where he would normally be able to lean on her, as he said. And yeah, it's a big crash that got bigger once it fell into the ditch on the outside.
Well, and hit the small tree.
And this is the best angle. So you can see here, a little bit of contact, runs up the inside, just a small. The sump guard's crashed out there on the curb.
You think he's going to get away with it? If Ida had been closer, he'd have lent on her and come back down, and he did it.
And that's a horrible roll that's taken out every panel and the spoiler, and then
all
here
windows.
The shrub goes.
There's the little tree. Look, see, yeah.
It's more than a shrub, isn't it? But yeah, that was really, really unfortunate. And lucky he was able to get out, because when you're in a ditch like that, the doors are probably stuck.
Yeah.
But he's obviously fine, working on the car, and yeah, I really, really, really hope they'll be back out for. I think Q2 is optimistic, but Q3 is more than possible, I think.
Yeah, and with they've only got 11 lights cars, so he would make the semi-finals. So it basically, you know,
he'll need a time to make the semi-finals.
Yeah, exactly. So got to get it fixed for Q3. So he needs to get it out for Q3, otherwise he won't be classified. But yeah, if he can, then he'll make the semis, and who knows what could happen from there. It'd be great to see him make it. The team are over there wrenching hard. So we've also got all our support categories here this weekend as usual, and we can take a look back at Crosscar Junior and Crosscar from Q2. We're going to be going live in just a few minutes' time with open two-wheel drive, Supercar lights and open four-wheel drive. And how Crosscar Junior, try and think, was it Hampus Hagström yesterday and Oliver Solly, wasn't it? We had that fantastic battle.
Just as it had been in Tierp for the opening weekend. The two title protagonists, you could show that, you could call that now, couldn't you? It's not, I don't think, an unrealistic shape to say that those two are going to be right in this fight throughout the course of the year.
Yeah, it was Solly who took the win. Hagström, you can see here in the number 7 in P2. Solly is in the 195, so they're both in blue cars. The Finnish driver's name, remind me of the Finnish driver's name, the number 16, with the fantastic livery on the car. We've got, where is it? Unless they're not running 16. There it is, yeah. Pete Tupira, new driver for us from Finland. Was very impressive yesterday and doing well again today, Hal.
Yeah, really quick yesterday. Good this morning as well across the opening sessions. Second fastest in Q2 that we're seeing the highlights of now.
There's that funnel down up into turn 2, and that right-hander is so much tighter than it looks here. It continues round to the right. Then they got up over the crest, you got the little right kink. There's the hairpin where we've seen so many stories, and where some of those mistakes you were talking about, how creep in, and obviously the juniors are learning, although sometimes we watch them and think, goodness me, nobody here is making a mistake, and they're all 12. Yeah. But they're like sponges. They learn very, very quickly.
Yeah, they're also not afraid to try different things. You know, they aren't set in their ways like an older driver might be. They're not full of opinions, are they? If someone says you need to go and brake there, then generally they do.
Kinnunen here in the 33, the yellow and red machine. Yes, I've got a feeling Kinnunen didn't make it to the final, did he?
Made that mistake in the Joker lap, ran wide onto the grass, and lost a little bit of time. Really hard when you've got the 3 semi-finals and only 2 go up. It's so important to really execute come the semis.
Better run this time, sitting in P8 overall after 11th in Q1, and this run here was worth 5th in Q2. So happy days for Kinnunen, trying to get back in, because Kinnunen had 2 podiums back in Tierp, 2 P3s, and then not to make the final, obviously, when your 2 title rivals get 1st and 2nd is very frustrating indeed. Brilliant drone shots from Vigo. Look at that outside line. You can see it is gravel trap. Basically, if you look at the track map, it shows a left-hander between the first 2 right-handed turns, and it's just not
always
there.
evolves through the course of the
Everybody
weekend, doesn't it?
Just drives over it. There's the crest into the braking zone again. That's actually looking how. Look at the you got a bit of blue groove almost on line there. There's a little bit of contact.
That was an amazing start, wasn't it, from Matt Alamäki?
And that's the pace junior, isn't it?
Yeah, up the front. That's
Gia Genor-Mutik.
Yeah.
In the TN11, taking this one. So Mutik is that was a P12 and had a P17 in the previous session to leave him sitting P16. But at the minute, you can see Oliver Solly in the TQ spot with Hampus Hagström just right there behind Pauli Tapainen, who I think yesterday moved up the championship standings because was in 5th and then got 3rd in the final. Yeah, I think he moved up to 3rd yesterday. Pete Tupiro with that brilliant performance. Isak Setran, Tilla Johansson, Kinnan Oskarsson, Svedlen Schnack, Hukar, Niemi, Schnack, Carlson. And then P16 will make it through as well. In fact, no, P18 will make it through, yeah. So, again, Mutik, Jonas Hegeland, Nielsen, and Loritz Hume will make it through to the semis if that's how it continues. They got one more qualifying session to go, and as you can see, it's close on points on the right-hand side. Those are qualifying points. They're just to get the drivers in order for the top 18. And now then on to Crosscar Senior. So another few thousand RPM from these cars. 750cc bike engines in most of them. You do see 1000cc in some crosscar categories like RX 150 in the UK, and I was reminded that the American ones that I've driven, the Sierra cars, are a 1300 Hayabusa, hence the extra torque, which we were talking about yesterday.
That was a brilliant start, wasn't it, from Svensson? Ingmerstad in the wall on the outside.
Up on 2 wheels, you've got to save it, haven't you? It's either roll it or straighten it out, and he went to straighten it out, but it was Svensson with the win.
That can't have been Ingmerstad, can it? Oh, my apologies. I don't think it can anyway. So hard to see the numbers on the screen we've got here. I think it must have been Rasmus Persson, who'd had a brilliant run in Q1 earlier on, so maybe not out of things altogether today. Hukar around the outside in this one. Look at the cars moving around as they come onto the loose being constantly swept through the course of today. Rainis Nittis, who we were out for dinner with last night, who's working so hard on this series and working on the track evolution through the course of the day, was actually hoping it would rain today and give him a little bit less work to do on managing the gravel surfaces.
Hukar hanging on from the 2 Pace Motorsport cars almost side by side. We saw Jarmo from Pace yesterday, and he was saying, you know what, I'm happy because we've got, I said, are you happy? You got a P2, didn't they, yesterday? I said, are you happy? He goes, no. He said, because now I know we have 4 guys who can be in the final and we only had 1. So, you know, as always, the target moves just a little bit. It was Romet Cerna yesterday who got the P2. And yeah, I think he was a bit disgruntled. Now the level's going up at that team every time, isn't it? Nicer truck, nicer hanger for all the drivers' clothes. Now I want the result to get all 4 cars in the first. It's going to be a nightmare when they do get in Hal, because we still haven't figured out which one's which colour.
Yeah, that's but all credit to them for the way they execute what they're doing. It's in a very, very professional way. And it's the same with anyone, isn't it? As soon as you achieve your initial target, you immediately want to move on, and you're only as good as your last result, aren't you? So move on from tomorrow. That podium is now a distant memory, because all they want to do is get the best result today they can.
And that's why I haven't raced since the RX 150 race. How what was it? You're only as good as your last result? Brilliant. I'll take that. What was
your result?
P2.
Was it? Oh, yeah.
Did I ever mention it?
I'd forgotten.
Up yours. So yeah, we're coming up towards going live.
I beat John Armstrong in an RX 150.
Did you?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Okay, that is impressive. What happened to him?
Yeah, I don't know. It was having a bad day.
John, you legend. John messaged me actually last night, so yeah, I'd like to get him. I'd love to see him back in a cross car. Spectacular driver who's got a program in ERC this year, hasn't he? Supported by M-Sport Poland, which I'm really, really pleased to see. He's got that opportunity. I'd like to see how well he can do with it.
And that is a great example of not giving up on your dream, because he doesn't have the means himself to do it, but by working with M-Sport, doing the development driving, he's managed to.
The job at Codemasters as their official proper rally driver, you know, who dials the stuff in. And
super wide there. Very rare you see someone go wide there on the inside of the Joker corner as Osterberg crosses the line in this one. It's quite an unusual mistake, isn't it, to go wide on the tarmac there.
That shot from up high there on the drone, swooping down into the action, cross the. Tom Banks took a picture of me at a corner in
Oh, look
in
at
Wales.
Orov getting kicked up in the air there.
And it's a corner where somebody crashed,
Right.
and I didn't know. It's a great picture. I'm nearly going off the road, so I'm going really fast. But actually, I think it was just a mistake where Tom caught me, and he goes, "It's so-and-so's corner." I was like, "What do you mean?" It's where so-and-so had that massive crash. I was like, "Good God, really?"
Great run there from Lucas Orov to get 4th, having crashed out in the first corner of Q1. So
Dragged
that
him up
has
into
already
16th.
lifted him into 16th. So in the semi-final positions, just off the screen we've got on at the moment.
Elias Svensson, though, with 2 wins from 2 sessions, looking very dominant. 19 points clear, Hal, and that goes to show you how much it's mixed up behind him. So Svensson to get those 2 wins against everybody else. Look at everybody else's results. Hugh, Meek, Merstad, Ugar, Hukar, Eganson, Cerner, Bowdens, Nilsson, Penton and Yulalami down in P11. That's where Yulalami was yesterday. Osterberg, Van Eka, Yarvenpar. That's the one that I like, isn't it? Yarvenpar. We were discussing which names we really enjoy. Person. And then at a minute, Hal said Orov got the good result. P4 drags him into 16th. Gotherson and Jorgensen. But the likes of Robin Grana, Tamo Tudo, look, Eliasson. There are drivers, Tano Terrapin, there are drivers here that are outside the top 18 because the depth of talent is high.
So rare to see that gap at the top of the order in crosscar, isn't it? Svensson with that 19-point advantage with 1 qualifier to go. Very, very rarely see that. But what that does mean is that it just highlights the competitiveness of the field because everyone's nibbling points off each other. It's just that he's had 2 fastest times and managed to eke away. Very rare that scenario unfolds, unlike when Johan Kristoffersen's racing in open 4-wheel drive, and it's more regular occurrence, let's say.
Talking of Johan Kristoffersen, I gave him a quick call before the show because you might remember we mentioned yesterday that his son Colin was making his cross-car debut. Not sure what track it's at. It's around an hour from where they live. I thought it was going to be the home track of Ica, but it's not. And I said, he answered the phone. He goes, "Can't talk now, D final incoming," and just laughed. And I said, "Is that where he's ended up?" And he said, "Yes." So he had a spin in this is Colin, had a spin in Q1. He got disqualified in Q2 because he didn't take the Joker lap. So you got to learn, this is where it starts.
He's been watching his grandfather too much, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Tommy likes a missed Joker
does he
now
really?
and again. Yeah,
brilliant. And then Q3, what did he say he did in Q3? I can't remember, but he talked about Q3 and basically, he's ended up in the D final. So Johan was off to watch him in the D final. So Colin, best of luck. Johan's promised me an update on where he's come, so we'll update you guys. But how cool is that? Your six-time world champion dad is there, and probably going, "Oh, I can't believe he missed the joke." You know what a perfectionist Johan is.
What's he doing?
But you've got to start somewhere, and so it has started. Gen 3 is on the way. We've got Timmy Hansen's son Sam has got a go-kart, hasn't he? So I find that pretty terrifying because I felt we were all pretty young when we started, and certainly that Hansen, Baccarat and co, and I was 10 years older than them. But now they've got kids, and now the kids are racing. Oliver Solberg, remember riding around on bikes with Andy Scott's grandkid?
Well,
was it in the
I've
paddock?
raced in the same events as Kenneth Hansen, not in the same class, obviously, but
Did you?
so now Sam Hansen will be able to do rallycross in 3. How old is he now?
I just want to see him here. In
I think he can do rallycross in the next sort of 5 or 6 years.
Brilliant. Will he though, or will he do like a Carlos Sainz senior junior thing where he rails against Dad? But the thing is, Timmy started in single seaters and ended up in off road, for want of a better phrase, mixed surface disciplines. So does he then go? I don't want to do. He's bought a go kart. It's a good place to start.
Yeah, it's a great place to start, isn't it? But he needs to do rallycross.
I agree.
That's the only answer.
Who does not want to see? Don't forget Baccarat Jr., a few years younger. So we could end up with Kristoffersen, Baccarat, Hansen again in 10 years' time.
What was the scenario we had recently of the... it's gone out of my mind, but we had a scenario relatively recently where we had the same names against each other, but in, a generation down.
Oh, I don't. Not the Magic Weekend with the Gronald Senior.
That was it in the World Championship round, but
that was a classic. That was a classic, wasn't it?
Oh, what you mean when Marcus was in the Hyundai? Yeah.
When he beat Niklas. Niklas looked terribly upset. Right, what are we doing? Open 2-wheel drive.
Not when they were all terrible in.
No, not when they were terrible. Oh no, we did discuss yesterday our new concept, didn't we? We want a cross-car championship, but only with ex-world champions.
Basically,
any ex-champions that we say can come. No one too
just
professional.
drivers we choose, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm up for that.
Hal asked Rainis yesterday if he missed the driving, didn't he? And he went, no, straight away, like immediately. There wasn't even a hesitation.
What's always slightly alarming is when I'm just looking quickly at the YouTube comments, and the purple sector's written "Savage Hal." I wonder what I've said.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. Right, what am I doing? Supercar lights, they're after open two-wheel drive, aren't they? All my papers blew off the desk literally 5 seconds before we went live. It's like, yeah, cheers. That's this. Well, this one's easy. This is Simon Tiger, Victor Johansson, Thomas Venäläinen and Christian Jensen. Kenneth Kong was supposed to be on the outside of the grid here, but is missing, so maybe a tech issue there. At the moment, in terms of standings, it is Simon Tiger from Victor Johansson. Tiger won Q1. Victor Johansson was P2. And yesterday, of course, was that the order they finished in? I'm pretty sure it was.
Yep,
yes, it was.
Indeed.
Yes, it was.
Quite wet up the top on the outside of turn 2, where the water's been put down ahead of this session. Of course, we've had the break, haven't we, between Q2 for the cross cars and now open two-wheel drive, so there's been some track maintenance time. Reynes will have had the local team going round working on suppressing the dust with the water. You can see it there, some dust X as well, no doubt. Jensen in the Joker for the first time of asking. Simon Tiger though eking ahead, really lifts the front wheels over that bump on the exit of turn 1, and yeah, this is not really ideal for Victor Johansson. He needs to be in the fight, doesn't he, with Simon Tiger, because just following all the time is not going to do his championship hopes any good. And as we said yesterday, Andrew, I think Victor is he's driving in a manner that suggests he really wants to take this fight to Tiger as quickly as possible.
I think you said it yesterday, Hal, that he's doing a great job of minimising the losses when he doesn't have the full spec engine. You know, he's just got to grind out the results, hasn't he, to stay within reach. Then when he's got the full spec engine, he's got to really put Simon Tiger under pressure. And Simon looked very relaxed yesterday when he walked past here, didn't he? Big thumbs up, lolloping up the road, 6'5" tall or whatever it is.
He is a lolloper though, isn't he? Not in a derogatory way.
No, not at all. He's just a big bloke. He's a great big tall bloke.
He's a really tall, strong Swede, who walks with the air of a man who really doesn't care about anything. He just sort of like strolls
you
around.
Would never guess he was a top-level rallycross driver. He just looks so chilled out. It's ridiculous. But yeah, what is he? What are we? 6'2" each, and he's
I'm
a good.
6'4".
Are you really?
Yeah, I just slouch. Yeah.
Are you seriously?
Yeah.
Gee, I think you are, aren't you? 6'4".
Well, I'm not lying.
Are you 6'4", really?
I used to be, yeah.
Used to be?
Yeah.
I'm quite shocked
Used
by
to
that.
be, that'd be a good name, wouldn't it? A Swedish.
Used to be. Used to be.
Oh, Johansson's coming out. Tiger in the run to the line. Can't quite get it done. Tiger on a 2:20.2.
Slower than this morning, but you did say how the track's very wet where they've just watered it. So remember, normally Crosscar Junior gets the conditions. This time they've got them. There's our man with the best viewing position in the stadium. He's the only person who can see the entire track.
Well, we can see the entire track.
Well, yeah, okay, but you know what? He's a cocky sod, isn't he? Up on top of the hill. He knew what I meant. This is what someone came across and said to us earlier. A Finnish bloke came across. He said, "You two yesterday." He said, "You were fighting a little bit like husband and wife," which we did laugh at, didn't we? It was. I liked that.
I think you may have just upset half of Finland.
That's fine, mate. It's my best Finnish accent. Yeah, we had a nice chat with Ismo yesterday about the Finnish phrases we know, none of which are suitable for television, most of which were taught to us by Topi Heikkinen. Thanks, Topi. Hope you're good.
Yeah.
What a legend. But yeah, Ismo was suitably impressed, wasn't he, with our Finnish phrases?
Yeah, but it's nothing he hasn't heard before, is it? Because,
no, absolutely
that's
not.
The sort of thing he'll spend a long time doing stand-up commentary about. There's the result. Simon Tiger at 2:20.200. As we said, Johansson just 0.2 of a second behind. Actually came back at Tiger through the latter part of that race. Can't wait for Victor to have his upgraded normal engine back, hopefully for the next round, because then we could see a real battle at the front.
The grids have been mixed up a bit because that is Kenneth Kong on the inside. He was supposed to be in the previous race, so we've had a little mix-up where people have dropped out. It's Seppala in the MR2 with the incredible starts. And watch this. Is that just a really low first gear, or is it just great traction in the chassis? Yesterday we did see him get out-dragged by Simon Tiger as Kenneth Kong gets the final little bit of track. Don't do that, Kenneth. Come on now. But he gets epic starts in the MR2 every time for the first little bit.
Yeah, it looks so light as well, the car. There is a weight limit. Wow, I can't believe Kong's made that work around the outside in 2.
Nobody's made that work all weekend, have they?
And still on the outside down the bottom of the hill as well. But yeah, really good move that round the outside. And we've seen these electric starts from Seppälä, but then not having the ultimate pace to match the front runners through the course of the race.
Berggren in the M3 and Gabrielsen in the Starlet. So the Starlet coming around the outside. How the Starlet, another popular Irish tarmac rally weapon, isn't it?
Yeah, massively so. And also with the Toyota engine being so popular in different cars as well, it's a really good package. It's surprising that more people don't use the MR2, isn't it? They are very popular in the Finnish Rallycross Championship, the MR2
Oh,
platform.
problem, made a mistake, and so Gonzalo's tech, so he's got a tech issue with the MR2 over at the side of the road. That's opened up the door for Kong and Gabrielsen to come through. And Berggren has taken the Joker, and actually, Hal, that hold-up is very similar to what happened yesterday with Kasper Janssen in this corner here when Kasper had a problem. Did we find out what it was in the end?
We didn't know.
No, so Kasper had a problem, checked up the entire pack, and 2 or 3 people swapped positions.
Well, we still never saw it,
unseen
actually, did
by
we?
us, unfortunately.
But
and that,
yeah,
so
exactly
that's
the
checked.
same.
That's backed everyone up here, and this has played right into the hands, Hal, of Berggren as they come over the line. All their positions change on the time screen. Who's jokered? So Berggren has actually been put onto the back bumper of Kong because of the problem for Seppälä.
Yeah, just 7 tenths behind on this as they started this final lap. That's not going to be enough for Kong if that stays the same. Look at the damage on the Gabrielsen's Starlet. That was there in Parc Fermé last night as well. Maybe it's new damage, but it was certainly rearranged at the front yesterday afternoon after the final. Gabrielsen was so quick in qualifying yesterday and just didn't quite have it come the end of the day. This is Kong in the Joker for the final time.
Or going to be close between them, but going to hold on to P2. Berggren gets it with an early Joker, and then just a bit of luck, as I say, when Kong had to check up around Seppälä. Shame to see Seppälä and the MR2 go out. Seppälä was P6 in Q1. So the DNF will put into. So I'm looking at some DNFs because Ismo, you're going to see in the next one, Ismo Leikola, the Finnish comedian, who had a great time yesterday winning his heat race. Go check out the socials for RallyX if you want to see that. Like and subscribe as well, please, to the YouTube channel. It all helps this fantastic championship keep going and keep giving you guys the coverage that we hope you enjoy. And Olli Lahti as well, who was one of the front runners yesterday, also had a DNF in Q1. So it's not the end of the world for Seppälä to go out here, depending, of course, on what the issue is. If it's a blown engine or something, that won't be back out in time for Q3. So Lahti then hasn't made it back out. Aaltonen doesn't look like he's going to start this last race in open two-wheel drive. So
yeah, so Rainis Nitish has very helpfully messaged me with the updated grid list saying non-starters are cars 5 and 99. So I think that is Aaltonen and Lahti, isn't it? So as we see the result, Berggren on a 2:23, some way down on Simon Tiger's time. That's going to mix things up a bit, isn't it? And yeah, really change the order. See what Ismo can do from the outside of the grid here.
So not quite sure exactly what's going on. I'll say the grid's unfortunately been changed right at the last minute. So let's focus on Ismo on the outside. That's his best reaction time of the weekend so far. Not with quite the same horsepower down the straight, but he had a fire in the last session. Had to park the car at the start of the track just here. They got the bonnet off, they got the extinguishers in there, went and changed extinguishers at the last minute. Oh, Ismo's run slightly deep, but gets it back to the apex nicely. That's across the wet section. Hal, I think he's driving really well. I know we're focusing on him a bit, but he's our kind of celebrity star driver this weekend, and you know, he's not come here not knowing anything about motorsport. You know, it's not like a random who's been chucked into some sort of a game show. He loves motorsport and he likes cars, and he clearly likes driving, and I think he's decent at it.
Yeah, I was so impressed by his onboard from testing during the week here in Finland. He looked well on top of the car. I think he's on top of the car. I think the competition is strong here, but he also isn't in the fastest car either. He's in a Supernational specification machine that isn't of open two-wheel drive standard.
Yeah, there are 2 specs of this car, aren't there? And this is the one with the smaller engine, I believe.
Yeah, so Supernational in Sweden has historically been split into engine capacity classes, and this is a 2.4 litre Volvo, so it's not a 3.2 or whatever would be in the top class. But apparently the car has amazing drivability. Mikko Ikonen, the team owner of the car that Ismo's using this weekend, was saying that it's really, really tractable in the engine, and that makes it very nice to drive from a driver's point of view. Tractable, I mean, you can be in the throttle in various different parts of the corner, and you can it's not like a toggle switch.
Look at that thing. It's like a dimmer switch rather than on-off. It's
exactly.
Nice smooth delivery.
Exactly that. And it's a multiple championship winning car in the 2.4 litre category. Unfortunately, it doesn't mean it's necessarily got the power or the output overall as some of the open two-wheel drive cars, but I think he's doing a great job.
This is the best we've seen him drive, definitely. He's looking on top of the car everywhere. He made a couple of mistakes around the hairpin yesterday, but today a lot of those have been ironed out. Out front, Räikkönen has had his gap eaten up by Sari. Sari you can see in the white car that's going standard lap now. Räikkönen into the Joker. We did say yesterday, actually, we've got a number of new people watching on the stream. So if you're new to it all, we'll try and explain things as we go, and feel free to ask any questions. Sari comes around the standard lap and takes the win from Räikkönen, and Ismo Leikola with a lovely drive to come home in P3, not very far behind. Impressed by that. So yeah, the Joker lap, every driver has to take the Joker lap once in each race. The qualifying races are 3 laps, semi-finals and finals are 5 laps in this series. It varies from different Rallycross championships. And the idea of the Joker is it is an alternate route. So most of the time in Europe, well, all the time in Europe, it's a longer lap. Occasionally in America, it's a shorter Joker, which I don't like.
It has been shorter at times, hasn't it? But that's caused all sorts of complications
when it's wet. So basically you use it for tactics. So you use it if you want to think, if you're an F1 fan and you're watching for the first time, you use it like your pit stop. You use it to get out of traffic and to try and get back in clear air. You can use it if you have a bad start to try and change your tactics during the course of the race. So it's tactically extraordinarily important in Rallycross. Vilasari takes that one. That's open 2-wheel drive done for Q2. We're moving on now to lights. Simon Olofsson on the pole, 1Q1 this morning. Lucas Anderson P2, Marceau Lene P3, nicely done. Julien Meunier was P4, and that's actually bumped Casper Janssen down into race 2, which is unusual. Was that a headache from yesterday with the car that wasn't quite fixed? Casper ended the final 5th. Did he howl yesterday at a problem? Did he in the last corners? I can't remember. No, that's Tjeb. Olofsson off the line on the inside, just knows this car so well. Lots of people say about the starts, it is just about the exact moment at which you use your gear shift, if you like, to try to make the difference. Remember, all the cars are the same, 2 French drivers side by side at the back. Lene and Meunier. Oh, Meunier's door's open.
Lene's been really racy in the first few corners, hung it round the outside, turned in hard on the pack to make sure he's stuck on the inside. Has he broken the steering? The front left looks a bit wonky to me. Forced his way up the inside of Lucas Anderson. I think that car might have an issue, but let's see in the next couple of corners. That's really not ideal for Anderson.
Anderson will go Joker.
Yeah, I think
he doesn't. I think the Frenchman's changed his mind and gone as well.
No, I think he's got a problem.
Who's in the Joker?
Lene and Anderson.
Yeah, that's what. And Anderson's got past him, so Lene's got. Yeah, Hal's right. Lene has parked the car off to the side of the road.
That's just from forcing his way up the inside of Anderson. That's done Anderson no favours at all in this fight, realistically, between Olofsson and Casper Janssen to be setting the fastest times.
There goes Olofsson up through the right-hander, the big bump from yesterday. I wonder if they might have smoothed. I know Rainey said they weren't going to do any track prep on the bumps during the day, but they might have looked at it overnight, yeah. In between the events, Rainey was saying that the drivers need to cope with it, and I agree to a certain extent. We did have a really big bump in Tiet which needed sorting out, and the track crew there did a good job as well.
Yeah, but there's a difference between a bump that untouches the car and a four-wheel drive car like a supercar coming completely off the ground, isn't there?
Yeah, it was savage, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. That was savage, that one. Is that rear left on Anderson's car? So have a look at the rear left on Anderson's when it comes past if we get the chance. Olofsson continues to lead. It might just be the way he was leaning on it as he came through the corner at the start finish. I think, do you see what I mean?
I think it's all right.
Yeah, maybe.
So often I think a lights car has a puncture because the profile is quite low on the tyre, and the way the bodywork sits around there. So
it's hanging on
I have
too
to
well,
restrain myself from shouting puncture every 5 seconds.
Yeah,
in the
you think
Supercar
you've
lights.
got one. Yeah.
I think you've got one.
Yeah.
Mine, ding.
Olofsson with the black wheels, bit harder to tell. So we're not shouting out him quite so often. But yeah, Anderson has lost out there. Munier going to come home P2, but it is Olofsson who takes the win. Kasper Janssen is probably the only driver left. Yeah, no, maybe Darback. Tobias Darback in the last race might be able to go quickest, but Olofsson had a nice clean run out front there. This was the start. Luke Olofsson on the inside. Watching the background, you're looking for Linné in the white and green car. He's outside now, look.
That's where I felt he was hard but fair on the outside in the first corner. Munier's giving him room in the run to turn 2. Linné's seen half a gap there.
I think that was a good move, to be fair.
No, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's aggressive, isn't it? He's really forcing the car into the gap. Unfortunately, it's cost him and Anderson, but yeah, definitely. Anderson was lucky there not to be collateral damage in Linné's moment.
So that's what happened in the background. We thought something had happened. No problems for Olofsson. Stricken lights car to be dragged in. Depends on the damage on the car as to how you get those things in. So you can see the forks head out, or the scoop. Sometimes you can drag it back on, literally on a quad bike on a tow strap, depending on the quad bike, clearly. As say that, a car comes in on the scoop next to us. How that's Seppala's MR2. Coming in on the scoop next to us. Here are the forks. Look, so they stick the forks under this. Because it's got broken steering, you can't tow it in on a rope.
2 bits of international recovery sign language, aren't there? You either put your hand. I'm not going to bother. It's not podcast material, is it? But
I liked it, Hal. Just explain it, even though people can't see your hands.
Well, I mean, if you put your arms out in front. Everyone do this at home. Put your arms out in front of you, clench your fists, and you sort of bump them together. That says I need a tow.
Yeah.
Or you turn your hands upside down, so your palms are up, and you lift upwards, and that says I need a lift.
There we go. He's right. He's right. Bear in mind, we have got multiple language rallycross drivers racing in multiple language countries. Here in Europe, we're very lucky to have such a wide diversity of countries in such a small area. You know, it's not a problem we have in the States. It's absolutely gigantic continent where everybody speaks the same language. Watch Anderson here. So now look on the outside line. You see Linné,
what's already broken,
had said he got a problem. And I thought he'd last minute. As we cut away, do you remember I said I think he's going to go Joker in front, and he didn't. His steering broke at that very moment.
We had no choice, did he? He's so lucky to miss that wall on the outside.
I'd say Anderson's lucky to miss him, substantially miss him.
As I said, Anderson was nearly just collateral damage in Linné's own moment.
Me and Hal have managed to arrange a sort of a lounge situation here, haven't we now, Hal? Got a couple of, lounges maybe, it's maybe a bit rich. We've got a chair. And the Stoke is real. Janssen, Darback, Tornholt and Berget. Janssen and Tornholt with good starts. Ida Tornholt with a banger of a start. She's going to try and shut the door on Darback and manages to do so. Now they're side by side though. Kevin Darback on the inside. Kevin made his first final in lights yesterday, but the whole shot goes to Kasper Janssen. That's what he needed, and how he'll be after Simon Olofsson's time, because Anderson has had a bit of a shocker, and in the standings earlier on it was Olofsson, Anderson, and Kasper was down in P5. So a good run here would see him move up towards the front rows in the semis again.
Tornholt did well in the first corner there, not just to shut the door on Darback. I think that temptation was there, but you do that and you get turned sideways, don't you? So did well to get through the first corner unscathed, and realistically this is just a lap time battle for Kasper Janssen with Simon Olofsson 43.0 on the first lap. To give you a comparison to the other drivers, a 44.6 for Darback, a 45.6 for Turnhout, Kasman and Birgit on a 47.9. So Janssen, the class of the field in this race, as he should be, given his experience in these cars and the success he's had, especially in America.
Yeah, hell of a win rate last year. I think it was 6 or 7 in a row in Nitro, if you include the demonstration event up in Calgary as well. Take it out, it still would be 6, I think. Won the title again.
Wasn't it a championship round for large cars in Calgary?
No, it wasn't in the end. Unfortunately, the track, and they did put on a race, but it didn't count towards championship points because the track melted, which was a bit of a bummer, really.
Not ideal for nice races, is it?
We were talking, weren't we, about the last... because if you take a look at the social media channel for RallyX, it's actually RallyX Nordic, which was the old name for the series. Then they were like, you know what, we're going to go outside the Nordic region. So we now refer to it as RallyX. But if you look at the socials, it still says RallyX/RallyX on ice. And they used to go, and I'm gutted we haven't done it, Hal, because I really want to go and do it, like proper northern Sweden. But it was, sometimes it was Hollius, wasn't it? And then they did it on a frozen lake, and there was a bit of a story, wasn't there, about the... I'll tell you what, let's get to the race, end of the race, and then can we recount the story, or is it not well known? Janssen coming up to it, Hal shut his eyes, which means it's not well known, I'm telling it. And Kasper Janssen gets into the last corner. Does he beat the time? It's a 2:14. Or is it? How close is it? Yeah, it hit by 2/10. 2:14, 4/10. 2:14.1 compared to Olofsson's 2:14.5. So yes, somebody who can remain nameless. Hal, is that the best way to get around this? Sank a tractor in a lake. It wasn't frozen enough, which is a track situation we've become quite familiar with, and they took a tractor out onto the lake, and the lake wasn't ready, was it, Hal? He's talking to somebody in tech. He's not ignoring the story so he doesn't get liable for it. So the said tractor, they had to wait until the spring to recover it, didn't they?
Sorry, Andrew, what are you babbling on about?
The tractor.
And there's a mosquito on your arm.
Did you get it?
I did, yeah.
Yes. I got one on Hal earlier. There are so many more.
My legs are agony. Look how
That's terrible, mate. It's terrible. Yes. So Hal, we were discussing the tractor, the not frozen lake, and the tractor ended up at the bottom of the lake, and then they had to retrieve it in the spring. Well, it was frozen until the tractor went through it. Who was driving the tractor?
Andreas Eriksson. In his multifaceted role.
Oh, okay, right. So we are missing Haug.
Yeah.
Lars, Eric,
I wonder if that's a last-minute decision, because otherwise this could have been 2 5-car races, couldn't it? So I wonder if they were trying hard and just didn't get it to the
fighting
grid.
to get it there. So he'll need, you were saying earlier, we think he'll need to get it out, won't he? So Tobias Darback here with Nils Christian Haug. Fun story for you about the Haugs as well in a minute. Tobias Darback was very good yesterday and has done what he needed there, nicely around the outside. Hal, he could potentially challenge the top times. I don't think he's won a session yet this year. I'm going to have a little look. No, he hasn't. But he's had 2 P3s and a P5. Hasn't won a session yet, but with a bit of clear track, he might be able to get close to the top times. So yes,
and the track's evolving, isn't it? Because it's still drying out a bit. So if it's going to happen now, is a really good opportunity for that to be the case. Haug jokes in the background, so Darback's got loads of free air to do what he wants. This is that golden opportunity. If you've got the pace in the car, you're not fighting, you can get right to the front of the order. That sort of result can really change a weekend, can't it?
Track conditions look absolutely bang on at the minute, particularly through this section. Look lovely, smooth and fast. Now watch as they come up over the hill. This next bit here, Hal, to me, the dust is nice and low here. Look in the background, unless you get right out wide. And as they come over into the braking zone, it's particularly clean. You'll see from a long way back. So they come from all this way. It's clean, clean, clean down into the hairpin. So yeah, yesterday I was going on about the Haugs, wasn't I? Going, look, yeah, but the parents are going, look, you got to, you know, don't crash into each other. We've got to pay the bills for this. And then Hal reminded me that the Haugs are in their 40s, 50s, aren't they? They're definitely around our age. My age, anyway.
I am not 50, mate.
No, well, I'm not 50 either.
Nearly.
Not far off. Yeah, so... But still, you don't want to crash into your brother.
No, you don't.
No matter how old you are.
Well, it depends, doesn't it? Sometimes...
Fire them off?
I've only got one sibling, but, you know, sometimes... It's not all harmonious, is it?
Has your sister raced?
No. She couldn't think of anything worse.
Really?
Yeah, just not at all.
I love it.
But you've got a brother. How much would you enjoy firing? Yeah, two brothers. How much would you enjoy firing them off? In
I'd absolutely love to. Yeah,
exactly.
I'd have both off in turn 1. Neither of them's done any driving either, really, so that would be fun.
Makes 3 of you then.
Yeah, hey! That's a good one, Hal. I'll take that. Darback's challenging here. 214.1 is his target. Can he get there? Let's have a look. 215.7, so 1.6 off. That'll put him where, Hal? P3?
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, good run. Really good run.
Yeah.
And to be anywhere near Janssen and Olofsson, I think, given their experience and Darback's lack of experience in this category, fair play.
There's a couple of places, the last corner, second to last corner, you can just spot where the likes of Janssen and Olofsson and Anderson are just picking up the throttle that tiny bit earlier, a tiny bit more committed and using a tiny bit more track. And we are talking, when you think it's 1.6 over 3 laps, the margins are very, very small. Very, very small. But that's the difference. It's just, it's so accurate. On to open four-wheel drive, which is basically Supercar on this occasion. Bolevsky, Enland, Oman, Terpainen and Tam. Good start from yesterday's winner, Bolevsky. Enland, though, right there. Oman trying to come around the outside. Terpainen has gone round the outside. No, Tam, sorry. Tam's gone right round the outside into the lead. Terpainen slots it to P4. That was great from Tam.
Bolevsky looks up the inside, but there's no way through. Tam gets back to the inside, up the hill. Oh, Enland's all out of shape.
Terpainen in the back of him as well. Hal just a tiny bit of contact on the brakes.
Oman lost out badly there in the first corner. I wonder if Enland's broken the rear somewhere, because he's
all over
even
the
more
place.
sendy than normal, and he is usually spectacularly sendy in his very short Supercar career so far. Really sideways in the background, but we can't see it.
Rear right. I think the rear right. I think you're right, Hal. So anyway, Tam leads from Bolevsky. Here comes Enland. Enland, as Hal's nicknamed, is possibly the best nickname since Sandy McSanderson, which was Liam Doran, I think, if I remember correctly.
It was, yeah.
Tam and Bolevsky yesterday, Hal, really good in qualifying, and then in the final dropped.
Oh,
and
there he
goes
goes
round. Finally, he's gone round, so definitely something out of line at the back of that car.
The sign of a committed driver is lighting up the wheels when you're facing the wrong way to get going, despite having been spun because the car's broken.
Absolutely. Matt Oman, by the way, we were talking to the team this morning. They're constantly working on his hand controls, and he now has the ability to use the handbrake during the race. So initially, his handbrake was only available as a line lock. Into the Joker lap goes
Tam's joking
Tam.
from the lead there. That's maybe to cover off the gap behind, but not necessarily. I don't think that was necessary, really. I think I would have stayed out and defended the position from Bolevsky, because
Bolevsky's not going to be able to pass you, is he? And now he's giving Bolevsky clear air. Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's how it is. The experience of Rolf Vollen's team would have left Bolevsky out in that situation, I think. The general consensus to those at home who don't really know how the Joker strategy works, if you're at the front, you run away for as long as possible. If you're near the back, you take it early, try and catch the gap back up.
Yeah.
Of course, there's all sorts of variables within that, but that's the basic concept. Bolevsky will go right here into the Joker, nice and calm on the brakes, gets lots of rotation done. Tam will be on the right-hand side. This is going to be close.
Tam score, maybe going to hold on just about. So the gamble did pay off. Or still side by side, Bolevsky nearly gets him at the line.
That's a great result for Tam to beat Bolevsky in a head-to-head fight. Not only did he beat him in the first corner, but in that Joker strategy that I don't think was the optimum. Brilliant job from the Estonian, who's moved up to Open 4-Wheel Drive Pro for this year. Now, let's see if we can see where Enland's damage occurred on the opening lap. Side by side with
here,
Oman.
There.
Yeah.
Look, he's hit the rear left 3 times, hasn't he? I thought
think
it was rear
with
right.
Terpainen who...
Is it gone already here?
Yeah,
Can we
definitely.
see it?
He was massively out of shape on the run up the hill on the first lap.
Can't see it moving too much, can we? The part, I mean, the
I see what you mean, yeah, but the arm might be off underneath or something. We don't know, do we? There's the spin. Of course, Vigo's got the spin.
Vigo,
never in doubt.
Rear left, it looks a bit
I wonder if he's
towed
broken a shaft because he was just spinning the rear wheels there. Maybe broken the front drive shaft. And this is Tam crossing the line, not driving the same Fiesta that he was last year, actually. So slightly different specification, but great job nonetheless. Beats Bolevsky by a 10th of a second. Tapainen, Oman and Enlund did get to the finish.
0.666 on his time. Poof, that's a bad omen, eh? If you believe in any of that rubbish. Right, here we go.
Oman finished 4th.
That's a good omen. Do you like that? Seppa, Ericsson, Martinson and Toren. Ericsson really needs to beat Seppa to turn 1 here, because Seppa's been quick and Ericsson has had a bit of a rough weekend. He really has. He's been caught up in it. Seppa's got a good start. Oh, Ericsson going to try and stretch the legs. Doesn't need too much of a lift. Gets it super sideways. Does get the whole shot. Toren gets into the back of Seppa. Behind them, Martinson trying to come through in the Renault Clio, but he does hold on. So right, Ericsson now has got the lead. We know that in the previous one, Bolevsky and Tam had a little bit of a battle. He wants to try and break away here and see what he can do. He was in the first one. Hal, he was P7, wasn't he?
Seppa gave him a little nudge in the rear on the way up to turn 2. Yeah, Ollie Ericsson told you in the pre-show, didn't he? Just couldn't get it off the line, and then he was right in the fight, was very hesitant on the first lap in his race, and then had quite a punchy move to get past Seppa. I wondered if Seppa might have given it back a little bit there on lap 1, but Ollie Ericsson, as we discussed, the ride up there with the best rallycross drivers in the world, is now on a bit of a mission. This will be the opportunity he feels to get back to the front of the order and try and win this event. So a clear track in front of him. A 41.8 was his first lap time. Unfortunately, I didn't write down the lap times of the previous race.
Here's the long left-hander, so you get the car rotated and then try and carry that speed all the way through. That little crest can just lift the front left wheel there on the brakes in, run the car all the way across the road. Look how much, that's what I mean about using every inch of it. Just right out to the edge of the tarmac to cross the dirt. Again here, you don't want to put it on the gravel track. Watch this first corner. There's a jump here. Look at that, just that jump there, how the crest, but only if you've got the car straight, wide and very fast, you see the little jump.
And this is why I describe this track as being like a finished rally stage, because you can really use the road to help set the car up like you can on a cambered gravel track. I wonder if we stay above Ericsson here down the hill. The track really falls away. You can get so sideways, but Ollie's right on top of the Civic. He's going to go right into the Joker, get it stopped to the straight line, turn in hard, doesn't use all of the curb on the inside, gets it rotated to the right on the exit, and this is all about trying to beat the target time. You can see on the bottom left of your screen at the moment.
He's done it.
By some margin as well.
3 seconds, 2:09.4. So that is the new target, and Jens Wahl could potentially do something about that in this last run.
I don't think that time's been beaten.
What is it compared to yesterday's times? I don't think I've got yesterday's results.
Do you remember when in Riga 2019, Timmy Hansen in Q3 on Sunday morning, and it was pouring with rain.
And he
was in the first race, because him and Robin Larson had come together in the first 2 qualifiers.
I do remember.
He was in the first race, took the start, won the race, went to the interview at the end. It was with Neil Cole, and he opened the door and he said, "That's 50 points right there." Shut the door and drove off. That was the sort of drive.
I love that. I
think Ollie's just delivered that sort of drive, that sort of maximum attack, nail it all, know that you've done a great job, and you can be super confident that it's going to be right at the front.
2:09.4.
You watch Jens Wahl go and smash it out of the water now.
Hell of it, for Christ's sake. Brilliant. One more race coming up from Q2, and then I think we're having a visitor in the commentary box in between the 2 sessions, but I'm not quite sure how that's going to work or what's going to happen. If we don't, we'll go off air for a bit. We'll have to get an update on that. Johansson, Thury, Wahl and Martinovs. Wahl's got a good start here in the Audi, going to be able to move across and shut the door if his spotters have told him that he can, and he can indeed. So in he goes. So Jens Wahl now has got to do what we saw Ericsson do on the last one, that is make no mistakes, get everything nailed on, get the lap times perfect, and he should, in theory, be able to challenge those top times.
The Audi is arguably right up there with the Civic, if not a bit better, given its credentials from the World Championship here. Jens Wahl significantly less experienced in a four-wheel drive car than Ollie Ericsson, so be interesting to see how this time unfolds. Martinov's coming onto the back of the pack here, having run wide in the first corner and into Andy Scott liveried Peugeot 208.
Yeah, I still love that. Oh, that bump again.
That happened to him on the first lap as well, where he's turning left going up the hill, and it's just he's just washing him out wide as he hits the dam must be crashing out there, and it's just moving the nose across. Well, Ericsson's now joined us in the studio to see if anyone can better his time. I don't personally think they will, but Jens Wahl is on a big mission here to try and get to the front of the order. Of course, Jens had that steering problem that didn't finish the first qualifying race. That's why he ended up in the final race of this Q2 session. Martinov's on the back of Johansson. Johansson has jokered. Martinov's is improving with time in a supercar.
Just chucking a headset on Ollie so you can have a look at this with us. Ollie, a great run for you finally.
Yeah, it was good. Obviously, the starts have been my Achilles heel so far, so yeah, I got it off the line now. We'll see what Jens can do here, but it felt all right.
So here we go, Jens Wahl trying to chase down the 209.4 of Ollie Eriksson. This is going to be close, actually. Comes into the last corner. There he is over the line. 210.7, so he doesn't get it. It's 1.3 off Ollie's time. Happy days.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, just hope I figure it out. You know, the Audis have started well this weekend, and I've been on the back foot of them in the starts every time, so it's hard to race from the back every time.
Have you figured it out? Go on, Hal, sorry.
No, what have you done differently? What have you changed to get off the line better?
Yeah, obviously, you know, we're a big team, all Spurs MSC, you know, we develop good cars and stuff, but going here, I obviously don't have the big budget. It's pretty much me, Stefan and Kevin, you know, trying to figure out start system, everything, you know. Some other teams have a bit more of that stuff, but, you know, we try to do our best. Both me and Kevin are, you know, we want to learn ourselves how to do stuff, and we haven't quite figured everything out yet, so I stall sometimes and I spin too much and haven't found the ideal stuff yet, but I think we're getting there.
But brilliant learning for you to do that in this environment for whatever you do in the future as well.
Yeah, for sure, and that's what RallyX is all about, you know. It's not 1 million euro cars here or something like that World Championship or Nitrocross have. Obviously, yeah, it's RallyX is about learning. It's super high prestige, that's why we're here as well, you know. We want to race the best guys in the world. They often come here, but it's a lot about learning, doing that type of stuff as well.
Well done, mate. Good stuff. Looking forward to seeing the FC2 back as well. Of course, it might be that you're only in the Civic for this event, and then you end up back in the FC2. Depends on the development work. You're pretty confident you'll have that car back, aren't you, for North Sweden?
Yeah, for sure. Elspin will be back. But obviously, it's so much fun driving the Honda here. It's a super good car. But as I said, you know, we haven't quite dialed in with the grip here. We struggled actually a little bit here last year as well with the Honda, you know, get it off the line. We're good everywhere else except for Finland. I don't know what it is. But yeah, we're learning. Obviously, the cars are for sale and so on, and hopefully we can, you know, give everything we learn from this as well to potential customers.
If I win the lottery, mate, I'll definitely be a potential customer. So
yeah, isn't it the coolest RallyCross car you've ever seen?
It's
so different.
It's great. I love it. I love it.
Yeah. So
fantastic.
Yeah. Hopefully I get to do some more, but you know, it's good if someone else can run them as well.
3 more perfect starts, and you can send the car off to is new owner with a win. So yeah, they're up for sale if you want one of the Civics. Ollie, thanks, mate. Best of luck for the rest of the day. So Ollie Eriksson is going to head off and get himself ready for Q3 and then semi-finals and finals. So, sorry, just stay with us for a minute. We're making a plan here in the background. There is the paddock. Bit overcast today, not as warm and sunny as it was. I love the idea, Director Kalle, but I think that's going to be tricky to arrange live on air. So we do have a guest in the studio. Here he is, our man, our star driver.
Hey.
Well done, mate. The last run looked brilliant.
Thanks. I've been learning some things.
Yeah.
Still a lot to learn. Trying this for the first time. So
Yeah, we were saying genuinely, you looked really good. You looked like you were comfortable in the car. There were less mistakes. You were on the throttle earlier. Does it feel the same for you?
Well, I think I'd managed to do some of it better. There was one mistake. I was like drifting a bit too much, and then what's it called when it drifts the other way? It instantly.
Oh, the momentum.
We call it a tank slapper on a
tank
motorbike.
slapper,
Where it sort of snatches back.
Yeah, so that kind of I messed up the inner turn with that, but other than that, I was pretty happy with my whole thing.
You look much more on top of the car from the outside. You can immediately tell when someone's feeling comfortable, and through the course of the weekend, you can see that it's feeling a little bit more natural.
Yeah, and I think that's what my the start. That was my best start. Like I actually
100%, yeah.
And I don't have the automatic thing for the RPM, so I'm just winging it. So.
Okay, yeah, sure. So he's just choosing the RPM, like a traffic light Grand Prix, you know, as a teenager.
Yeah,
I like it. Okay, so Ismo, I gather you've bought some stuff with here. This always terrifies us because we get this done to us once a year. Luckily, I can't see any surströmming, which we have had to eat before.
You did have.
Yeah, mate.
My condolences.
Exactly. So what have we got?
This is candy from Finland.
Okay, sweet.
So,
what do you want us to start with?
Well, let's start with this, and you can rate it if like from 1 to 10 or something.
Okay, perfect.
So this is called tupla, which means double.
Tupla.
Hey, yeah.
Tupla.
So you can take 1 or 2, or do the double.
have no choice.
I'll say
Thank
1.
you.
Yeah, they are. I've ended up with 2
This
as
is
well.
my worst.
He hates chewing. You know the noise of chewing? He really hates it. Yeah. I don't care. If you don't like chewing at home, this may be a good point to tune out for a bit. Hang on, here we go. Right.
This is more crispy than chewy, I think.
I
Yeah.
like it.
This is nice, yeah.
What about the chewing noise?
Not ideal, but nice.
Yeah.
Crispy
I like
puffs.
Okay, your candy rating from 1 to 10.
I'm going to go with an 8, genuinely.
Yeah.
Yeah. 7. I don't want to go in too high too early.
I've been looking
That's
at the...
unfair.
What would you call it?
I would say like 8, even 9.
See,
9.
Yeah, he's finished. He knows what we're up for. This is the thing. You see,
Yeah.
if Ismo's saying 8 or 9, right? What's this one?
Well, this is an ant taking a leak.
Well, so it's
As
like
you can see the
oh,
picture. Yeah.
I mean, like, real honestly. So what? So is it ant weed flavour?
And and I think it tastes a little bit like that. So
Yeah, okay, great.
it's completely different experience than that one.
Well, seeing as that was an 8, I'm expecting this to not be an 8. But let's have a look. What? There's different colours. I'm scared.
I think this is licorice.
Oh,
Yeah, it has like salty licorice and
That's already a bad start.
the red one's good.
Well, there's different colors. Yeah.
The red one's good.
That's not terrible, but I feel like it's a hard casing that's going to have something inside it.
No, mine was good. What did you get? What colour did you get? The black or the what? I think I got half of one.
Yeah, the
let's
black
split.
is the salty licorice, and then the color is more like.
I was really
fruit.
lucky. So my one's split in
So
half, and
yeah,
I only,
it's like half and half.
I only got the red bit.
Yeah.
I'm not a massive fan of licorice. I'll put
Nor
that
am I.
there.
That was not so bad.
Okay, what are you going for?
I was going to say 7, but I already did 7 on this one.
Well, you can change that if you want. You can change your
It's-
rating.
it's-
There's no
it's
rules.
most
Okay,
recommendable. he's in charge here.
We'll come
Right.
back to it.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a 6.
Okay.
All right. What did you do last year? Norwegian?
Yeah.
Yeah, Norwegian candy. Yeah, it was okay actually. It was alright, wasn't it?
Smash is the best Norwegian.
Yeah,
candy.
have you tried Smash? Like the little
Yeah.
cones? They're like.
Did you give any 10s last year?
Maybe.
I'm not. Why is this going to be a 10?
Oh, it's a
No.
Moomin.
What animal is on this?
Moomin.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a
Moomin.
cartoon. Yeah.
It's not a real animal.
Is it it's Moomin flavour?
Yeah.
It's a cartoon, isn't it, Moomins? We have that
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
the UK. It's a Finnish
Yeah.
cartoon, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. It was a book and like a whole thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's cartoon and there's a movie, even like a theme park in
Oh,
Finland.
is it
Yeah.
really?
There's
Yeah.
a big
I think I
shop
watched
in
it as a
Helsinki
kid.
Airport where you can buy every
Yeah,
Merchandise.
mugs and all the merch.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have lots of merch. These non-animals.
Highly profit making. Right.
Well, there's different colors. Pick the best one.
I go yellow.
I don't
Oh, it
really-
is a little
I
Moomin.
want to go red. Oh, pink.
Yeah, I'll do a yellow.
It's more. It's a
I
hard.
can't be as rude to you as I am to
Yeah,
him.
you just tell me to do one, but it's kind of stuck it. I actually stuck it down the side. It's kind of a harder chew than I was expecting. It's a bit firmer.
Yeah, the thing is, it's hard to rate them when these three have all been totally different.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah, it's all different. It's like the variety of Finland candy is vast.
Are you sponsored by the Finnish Candy Tourist Board or something? I mean,
I'm not, but I guess somebody
I'm
is.
available. Yeah. Should any of these companies wish to sponsor Ismo for a full season in a supercar, we could have a Tupla branded
I
supercar.
would prefer
Yeah.
the ant taking a leak on the car.
That would be a good livery.
And we could use that as the gasoline.
Sold. Right.
Yeah, well, and this is salty. This is suffeli.
I'm going to give that. I'm going. What did I do for that one? 7.
Yeah.
I quite like that. 7.5.
Mm-hmm.
I
Oh, we're
feel like
doing
they're
half
all-
also.
Yeah.
I feel like they're all much of a muchness.
I'm trying to give myself a bit of room here. Although I've got a feeling this is going to go south.
Well, I guess there's some salt in this one and there's some
Salty.
chocolate and stuff.
Okay.
So it looks like a Malteser.
They're quite
on
large.
the outside. Gee, that is large.
Good job I got a good
Just had lunch.
big mouth.
This is my lunch now.
Oh, that's good. Maybe better than this one.
I don't know which one is better, but I like both of these chocolatey things.
I like that. I was expecting salty to not be nice. It's actually really nice.
Yeah, it's just a touch of salt apparently.
Yeah.
Not much.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay. What's the score then?
Yeah.
Come on, we're forgetting to score. What's the score, Hal?
Same as this. They're both. They can both be 8.
Okay, I'm going to go 8 as well.
You know it's a good score when you know you could eat the whole packet and then feel horribly sick.
I always get scared as we get towards the end because I feel like the filthy one's been left till last. I don't even know. I'm kind of looking
This is
behind
all
it, like,
randomized.
What's he got for us? What's this?
This is another one, chocolatey one. Paddock, it's like a shorty or something. It's
Okay.
like a short thing.
Oh, this
'Cause
could be good. Really good.
It looks like it's short.
Great description, thank you. It's like a... Oh, sorry. Just touching them all. Oh, it looks like a mini Twix.
Good texture, weird taste.
What's it inside? Is that mint?
Yeah,
Ooh.
it is mint.
Yeah, there's some mint in it, yeah.
Yeah. Not for me. I mean, it's okay, but it's not as good as these
Minty
two.
fresh.
I quite like that.
Yeah?
Saves brushing your teeth,
I've
doesn't
got several 8s here.
No, this is not an 8.
No?
No way.
Someone's written 5 on the
It
back.
says
Is
right
that-
here.
Oh, is that the order? It is.
Oh,
We've been
God.
Oh,
stiffed
yeah,
here.
I
I'll
guess that's,
guarantee you
No, it's
we've
because
been...
they're playing a picture on the...
No, I'll guarantee somebody knows. Look at Peter smirking. Look at him smirking. He knows this last one's going to be dog poo
Yeah.
flavour or something. What is this?
So-
What does that say? Ismo, please.
It says it's Kaatis säkki, which so säkki is like a bag and Kaatis is the trash yard, junkyard. So it's like junkyard bag. And
What
this
does
guy
it- what-
looks like he lives in a junkyard.
what does this say?
Well, this is just the same in like Swedish and Norwegian or something.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
So
this is the Finnish. Yeah.
Scandinavian junkyard dog flavour.
Yeah. Yeah.
It
so-
looks.
and there's like so many different flavors, so it's like you just pick one.
Okay, I'm going to shut my eyes for this one
Oh,
because
yeah.
otherwise I'm just going to choose a red one which I like. So I'm just going to shut my eyes and
I'll
choose a
do the
random
same.
sweet. That one. Oh God, look at it.
Wow. That looks like...
It looks like junkyard. Yeah.
It looks like a turd.
I got lucky. I got caramel. I bet it's caramel with gutted. What is it?
Oh, my God.
Okay, so that's the salty licorice thing.
There is definitely salt in the middle of this.
That
Oh
is-
wow, it gets salty.
That is hideous.
Okay, so that goes to the junkyard.
Yeah, that is
That is. There's a lot of salt in the inside of this.
So 10.
0.
Ismo, what's your score?
Well, when you bite it, it's even more of that stuff. It's liquid inside.
Really salty.
Yeah, it's really actually. Oh, it kind of hurts even. When you bite it, it hits you.
Oh no! That's disgusting.
Yeah, this is acquired taste from Finland. Like this.
Just put
I
that
think we have a winner here.
I told you the fact it was number 6. Either Peter or Callan knew about this, unless Ismo was in it, which he might be, but that's not the winner, is it?
Yeah, no, I think they saved this for last because like this is.
Yeah, they knew.
It's only in Finland basically. I guess this really strong.
Wow.
Salmiakki.
Let's improve the situation.
That's one of those. So yeah, that's definitely a. Well, you say 0, I'd say 3.
There's a 3 at the same time.
Let's go. Right, well, we're going to eat chocolate. We're going to let Ismo get himself ready for the final qualifying session. We can have a quick look at the Q1 fire. First of all, have a look at this. This was Ismo's homemade barbecue earlier on.
Oh, yeah.
I'm still eating, so excuse me. Ismo, talk us through what happened.
Yeah, well, I messed up the start completely. Then somebody started to fumble, and I went around them. But so okay, here's the situation, and I'm going around them.
Nice.
Done. But then that guy had the same idea, and
mate.
Yeah, and then I went to the bank.
Oh dear.
And then that guy was fine, but I wasn't. So
and then you caught fire.
Yeah, like the car just died there, and then I tried to restart it, but then it just started smoking and barbecuing. So
There it is.
Yeah, there's actual open flame.
And the fireman then started to run. Then he goes, hang on a minute, this is not the right extinguisher. And he went off to get another one. Here he comes. It comes in matey mush with the other extinguisher.
Oh yeah, because the powder one messes up the whole engine like for good, but the liquid one is good.
So there we go. The fire crew being thoughtful for the prep of the car, because the powder hull is very corrosive, isn't it?
It is,
powder
absolutely.
extinguishers.
And great job by the team to get the car fixed and get you back out today.
Yeah, they fixed it for like an hour and a half, but then we just like a minute before the second hit, they managed to fix it. So yeah,
nicely done.
Fantastic.
Ismo got back out. There we go. That was the car coming in. Here is the man himself in the studio with us. Ismo, thank you very much for the candy, except for the last one, which was disgusting. And mate, great to see you.
Thank you.
Are we going to see you again? I mean, I know you're here as a guest, you're here for a bit of fun, and you're very busy with the comedy stuff. But would you like to do more?
I would love to do more.
Would you? Brilliant.
Yeah. So yeah, I got stung by the RallyX bee, and now I can't stop.
It's a horrible drug.
Yeah.
It's over already.
Shall I have a word with the Nitrocross guys as well?
Yeah.
We've seen you a couple of times. Yeah. That was a very quick yes.
Because I live in the States now, so I would love to do Nitro there.
Perfect. There we go. Right, there you heard it here first. Ismo to Nitrocross later on this year. We'll get checking the calendar. Right, stay with us. We'll be back soon with the Q3 semi-finals and finals. Cheers, guys.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Kouvola. If you've only just joined us, me and Hannah have just been fed
Where have you been?
Where have you been? We've been fed about half a kilo of randomly. Actually, 5 out of 6 were lovely, but when I saw the numbers on the back,
lovely is a big shout.
No, I think they were.
3 or 4 of them were great. One was average, and one was awful.
Yeah, the awful one. The awful one's this one. You have to go back on the stream if you didn't see it. It's this, whatever it. What did he say? Kartisaki. Junkyard dog or something. Anyway, yeah, not recommended. The other ones are lovely. What is recommended is staying with us for the rest of the afternoon. We're heading towards the conclusion of round 4 of RallyX 2024. We're in Kouvola, Finland. This is how the cross cars stand after 2 qualifying sessions. You're about to see their Q3. Oliver Solli at the top of the table at the moment from Hampus Hagström, Pauli Tapainen, Pittu Pirdi, Sebastian Isak, etc. and Alex Antila. The top 18 will make it through to the semi-finals. And of course, ideally you want to be in the top 6 because that will ensure that you are on the front row. Being on the front row gives you the best chance of qualifying for the final because only 2 go through from each one. Right, we're just getting our grids and stuff together. What's this? That's I think I've got grids for this one. I have. Do you need a grid, Hal? Do you want a grid? There we go. Perfect. So Hagström, Pirra, Solli, Tapainen and Kinnunen in this one. Good start for Hagström and Kinnunen as well. Pirra was coming back a little bit. Pirra gets into P2, goes onto the inside line in behind Hagström. Hagström runs across the gravel trap. Kinnunen out there too, but Pirra is inside. Gets P2, tiny bit of contact there for Kinnunen. And Hagström leads. So advantage Hampus Hagström, who's having a fantastic season so far.
Fastest in Q2 earlier on. Right where he needs to be in this Q3 session to try and take the top qualifier position. Currently 2 points behind Oliver Solli. Solli, as you can see, 4th on the road, dives into the Joker at the last possible moment. That's to get out of the traffic, try and get his head down. But this race between them, look how much time Solly's lost in that battle on the opening lap.
Yeah, not ideal for Solly, as you say. He's when Hal referred to the 2 points, that's 2 qualifying points. I think Solly is about 4 points in front in the championship standings, isn't he? After I think he out-qualified Hagström yesterday, and then he won the final. Hagström was P2. It was super close between them. the Joker Delta here, and the Joker Delta is the difference between the standard lap and the Joker lap. Yesterday was between 1.5 and 2 seconds. Obviously it depends on what the cars are. The cross cars have a bit more track width, so in some ways it's a bit easier for them in terms of being able to get on the power a bit earlier on the exit, but obviously they're very light, rear-wheel drive only. Four-wheel drive sometimes get the power down a bit more. Kinnunen, look, hasn't. Joker, and Pirra has. So Pirra has come out and covered off Oliver Solly. Now, Hal was talking about tactics earlier, and how when we talk about covering off, that's when you go, isn't it? To basically try to stop somebody who is already Joker taking your position.
Yeah, you need to. Sorry, I was just swallowing one of Ismo's candy.
He's just eating sweets constantly. He's going to have to stop now, mate.
The gap is covering off is all about if someone behind you think is going quicker than you, they're going to close that margin, and when you joke, you'll come out behind them. So really, what you're trying by covering off is not applicable on the last lap with Hagstrom going in now. But normally you would Joker to make sure you maintain track position. It's all about track position coming into the race.
Well, Hagstrom's going to take this by an absolute mile. This is a brilliant drive by Hampus Hagstrom. The time is going to be a 2:21.2, and compared to the previous sessions, that is the fastest time of the day. So he goes 1.1 seconds quicker than he went in Q2.
They haven't done a lot to the track, have they, since the last session? Or if they did water it, it's been a while ago, so it's dried out quite a bit too.
That should see Hal, considering that Painen was behind and Pirra was behind. So, yeah, that's going to make Hagstrom the TQ, because he was only 2 points back from Solly, and Solly in this one has finished 3 places back. So even if nobody goes in between them, Hagstrom's going to overtake him for the top qualifier spot.
Yeah.
So Hampus Hagstrom, Painen was in this one, as well as Pirra, and they were the only 2 others that might have potentially denied him in terms of point standings. So Hagstrom gets the top qualifier. Yeah, spotted a mistake in my statistics, Hal. I'm very disappointed with myself.
I remain disappointed in you.
That's fine, thank you. Thanks very much for your confidence.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, cheers.
What's the mistake?
I've forgotten to mark the TQs down for junior cross car on the previous round, so I've got a new way of
to give this a bit of background. Andrew messaged me saying I've done the stats. It's hard work after the first weekend, so I've made an amendment to the way I do them, and he was very pleased with himself. And now that's massively stuck yourself in the back.
Yeah, now they suck. And Tila Johansson, Svedlin, Isak Setra, and Oskarsson. Isak Setra was sitting in P5 in the standings, coming around the outside in the blue machine now. It is Alex Antila who leads in the Edge competition machine, which is the slightly squarer looking car. I wonder if we'll see, I mean, Edge, I imagine, will come out with an evolution, won't they, as well as you've seen with the TN11. The speed car's gone from the Extreme to the Wonder. Yeah, this category has grown massively in the last few years in terms of its popularity, and therefore, of course, in terms of the money you can make as a manufacturer if you're winning.
Yeah, there's genuine full-time manufacturers of cross cars now, aren't there? And I love a small industry like that. By small, I mean they're not. It's not a manufacturer of road cars, is it? But a small industry in a niche market, and I love the fact that people can really make a career out of producing these types of machines. And of course, that only increases the competitive nature of the market. You know, everyone's striving to be the best all the time, and that ultimately gives the customers a better product.
Alonso's got one, hasn't he?
Yes, a TN11, yeah.
Which I love. You know, Fernando Alonso has got a cross car because they're just.
Yeah, but
they're bloody good fun to drive.
But he's a bit of an alien, isn't he? He loves motorsport more than. I was chatting to Francois Delacour on the phone the other day, and he is.
That's a great name drop, by the way, because I love Francois Delacour. He's a legend, though.
He is a legend, yeah, but he has got motorsport fever like maybe no one I've ever spoken to. He absolutely loves driving. Can also remember, we always talk about Johan Kristoffersson again. We always talk about Johan remembering small details. Well, Delacour's talking about, oh yeah, I felt this when I drove this car in 1992. You know, he just has retained a lot. Okay, with the passing of time, sometimes the story has become a bit blurred, but he's retained that passion. He's driving every single weekend doing stuff. But Alonso's like that as well. Alonso doesn't need to do Formula 1 anymore. Doesn't need to go do the Dakar or whatever he's going to do next. Alonso's the sort of person that will come and do Rallycross because it's just a different challenge, something else. Whereas we've seen other Formula 1 drivers come and do Rallycross and either be not very good at it or not very interested in it, and then they don't stay. Whereas,
I think he'd come, and if you got it handed to him, be like, right, how am I going to figure this out?
Yeah,
I
like
need
in
to go
Dakar,
quicker.
for example.
Yeah, he wouldn't come here and be like, oh, boo-hoo, I got beaten by a 16-year-old. He'd be like, right, what have I got to beat the 16-year-old?
And we have seen F1 drivers come and have it handed to them and not come back, haven't we?
Yeah, we have, yeah. A few times now, actually, haven't we? Yeah. Antila comes out the Joker lap in the lead. It's etc. going to get back to P2 after the Jokers are played out and was actually much closer than I thought. But it is Antila who takes it 2:24.0, though. Is nowhere near as quick as Hagstrom. Hagstrom on a 2:21.2. Did say he's the TQ, and that is a big old gap. Right, enjoy these replays. I'm going to have a sip of my tea. Two more races to come in Crosscar Junior to round out their qualifying. 3 qualifying sessions. Add your points up, get your positions. Top 18 go semis, top 2 go through to the final from each of those semi-finals. Get hold of us, as we've said, fairly frequently in the YouTube comments, or if you want to DM us on Instagram, we can sometimes get back to those as well, but we are pretty busy here too. Hudgar, Mutik, Niemi, Nielsen and Schnack. Great start by Mutik in the Pace Motorsport machine, the TN11, and then drops straight back. So it's great reaction time and then just disappears backwards into the pack. And then a fair old lunge up the inside in the first corner to regain a bit of ground. Maybe a missed gear or something off the line. Not ideal. It's so clean on the inside. Oh, Hudgar runs wide. But does get... It's interesting how often we see someone run wide there in the latter part of the corner, but still managing to get back to the inside to cover off the line. A little nudge in the rear by Hudgar at the bottom of the hill. More contact behind. Mutik's got more problems. So it's Georgin Mutik, the Estonian driver for Pace Motorsport in the bright yellow TN11 in the background. Hudgar coming through in the speed car Wanda. This is Hudgar Junior. So Jeri Hudgar is younger brother to Riku Hudgar. As they cross the line, it's Nielsen leading. Oh, and up the inside, a little look at the end of the straight. Niemi trying to pass Hudgar. This is Sarna Niemi, who I assume is related to Maja Niemi.
Yeah, I don't actually know, but
No.
I'm sure because they're a rallycross family through and through, aren't they?
We went and spoke to a couple of the juniors earlier on. So Joel Kristofferson came and saw me and Hal yesterday and said, "Look, I really want to do some media training with the youngsters because they've got to get used to it if they want to do this as a career." And he said, "Would you come and talk to them?" We went and talked to them, Hal, and they were full of little stories, weren't they, about I made a mistake on the brakes here.
And Hudgar's made a big mistake.
Yeah, gone off on the inside. Nielsen's going to have an absolutely massive lead here, and they're going to lose out big time. Might just be able to hold off Mutik. Mutik tries to come around the outside, bit of contact between them. That opens the door in the background. And Mutik loses a place to Niemi. So Hudgar is the first driver to have jokered, but goes round Hal, spins out on the dirt on the outside, so it's all just got a bit too hectic.
Must be something broken, surely, to have made that same mistake twice, or inexperienced, but I would suggest that something's bent or not quite where it ought to be.
So Nielsen and Schnack out front on the last lap have got a joker, but I think they've got, well, Schnack might lose out here to Hudgar. Let's have a look as they come out. Nielsen comes out in the background. Watch for the merge here. Schnack going to try and slide the car out wide and cover off. And of course, Hudgar's spun, so that's my bad looking at the gap from the previous laps. We only have the one timing loop here at the start-finish line. Axel Schnack holds on, but 2:25.6 again, not going to trouble the time of Hagstrom. So a few shout-outs. George McGuinness, who was competing here, of course, and competed a little in Nitro as well, in Lights or NRX Next, has unfortunately retired from his rally that he's doing. I think he's doing it in the UK, wasn't he, the rally? Was that with EDSL Sport?
Yeah, it was a Jim Clark. It finished yesterday, didn't it?
So he says he's watching from the side of the road. So
yeah, maybe he's doing a different rally. Oh, the national rally goes on
onto the second day.
On the third day.
Right,
Friday,
there we go. Yeah, so he's at the side of the road.
Who's
unfortunately.
for him?
Davies. Schnack, Lundgren, Hume, Matalamäki and Carlson. Oh, it's an amazing start for Matalamäki. Pitu Matalamäki. Best name on the grid, I reckon. Hal, would you agree?
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
I'd quite like to see Pitu Matalamäki make it all the way to the top of the sport.
Yeah, and drive a 205 T16 in the European Championship.
Yes!
Probably a bit late for that.
Niche references, but hope you're loving it. Right, what's going on here? I'm going to get rid of those now. Just don't think I'm going to need that right now. Which nearly always means I'll need it in a second. Put these little grids in here. See me and Hal studio managing all our own stuff. I mean, I imagine we'll get some sort of Pride of Britain award, mate, with the way things are going. Right, what else have we got on? Let's see. What else? Who's anyone reached out on the WhatsApps? Not right now. Let's get into Instagram. See what Hal, anything in the YouTube comments?
I'm just sorting out the printer issues at the moment. YouTube comments. Nothing in the most recent. I'll scroll up and have a little look.
No drama. Let's get into the DMs on here and see if we've had people get in touch. So we've got
Matalamäki's got a massive lead now, given that almost everyone else has jokered. Some over 3 seconds. Arvid Carlson, who you spoke to this morning, running second from the JC squad.
message from Blaine Bickelhaupt, who was watching and saying loves the idea basically of the crosscar celebrity event, but thinks they should do it without spotters to show how hard it is for the juniors. I'm up for that. What do you reckon?
I don't think they'd do it.
Huh?
I don't think they'd do it.
What, without spotters?
Yeah.
Really?
They'd all complain that
Hal
it's not
doesn't think
safe.
they'd do it. Well,
blah, blah, blah.
Thank you, Blaine, for the kind words as well. Much appreciated.
Good shout.
Good shout. Who else have we got a message from?
Well, I think we should find good, not good spotters, but amusing spotters for them as well.
Well, what do you mean?
Oh, running wide at the final corner. Matalamäki takes the win.
2:22.7 is a good time.
8 seconds, yeah, great time.
Can I go P2? So Matalamäki obviously having a problem in the previous session. Ben Ostro, shout out for the race. I'm headed to the Indy 500 this weekend, but I'm still tuning into RallyX. Brilliant.
Oh dear, we've got to check for firmware updates on the printer. That's not
dear
good,
me, that does not sound like we're going to get any printing done anytime soon, does it, Hal? Do you reckon that can get launched into the skip like the last one did?
I don't think Maria Eriksson would be very pleased about that.
Another mosquito, Hal. Right, open two-wheel drive coming up next, so we'll get a chance to see Ismo back out on track. Southern Kart Cross watching with us as well, which is nice.
Crosscar Senior.
Oh yeah, sorry, Crosscar Senior. It's because you gave me the grid for open two-wheel drive a minute ago. There we go.
I can't help being efficient.
No, you are, Hal. You're very, very.
Do you know what the firmware update is now telling me?
Go on.
Add paper.
Add paper.
It wasn't a firmware update. It's a lack of paper.
Right. Elias Svensson leads with 2 wins from 2 and is looking almost impossible to displace from that position with a 19-point lead in the standings for qualifying. Then it's Hume, Ikmerstad, Ugar, Hukar, Eganson, Cerner, Baldins, Nilsson, Penton, Yillalami, Osterberger, the top 12. Remember that the top 18 will go through to the semis, and that the depth of talent and speed in this category is unmatched in the other categories right now. I think it is the most competitive grid you can enter at the moment. Some lovely messages from RX Evolution as well. I will promise you I'll read those properly later. I haven't quite got time to read those out on air, but all sorts of nice information about people and gearboxes for Johansson, and also making movies and so on. You can find them on Facebook. Here we go then, Svensson on the inside, wheelies for Svensson and Hukar on the outside. Svensson, who's won both sessions, pulls out to take a nicer line into turn 1. 2 qualifying session wins and a perfect start to control the race from the front. Meanwhile, a bit of squabbling going on. That's Osterberg going through an impossible gap. Good effort from Jimmy to try and get into there. Lucas Orav in the green machine at the back. Svensson gets a bit sideways on the brakes but manages to hold on.
Svensson's just in that wonderful groove, isn't he, where you're in the fastest race, you make the best start, and then you lead from the front, and it's very difficult to be beaten from that point. We know how competitive crosscar is, but when you're in that run of form, and you know, so often you see it with a driver, you go fastest once, you go fastest twice, you're in the best position, you can do the fastest time again. When you're in the bun fight, it becomes oh so more difficult. That was Hume into the Joker for the first time of asking. This could be the final of this race, couldn't it? Svensson, Hukar, Osterberg, Hume, Orav.
We did see yesterday how that first semi-final yesterday was so tough, wasn't it? That's when you get to the knockout stage and things get really tricky. But Svensson was 4th in the standings in 2022, having been DQ'd from the win for a tiny technicality at round 1.
Osterberg clips the rear of Hukar coming down the hill. Oh, sorry, Andrew, it's Hume, isn't it?
Yeah, Hume in front. But yeah, he could have won the championship, Hal, in 22. Last year, Svensson was 3rd in the standings with a couple of wins, a P2 and a P3. But this year, really trying for it. Currently 2nd in the standings to Jonathan Jölalami. Certainly was yesterday. Baldins took the lead, didn't he, in the standings yesterday at the end of the day. So Svensson looking for maximum points here in qualifying. Hasn't jokered yet. Hume has gone. The gap between them was only 1.8 last time round. Svensson with big air over the crest at the back. I reckon Hume might be close enough, you know.
I love seeing the drone, Vigo's drone, just shooting across the shot as he's chasing after
these. And the shadow look as well is brilliant. So watch here then, this is for a clean sweep of qualifying for Svensson, goes late on the brakes. Look around the outside line to see where Hume is. Hume's going to get him, I think. Hume in the blue machine coming round the outside. Oh, and aggressively shuts the door. Fantastic move from Svensson. Hume looks to the inside line, but Elias Svensson wins this qualifying session here, race 1. Will his time be beaten by anybody else, or is that going to be all 3 top times for a brilliant drive?
That could well be beaten. 2:14.2. His fastest time so far was a 2:12.5. And quite a few people down to the top 4 in the previous session went quicker than that. So, of course, the track could be different in speed at the moment, but for sure that time can be beaten, I think.
Good enough for TQ though, definitely.
100%,
19 points clear, and even if so, you said 4 people beat that time in the previous session. So if he was 5th in this, he's still going to get TQ. I mean,
he can't not be TQ now.
Love that merge at the end. How that was proper slamming the door in the face of Hume, wasn't it? And but you've got to have confidence in Hume as well to do that. He let the car. Look at this from the drones. Like, I'm coming all the way out. Hume's like, go on then, I'll have a look up your inside at the final corner.
There is wild commitment, isn't there, in crosscar?
Right, on the limiter. Proper. That's what we want. When I retire from commentary, Hal, I'm going to be the bloke on the quad bike. Look at him.
There's absolutely no way you're going to do that.
Do you know, what will I do? Just walk the dog and chill out?
You'd be so miserable if you were sitting
What would I do? What will I do when I retire? Shall I moan?
You do that now.
Oh, it's true.
No, I mean, if you were sat on that quad all day, you'd be.
Oh, it's not the worst job in the world, is it?
No, it's not, but I don't think it's for you.
I want to do something outdoors when I'm done with TV. I don't know what it is yet. Eganson, Ugard, Cerner, Ikmerstad and Penttinen. Cerner in the middle of the grid, getting squeezed from both ways. Contact on either side. Nothing he could do about that. One of those was his own teammate Martin Ugard with the green top to the roof there at the P4 at the moment. So Cerner was really unlucky and missed out there.
This is a bit of a nightmare for Pace Motorsport, isn't it? Having 3 cars in the same race. It's good because you're all running near the front. This is only the 2nd race of the session with a fastest first format, but at the same time, you can only trip over each other. You can't really help each other in this situation.
Well, it was yesterday, wasn't it? He was saying how he wants all the cars in the finals. That's the sort of thing you live to regret, isn't it?
Yeah, then you have to hide in the truck when they all fire each other off.
Yeah, exactly. Lock the door when they come back so there isn't a tear-up. Or tell them all to keep their helmets on until after the debrief.
A tear-up.
Yeah.
That needs translating.
It probably does. Tear-up equals fight. Yeah, depends what your first language is. So we do tend to slip into colloquialisms, don't we, in terms of the things we talk about. So your leader is Pasi Penttinen. This black and yellow machine, that was Hal clapping. Yes, he got the Mosquito. There are a lot of Aussies, and Hal is getting a little bit like Mr. Miyagi in Karate Kid.
My legs are bitten to bits.
Yeah, you have been shredded, haven't you? I think my neck might have got, but yesterday I did my face with the spray stuff, and then my eyes were streaming for the whole of Q3. It's so painful.
I thought you were just emotional to be back in Kouvola.
I was. It's because I love it so much, Hal. And working with you, of course. Penttinen comes around. Merstad trying to slot in side by side with Eganson. But I think Merstad will hold on to that. So Ugar hasn't jokered. There's Merstad at the top of the drivers who has jokered. Just covered off Eganson. So was that a joker to respond to Eganson? I reckon it probably was. Penttinen back to Merstad was only 1.9, Hal. So at the minute, Merstad could still get this from Pasi Penttinen, who you're looking at now from the drone.
Especially when the times are so close, you can easily lose or gain a couple of tenths, can't you? And either pull out the margin or gain that little bit, especially with only one split time. We can't really see.
I reckon he's going to get him. I reckon he's going to get him round the outside. Penttinen made a lot of inputs through the left-handers. Merstad going high and then low, but Ugar's on the inside line. Can't quite get there. I'm wrong. Penttinen holds on. Lovely stuff. This is what we're here for.
Was it here that Penttinen had that massive crash last year?
I think it was.
I don't know if it was. I remember it driving past in the paddock.
It went end over end, didn't it, on the gravel section after the hairpin? Do you remember? And ended up coming over the Armco, didn't it?
Yeah.
Was it contact?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did. And they took a while to get him out of the car, didn't it?
No, that wasn't. Was that
not
Pasi?
Penttinen?
No, I think Pasi had a massive one somewhere else.
Oof, we had a few big shunts last year.
Yeah, but he is Mr. Commitment, isn't he?
Oh, yes.
Add that to any driver in crosscar.
most in RallyX, full stop.
Who's the most committed driver in RallyX of any category?
Oh,
Svensson's got to be up there.
You think?
Yeah, the way he drove the Polo Supercar in Strangnas a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
He tried to drive it like a crosscar, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah, it was good. I think he would be up there. I agree, Hal. Is he the most though? Who's a bit? You want someone who's almost a bit carnage, don't you?
Hookcar's pretty committed.
Hookcar is lit. Hookcar. Isak Setra, Nilsson, Jorgensen, Baldins and Vainica. Baldins down in P8. Got third yesterday and leads the championship. Fourth on the grid, did the clutch a bit. Baldins nearly gets turned around, comes across on, I think it was Jorgensen who's had to avoid him. Baldins now to the inside, goes from P5 to P1 in turn 1. Absolutely fantastic for the Latvian, helped out a bit there by everybody else running wide, Hal.
And that was threading the needle like you can't do any. You can't be any closer than that, can you?
Who's the most committed driver in rally? Is that
in this race, it's Ronald Baldins, absolutely.
Yeah.
But in that moment, you've just got to aim for the gap and keep your foot planted on the floor. And if something goes wrong, you're going to be a passenger, aren't you? But that's the difference between getting to the front of the field, hesitating and not quite making it.
Take the opportunity. So, hey, Tommy Howman's here. Come and join us. Absolutely fantastic. Good to see you, mate. We'll give him a set of cans to get him on in just a moment. So, Baldins leading. Who's joker on lap 1? Isak Setra's gone joker on lap 1. I'm actually excited to see the replay. Please make sure the replay of turn 1 is in the whole way round to turn 2, because I'm going to be very upset if it isn't and request another one. Legendary rallycross driver Tommy Howman is here. How are you, mate?
Very good, very good. Nice to be here. Nice weather and everything.
You were commentating recently. Where was that? After my job, I gathered.
Yeah, it was in Honkajoki, which is also a classic track in
I want to
Finland.
go there. Have you been there, Hal?
I have, yes.
Is it good?
It is good. Oh, there is no bad Finnish rallycross track.
I just want to go there for the name. Honkajoki.
Yeah.
That's epic.
A good story about that is some of my friends who watch rallying call a crash a honk. So when I went to Honkajoki for the first time, they were delighted that...
Why is it a honk? I've never heard anybody call a crash that.
They call people who go looking for crashes honk hunters.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right. There we go. You learn something new every day.
So Honkajoki is for much amusement. But a great track.
Yeah, I want to go. Let's see if we can go there in future. Yellow flags are out up at the hairpins. Somebody's retired off the side of the road. Baldins continues to lead. We're getting on to the last lap. Then we'll have a quick chat with Tommy Howman. Baldins into the Joker lap. Absolutely miles in front. This should be, will be easy because the P3 driver is 2.9 back. So Baldins took the opportunity in turn 1, got tagged on the straight, went sideways, up the inside, got the whole shot and takes
Fastest
the win.
by some margin, 2:12.9.
Lovely job.
Fastest so far had been a 2:14.2. I thought Spencer's time could have been bettered, and Bowden's has absolutely
Let's
smashed
have a look
it.
at the scores, Hal. He's on 70. Oh, wow, there are 3 drivers on 70, one on 74, one on 75. That could see Bowden to win the session, and with that, he might go up as high as P4 in the standings. That's just how important it is. Look at this. Look, here he is. Look. So he's in P4, not P5, but he went sideways. Look to the inside line and just dead arrow straight, nails it. Oh, deep breath.
Two very lucky, could have gone horribly wrong moments there. It was,
I like it. I like
spreading out the inside.
So we'll switch the lights on. Look at that. Ronald's Bowden's. All that work on the crosscar over the winter has been worth it. He's been working on the Speed Car Wonder and getting every last detail out of it. So Tommy Howman is here with us in the studio. Howman is ex-RallyX, yeah, bit of RallyX, bit of everything really.
Yeah.
And recently a fantastic announcement for you.
Yeah, let's go to USA.
Woo! Yeah, are you stoked?
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be crazy season. I'm really looking forward to it.
And it will be in the brand new FC2, which is parked over just behind us over here, pointing. You haven't tried the car yet, I guess?
No, it's work under process.
Okay. What do you reckon, Hal? Champion?
Yeah, I think the level is going to be high in next Evo this year, isn't it? Especially with drivers like Tommy, who won the... What was the name of the World Final of the...
World Series.
The World Series final, the double head he had. That was in Phoenix,
it was in LA.
In LA.
Yeah, so he won the European Series for Nitro Cross Next. Then Casper won the American Series, and they had like a head-to-head, and you came on top of that. I think Casper will be a big rival over there for you. Obviously, he's used to the tracks, but it's such a great opportunity for you.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. Crazy tracks and fast cars now with the new FC2, so yeah, can't be more happy.
Perfect. Right, we will... okay, good. Right, but there's a bit going on.
For a bit of context, you began Rallycross in RX Academy. We both... I worked in that series. You did RX Academy for a couple of years. You've raced lights cars a lot. This has all been under Set Promotions banner. I know the event you did was with Eric Ferrin, but for the most part, you've been supported by Set Promotion, and that's continuing into this year, isn't it, with the Set Lonebro amalgamation?
Yeah, it's gonna be nice to have a new teammate, Michael Leach from Lonebro, and then otherwise we will work with Set Promotion also. So a lot of familiar faces, but some new faces too in the tent. So it's gonna be exciting.
And new tracks, new venues, new experiences. I know you have a small experience now of the tracks in America, but the tracks in America are very different to these amazing tracks in Finland, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think all of them will be different tracks than what I've been at. So all of them will be new for me. A lot of learning.
I'm very lucky to get to work both sides of the Atlantic, and it is very different. The two sports are, although they're very closely related, the way the events run and the crowds and the atmosphere, I love both, but there's something special, I think, for a European going to race in America.
Yeah, it's special also, like, doesn't matter which sport it is, but for example, as a Finn, there's a lot of ice hockey players that go to the USA, to NHL, and it's a big thing to go there, so I feel really excited about it, and also I like the atmosphere there, and the tracks especially, they are crazy, so it's gonna be fun.
Is there one you're particularly looking forward to going to?
I think LA and Miami will be special, because I think they both will be city circuits.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Fantastic. Looking forward to seeing you over there. We're about to get crosscar underway. Stay with us. Jonathan Jölalami on the inside, Jari Järvenpää, Eliasson, Schnack and Grana. Another amazing heat. Brilliant start on the inside. Jölalami was always good at starts in junior crosscar where those RPM are just a bit lower, and it's critical to get it right. And how that one was nailed on again.
Massive commitment. You can see the difference from the last start to this start, where the pack's a bit more spread out in the first corner. Look to the inside, going up the hill, but can't quite find the way through. Järvenpää there, looking to the inside. Jölalami, though, needs a good result, doesn't he? Because he's, as you said, he's not
had one held. So some sort of a problem. Jölalami ran wide, and then it looks like something on the car's broken. He's getting eaten alive here.
Rear suspension or drive shaft must be, if you look at the way the car's moving around.
It's horrible, isn't it? Surely can't be drive shaft. I think he'd just stop. Something on that car is absolutely not right now. Jölalami, remember, is right up in the championship standings.
Not making the semi-finals today. No.
You don't think he will?
No. You'll be out. What's the points gap? Tommy, you watch the screen. I'm looking at the standings. Tommy does a bit of commentary now as well.
Yeah,
so
he does. Come on, Tommy, get stuck in. What do you think?
I think Stat for Ylilami, I know him a bit, and unfortunately some problem for him. Would have been nice to have him in the semis.
Yes.
Well, we'll see. I mean,
he's on 65 qualifying points,
and where's 18?
19th is 49.
Yeah, so he could well lose out here, couldn't he? This might see one of our championship front runners miss out, just as we saw Bowdens capitalise on a bit of carnage on the straight and thread the eye of the needle. The championship leader, arguably one of his two main rivals as it stands, Elias Svensson and Julalami. Julalami may not make it. What happened to Julalami yesterday, Hal? He wasn't on the podium. Did he make the final yesterday? I can't remember. We'll look it up.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but he was off form, wasn't he?
Yeah,
relative to Chirp. Sometimes you have weekends like that, don't you, where it's just not clicking for you, and sometimes you can be having a day like Svensson where you nail every start, you lead from the front, and then it's very easy.
Oh, that little bump as they come up onto the tar. Eliasson and the number 5 looking to the inside line, watching the background here. This one's going to be close. Schnack and Järvenpää go in. Eliasson, I think, with 1.2 will have enough coming around the outside. He does. Grunner looks to the inside, but can't quite get through.
That was
nicely
tight, wasn't it?
done.
Tight from Grunner on the inside. 2:17.0 is going to be down at 12th overall, and that really isn't going to help Julalami, who was a lap down anyway, or at least hasn't finished yet.
Yeah, is Julalami, well, we'll have a look if he's still circulating.
I think he is still circulating, but just a long way down.
Perfect start,
so now
though.
Julalami finishes
right
on the timing screen.
So that's easily the slowest time, isn't it? He's only going to beat the DNFs, basically, and Hal, with 30 cars in the class, he's probably a goner.
Perfect first corner, wasn't it? Bit of rotation in the car, clipped the apex nicely, then ran right to the outside because there wasn't anyone in the way, having made a good start around the outside. Yep, I'm pretty sure that's going to be Julalami's day done. What a shame for him.
Yeah, we thought it might be a total dominance when he had such a brilliant weekend in Tjerp, but his home event here hasn't gone quite so well, and it won't, it does go a bit like that. Trouble is, there is so much talent here that somebody will have a good enough season they don't have any problems. As Hal said yesterday, when it was Arvika, wasn't it, where we had 3 drivers within a couple of points of each other crossing the line within tenths of a second of each other in the final of the season. It was just epic.
Might not be a foregone conclusion, but Julalami's 19th with 10 drivers still to go.
Okay, Gotherson, Tudo, Steinsholt, Kong and Terraping. Terraping with a good start on the outside, but 3 cars equal to him inside Steinsholt, Tudo and Gotherson.
Gotherson goes for the over-under in the first corner. Doesn't quite work, can't get the run up to turn 2 like Bowdens did. Get 2 sideways in turn 1 and you just can't carry the momentum like you would do if you had the perfect run.
It's Terraping in P3. 44 is, say, Gotherson is P2. Patrick Kong at the back with the same colour. That's got to be related to Kenneth Kong, isn't it? Same colour, surely.
Yep, you'd think so. I don't actually know, but they're both Danish, so yeah, I'll name my hat on that.
We do try and get out around the paddock. There are 90 drivers here, and it's as soon as we get 3 minutes to do the printing between sessions, the only drivers we tend to see are the ones who come and join us in the commentary box. And we currently got Tommy Howman here with us. So Tommy, obviously not racing till September in terms of Nitro. Is there any plans to try and get out in an FC2 over here at Nordic to get a bit of a warm up, or no?
Not at the moment. I think the car won't be finished in time to go to Nordic, so let's see. Hopefully we can get some laps before sending it there, but it's still a bit uncertain.
And what about anything else? I mean, could you jump into, obviously I know a cross car is not relevant, but do you want to do some warm-up racing, or will you just try and get some practice in and then just go straight in at the deep end at Nitro?
I think some practice would be enough. Obviously it would be nice to race every time when it's possible, but it's always a bit risky if you get some crashes and damages. It can get expensive, so that's the problem with racing. So yeah, but if something clever comes up, why not? But at the moment, no.
And earlier on, last year, of course, you were championship driver at Extreme E for a weekend as well. How was that as an experience?
It was really nice, to be honest. It was something totally different, and it was nice to see from that perspective how a great series like that operates. So it's really exciting experience, and hopefully we can get something from that side in the future as well.
Hal, it's interesting times for a driver like Tommy as we see into the Joker lap. It's Tudo and Gotherson. Tudo should get this done fairly easily, yes indeed. Over the line, Tudo takes it. Yeah, Hal, as a driver like Tommy now, it's almost it's interesting and tricky at the same time. You know, do you go Nitro? Do you go World? Do you head to Extreme E? It's nice to know that Extreme E, we know there's a lot of paid drives in Extreme E, which is becoming Extreme H next year. But I almost feel like it's more confusing now than it was 5 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Tommy and I have had that conversation several times in the last couple of years. I've known Tommy reasonably well since he did Argus Academy at the start of his rallycross career, and that is a real issue. It is an issue, isn't it? Because there's no clear ladder at the moment, because there's lots of different series, there's lots of different options. I'm not saying any of them are good or bad, it's just that there isn't a clear pathway for a young driver to make those steps, and that's what the FIA have worked on the rally pyramid, isn't it, to try and make a series of cars that work towards Rally 1 and being the top of the sport. And at the moment Rallycross is reasonably divided, and Extreme E clouds that a little bit as well, doesn't it? Because Extreme E are taking a lot of the rallycross drivers. It's becoming a more similar concept with the shorter tracks and the more racing element. I think initially it was going to be longer tracks, more Dakar-like, but with some racing, and now it's become much more rallycross-esque. Of course, I like that, but
me too.
It does make it tricky to know where to drive your focus. I know, Tommy, that's been you put a lot of consideration into what you think you should do to give yourself the best opportunities.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time to think all the options and try to predict the future pretty much, because you cannot know what will happen, which drivers will go to which series, and it's really difficult. But I think until now I made good decisions, and I hope that this one with the Nitro will be that one as well.
Watch for Persson here on the outside in the 21. Needs a good result and gets the whole shot straight away. Nicely done. So Persson, I assume, had an issue in the previous session.
Crashed in the penultimate corner into the wall on the outside.
Yes,
well, I think
that's right. We thought it was Igmerstad for the long shot.
Second or third quickest from memory.
Third in the first session.
In session 1, yeah. So
actually sitting, and I mean that's a good example, I suppose, of the chances for Yulilami, 7th and a 16th, whereas it's a DNF and a third for Persson. So Persson needs a good result here, Hal, and in a good position to do so. Yeah,
but Persson's also the sort of person that can go and beat Bowden's time now, because the track will have got that little bit quicker with it being that much drier. Look at the dry line that's a cross-car width towards the end of the lap. It's not a car width, it's a cross-car width. And the track is slowly improving. Yulilami down in 24th now after the last of these, after the penultimate of these races. This is the last race, so I think Yulilami's chances are slim, really.
Yeah, let's see.
What do you think, Tommy? Is he making it or not?
Is he going to make it?
Difficult to say. It's going to be tight.
You just broke the fence you're sitting on, mate. I think he's out.
Oh dear, right, here comes Persson. Still a couple of laps to go according to the graphics, but
well, this is coming into the last lap, isn't it?
Yeah.
Persson on a mission.
There we go, that's better.
That's the target time, bottom left of the screen, a 2:12.9. That was Bowden's after his super brave first couple of corners, and Persson's on an absolute mission. Runs
a
wide,
bit wide, yeah.
On the exit of 2. Tree's going with him as well.
So Vettel, Tree, then I think it's Dennis Munch, it is, yeah.
I don't have the lap times of the fastest drivers here. I didn't note them down with how quick fire the racing's been. So tricky to know, but Persson runs right to the outside of the curb. This is a big push, isn't it?
It is. So Persson going to try to steal this fastest time from Bowden's. Every single inch of the track has been explored. Every RPM has been used over the line. Is it enough, Hal?
No. 2:13.5 is going to be second, but not quite enough to better the time of Bowden's.
P2 though, and he'll be happy with that, because it's going to move him right up the standings again.
2:22. Let's just look. So that, yeah, all of these drivers are going to go in ahead of Yulilami. So Yulilami is going to finish 29th in the session.
So the problem, and this is what, so Persson with a DNF but a P2 and a P3, Hal, that drags you back in.
Oh, 100%. Well, he wasn't even that far out anyway.
P16, didn't he, and a P5 or something.
But a P3 and a DNF already had him in the semis.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
That's where the points are so much more at the top. It's 50, 45, 42, and then it only goes down 1 point at a time from 40 downwards. So you really get a big bonus if you're in the top 3 in the session, which is what I love about people having to try just that bit harder. Look at that commitment in the last corner. Tommy, that was a great run.
Send it.
Yes, mate. Send it. Confirmation of the result. Yes, got a mosquito. Yes, I've got it right on my arm there, Hal. I'm very pleased. Almost as pleased as Persson will be with that. T13.5. And Vettel 3, Majin Niemi, Dennis Munch, and Erland Stenison. I was caught sitting down there, didn't I, Hal?
You did, yeah.
I tell you, I've got backache, so I'm actually fine with it. Simon Tiger leads. 2 wins, 2 P2s for Johansson, 2 P3s for Venäläinen. Better day for Venäläinen today.
You can always tell when Tiger's tyre warming, can't you? The rotary engine singing in the BMW. There is Tiger on the line.
Venäläinen's weapon. Two broken suspensions yesterday, wasn't it, for Venäläinen?
On the same side, yeah.
So what, Hal, if you did open 2-wheel drive, what would you build?
Oof.
Ah, I see. Gotcha!
Why?
It's a toughie, isn't it? What would you build?
Yeah, it's not negative, is it? I just need to think about it.
Yeah, but I kind of want to snap this. There's 2 Mozzies down here that are trying to get my ankles. No. I get quite obsessed with the mosquito situation. Oh, Hal nearly lost his paperwork. Little breeze came in. Tiger versus Johansson. Venäläinen and Jensen on the outside. Simon Tiger with that brilliant start. And that's just where Victor's missing out at the minute. We know he's waiting for that proper engine to come back. Does enough to hold on to P2. Venäläinen's going to get squeezed out by Jensen into P4. So come on then, what are you building?
I'm thinking.
You can't think the whole way through the show. You've got a job to do, or you're going to just let Tommy commentate what you think.
Well, Simon's leading, Victor Johansson's second. I think that's probably a foregone conclusion because there's very little to choose between them unless they mix the Joker strategy up. And Jensen's got ahead of Venäläinen. Oh, look at the front left wheel lifting up on Tiger's car. Jensen Jokers for the first time of asking. Venäläinen's going round the outside.
I'm going to build a Forest Arched Mark II.
No, you're right.
No, I am.
No, go away. I'm
Why?
going to turn you off.
I'm going to do
Boring.
it. Yeah, I know, but there's no one using it, and I want to use it. I'm doing it. Okay, then if not, I'm going to use an SLS, Mercedes-Benz SLS.
Now we're talking.
Something
Mark II Escort. I almost
ludicrously-
swore then. A blooming Mark II Escort.
You can say bloody on this stream.
There's
it's
not.
fine.
See, the problem is there's not enough Mark II Escort rally cars in the world. So what we need is another Mark II Escort. No, thank you. Go home.
Okay, so what about my Mercedes-Benz SLS?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Tommy, what would you build?
No clue. No clue.
You've had longer to think than anyone,
yeah,
mate.
Tommy's too young. He doesn't. Rear-wheel drive cars barely exist to Tommy.
Yeah, exactly.
Tiger Jokers from the lead. That's not to cover off Venäläinen because I think Tiger might have a problem here. Does he? Has he Joker to try and maintain track position? Because Venäläinen is very close to the rear of the BMW. Maybe he doesn't, but it's strange to Joker from the lead to cover off someone that hasn't Jokered yet, in that you risk coming out behind them if you don't have a great exit, and then it's going to be tricky from there. You often say, don't you, Hal, if you're pretty sure you're going to win, and he's obviously feeling confident, go early, because then you can shut the door. Yeah, I mean,
he knows Venäläinen's going to go on this lap, and then he's just got to try and beat Johansson. Johansson had a demon Joker lap yesterday at one point. Oh, I love it when they use all the paint. Look at Tiger on the inside, though, leaning on the big BMW. BMW versus Mercedes on the exits like DTM of old. But it is Tiger's BMW that holds on to it. Two of the most unlikely boat-like open two-wheel drive machines putting on a fantastic show. Simon Tiger takes it. It's gotta be who's going to beat him in the remaining ones? No, I don't think anybody will. So I think that'll be a clean sweep of qualifying for Simon Tiger. He won yesterday as well, Hal. Is he going to get 4 in a row? Because that is unbelievable start to his season if he does. 10 events and 4 in a row to start the year off. I don't think, let me look back. He won 2 last year. You know what though, Johansson didn't even get a podium until Kouvola in 22, and he won there, but Simon Tiger had a lot of issues with the car that year. Looking back to 2021, oh wow, okay, 2021 he won 5 in a row to start the season off, when he won right the way through to Oulu, so Tiger is very much on championship form. He'll be going for a triple crown this year if he can win it. Johansson racing at home though next time out. Ooh.
And Tiger.
Yeah, but you know, it's just going to make the needle even more.
Subaru Legacy, maybe.
Is it? Subaru Legacy rear-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Interesting. What's the one? The Forester. Subaru Forester.
So, yeah, there's a Forester that used to rally in the UK.
There's one in my hometown. It's lovely. Sari on the inside from Berger and Kong. Kong has a terrible start. That looks like an issue. All the way around the outside goes Tommy Räikkönen, but can't quite hold on to it. So it's Berggren who leads in the BMW.
This is hurting my brain a little bit. I need to stop thinking about it.
Well, you can tell Hal's completely lost it because he's totally checked out the commentary and he's already choosing the engine mounts to go in his open two-wheel drive machine.
No, I can't decide what car it is. That's very tricky. I don't think it would be something normal. And the trouble is,
like you.
Fair, but I don't think doing an Escort Cosworth type thing like Räikkönen's car really does. It's a bit disingenuous to that concept, so I think it needs to be a bit odd. So it can't be a Legacy.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I'm going to give you another minute to think about it, Hal.
1 minute.
We're going to talk to Tommy Halman just a little bit more. Tommy, what are you doing? Oh, blimey! Kong's car parked just on the racing line on the edge of the straight. We saw it flash through the picture. Seems a strange place to park it. I might have gone slightly further offline than that, but there you go. Where was Kong in qualifying as well? Was in P5, so there's 14 cars here. Larty's had a DNF and a DNS. Alston didn't start the last one. Ismo was P11. Is Ismo going to make it to the semi-finals of Pro-Am, Hal? I think he might. Mega.
Yeah, especially if Larty and Altonen don't
start
reappear.
again.
Yeah.
Tommy, sorry, what are you doing here this weekend?
Tourist, full-time tourist.
Tourist, just touristing. Just touristing. Good stuff.
Boy, that car is right on the line.
That is a no from me. Is it from you?
What it does do is hamper the time of the other drivers, and I think that's when it becomes difficult in a rallycross race. I appreciate that all the races need to get run, and it's reasonably safe when he's out of the car. You could potentially have a lot of damage if someone runs wide, but what you are doing is hampering the time of the other drivers. And
so you're saying he's parked it there to hamper them, or he's accidentally hampered them?
No, he's got out of the car. He's broken. He's got out. I don't think Kenneth's done anything wrong there, but
I wouldn't have parked it there. You can't park there, mate. That's how it goes, isn't it? Can't park there, mate. Classic. Here we go. Vigo coming through. Vigo, by the way, redesigned his drones over the winter, but he's not happy with the design, so he's going to redesign them again. Beautiful carbon fibre construction, all hand designed and uniquely made. He wanted the drone to be able to fly a bit faster, tried upside down rotors and all sorts of clever stuff, and then basically was like, I don't like it.
Have you seen the Toyota Corolla that Kalle Rovanperä does drifting in?
Yes, sick.
I'm thinking that.
Have you seen the Castrol livery on the Yaris Rally 2 in the British Championship? Because
yeah.
I love that livery. Do you like it?
Yeah, that's proper fever,
I was stoked on that.
Yeah, I think that was something else where I said, have you seen this? And you said no, and then I sent it to you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm very excited about it.
Yeah. In hindsight, excitement is classic Andrew Coley motorsport enthusiasm.
Yeah. Wait until someone sends it to me and go, I like this. It's good.
It's funny what a livery does, because Chris Ingham's got basically exactly the same livery on the Polo R5 as teammates until the second Yaris comes, and it just doesn't look anywhere near the same.
It's because it's not a Toyota, isn't
exactly,
it? Yeah. Lots of people were talking, weren't they, about Vettel did the Senna tribute drive, didn't he, and the colour scheme. They're like, why can't it be Marlboro colours? It's like, well, unfortunately it's not strictly allowed anymore, but there is a bit of me that thinks, just do it. Yeah, you're good with Festival Speed. We don't go, you can't have any old stickers on the car. The whole event's about old cars. There goes Kong's car being pulled back up. Anyway, so what car are you building?
I think maybe a Corolla.
Corolla?
Yeah, I do like...
What shape?
This one Rovanperä does drifting in. It's actually...
the modern shape.
It's actually this one.
Proper modern shape Corolla.
This one outside the studio.
Is that what's it? Would you do the station wagon though, the estate?
Yeah, I think so. I've been desperately looking for inspiration. Oh yeah, he's not here.
Well, that's no good. Tommy, where's Riley? You're Finnish. You must know where he is.
Probably home.
at the lake, maybe?
maybe.
At one of the lakes.
Summer house,
fishing,
home, fishing.
Yeah, one of the lakes.
Eating licorice.
I got an idea, by the way, for the car.
Okay.
Go.
Final. 2-stroke Wartburg.
What's that?
Haven't you heard?
No.
It's an old one from Germany, 2-stroke engine. And
yeah?
Yeah.
So
I have one, or my grandfather has one in the garage, so I could build.
Brilliant. Okay, so would you continue to use the 2-stroke engine and come up with something mental to make it fast enough, or would you take the 2-stroke out and put something else in?
2-stroke.
2-stroke. Okay, good. I like it. So yeah, I need to have a little think then. So basically, I'm just going to build an SLS, aren't I? Something obscenely expensive. Is that the idea? What about an Aston? Oh, that would be good, wouldn't it?
No, I'm thinking of what's realistic. Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm thinking of ultra budget. Come along and just be a bit of a plum. Porsche 911 GT3. RS. Yeah. X Cup car.
Yeah, it's got to be a 911 GT3.
That'd be mega, wouldn't it? That would be. Yes. Okay, that's me sorted.
Two-car team.
Would it fit the regs if you just got an old Cup car?
Ismo doesn't get off the line in the this one.
Come on, Ismo, let's go.
But neither of the two drivers that failed to start last time, in Latti and Altonen, really unfortunately.
Yeah, but he's got a DNF, so if Ismo gets another DNF, will he be classified?
Yeah, you need one.
Has he broken it on
one
the line?
time? No, he's still going.
He's still going. Yes! Ismo's going to make the
He's still
semis.
going in the background.
So yeah, sorry. Could I just buy a GT3 Cup car?
No.
Why not?
You'd have to change it massively, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah,
nowhere near
obviously
enough trouble.
I'd need to change some stuff on it.
Just start again.
Well, what about the 911? No, the 911 Dakar's four-wheel drive, isn't it? But you could convert it.
Controversial. I don't really like the 911 Dakar.
Really?
I like the idea. It's
I drove it at Lydden, but I must admit I was a bit terrified when I nearly stuck it in the wall on the first lap. Thought it was maybe best if I don't go ultra send in the one prototype example that was over for filming in the UK.
Pretty ugly, isn't it?
I think it's cool. I like the colour scheme. You know, the way they have. What do they put on the side instead?
It looks
of
like
Rothmans?
someone that looked great in their early 20s and then 20 years later doesn't look the same at all.
Oh, there you go. Too much work done, yeah.
Well, just too much finished candy, maybe.
Right,
that's me basically.
Yeah, I think Hal may have gone slightly lethargic this afternoon. He's had a sugar peak when Ismo came across and fed us a load of sugar, and now he's.
What I particularly enjoyed is that when we did it with Ola Christian Veby, Veby being an athlete, I don't think Ismo would be offended by me saying this, but clearly Veby's an athlete and a top-class World Championship driver, so he selectively ate a couple of bits of sweets, candy.
Yeah.
Ismo just joined us and eating everything.
He just was munching it all.
This is my lunch, he said.
What do you want out of this lot, Tommy?
No, Tommy can have this one.
Yeah, I'll try one of these foul things. What does this say again?
It's like the bag of garbage.
Yeah. Bag of garbage. Here you go. We want you to have one.
Have you tried one before?
No.
Okay. So they're all different flavours.
They're really nice.
I can't deny that. Oh, it's a brown one. In it goes. So Tommy Howman's going to digest that for a minute. We'll switch his mic off so he can have a little chew.
Gabrielson was all over the back of Seppala again here.
What are you having, Hal?
Gabrielson around the outside to the finish line. This is going to be
quick.
2:18.1.
P2.
Very close,
P2.
actually, to Tiger's time.
He's beaten Johansson
by 300ths of a second ahead of Johansson.
So that's the first time Johansson's been
More
denied.
interestingly, though, he lost quite a lot of time behind Seppala on that final lap. So Gabrielson was super quick in the heats yesterday and then tailed off towards the end. So
what happened with Ismo's car? Do you think he just got the RPM wrong? 'Cause he said to me, I don't have a fancy rev thing. I'm just guessing, basically.
I'm winging it.
I'm winging. Tommy Howman's still eating the sweets.
Tommy is very polite.
What's the update?
It tastes like the name.
There we go. Brilliant.
Hideous.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, not nice. Hal, are you just going to continue to?
No,
we promised the Finnish cameramen that there'll be some candy left in the commentary box for them, and you're just ploughing through the tupler like they're like. Right, there we go. Gabrielson with a great time in that last one. Hal, have you got any grids or anything for Supercar lights, or is this an oversight?
I've given them to you.
Have you? Where? I haven't got them.
You complained about it earlier.
No, I haven't got them. I'm chopped at the. Thank you. Oh, you. So they are here, just not delivered. Is that correct? He's too busy eating tupfler to care. Hal is. He's getting stuck in. So yeah, Olofsson leads from Janssen, Anderson, Mounier, Darback, Lunay, Berget, Kasman, Haug and Haug. Lars-Erik Haug didn't make it out last time after a big roll. He's got to make it out for Q3. Kasper Janssen on the inside got a good reaction time, but Olofsson's edging him on the run to the first corner just by the tiniest margin. Kasper goes late on the brakes. Darback cuts back to the inside, might get them both if they're not careful. Janssen inside Olofsson. Olofsson's going to be on the dirt. Olofsson goes round. Janssen runs wide. Into the bank for Olofsson. Up the bank and around. Vigo spins around, just catches it. Great work from Vigo, but I think that's going to put Darback in the lead.
Certainly has. You can see the red car just in the barrier section of the circuit at the front of the order. Great job for Darback to get to the front. Olofsson pretty lucky there not to go over. Janssen into the Joker for the first time of asking. That's to get out of the traffic. He won't want Olofsson to get ahead of him though on the exit, because that will compromise his ultimate race time. He doesn't, so Janssen now really needs to get the hammer down, try and close onto the back of Julian Meunier, who has been impressive so far in his debut light season.
And Olofsson, of course, was sitting in the TQ spot. Who was right behind him? Kasper Janssen. Janssen is ahead of him on the road. With Olofsson's issues on the first lap, he's highly likely to drop down the standings just a little bit. Lucas Andersson was P3 in the standings, but he's in race 2. What happened to Andersson last time? I can't remember.
He ended up in that kerfuffle, didn't he? Got lunged by Lunet and then lost out when Lunet was going into the Joker and spun and nearly got collected, didn't he, Andersson?
Correct, he did indeed, yeah, when Lunet's steering was broken. So there are 2 Darbacks. This is Tobias Darback. Tobias has had a pretty good season so far. Both the Darbacks are here. Hal, you were saying Tobias has been multiple champion of crosscar, hasn't he, back at home in Denmark?
Yeah, 7 times I think he's Danish champion. Has done a bit of supercar as well, and these lights cars, Tommy's the master of driving the lights cars, along with Kasper Janssen and these guys. Tommy, they're so specific to drive, aren't they? You need to be so smooth because you can't afford to scrub off the speed.
Yeah, exactly. They're kind of easy cars to drive, but when you are fighting for the 10s, then it gets difficult, because if you get even a small slide, then because there's no turbo, the engine will die a bit and then you will lose straight away.
Darback into the Joker on this final lap, and he's gonna come out just ahead of Kasper Janssen. Janssen's gonna go around the outside in the final corner. Darback's gonna hold on. That's a phenomenal victory against one of the best supercar lights drivers in the world. Fantastic job. That'll give Darback so much confidence, won't it, going into the semi-finals and finals this afternoon?
Yeah, it was P5 Hal as well, with a third, remember, in that last session. Yeah, considering Janssen and Olofsson were in there. Andersson, I think, is the only driver left who could deny him the win in the session. That would be his first win as well of a session, if he can hold on for this one. So yeah, of course, he was helped a little by Olofsson, and look at Olofsson here, turns in, and Olofsson, is there a nudge from Kasper? Maybe.
I think if there is, you can't really hold him accountable, because Olofsson's tried to go around the outside on the looser part of the circuit. It was always optimistic from there, wasn't it?
Look at that up the bank. I actually think he did well to come back to as close as he did, Olofsson. He only finished the race 2.2 off the leader, having had all that problem up at the top of the hill.
Was it Michael Uito that disappeared over the top of that bank last year and disappeared out of shot?
Like, where's he gone? Yeah, just a little rear wing poking up. But 3 cars there over the line within 0.193 of a second. 2/10 covering 3 cars. Doesn't get much closer than that. Our timing screen says, no, sorry, I'm looking at difference to previous, 0.274, 3/10. That's still not much for 3 cars. Andersson then on the inside, then Kevin Darback, Erik Hesleberget and Nils Christian Haug. We're still looking to see if Lars Erik Haug is going to get back out or not. You reckon yay or nay? He's looking at the pre-grid.
Yes.
Hal's saying yes. So Andersson's got to get a great start here, needs to be in the clear. Does get a good start now, just doesn't need taking out in turn 1. I think he'll just dip a little on the brake and get through. Darback side by side behind, which is going to help out with Berget. They're getting to each other. They're opening up the door maybe for Haug, but the biggest door opening is for Andersson at the front to potentially take this session. Now, could he take the TQ, Hal? He's got a P2 and he's 9 points off Olofsson. Olofsson is where? P4, but not that far off in terms of times, is he?
I'm saying no.
Yeah, I think not. But Kasper won. No, he didn't, did he? Kasper. So actually, Kasper might not nick it off Olofsson either, because he was 6 points back. Going to depend what drivers slot in between Kasper Janssen and Simon Olofsson, isn't it, from these races? Yeah.
So you're right about your call on the first. The run to the first corner that Andersson just needed to stay out of trouble. I was looking at that start grid thinking this is danger, not that anyone's going to take him out, but he's starting a race with 3 of the least experienced Supercar lights drivers in the field, and like we saw with Ollie Eriksson in Supercar yesterday, you just can't predict what drivers who are A, inexperienced, and B, you don't know very well are going to do. When you're racing the same people over and over again, you know that someone will give you space, someone's likely to be quite hard on you in the first corner. You get to know the profiles of the different drivers, and Tommy, that's real, isn't it? You get to know the guys you're racing, and when you're driving against new people, that can A, be easier because you don't have any of that knowledge and you just go for whatever gap there is, but it's also risky.
Yeah, I think it's easier when you know the guys and you can really predict a bit what they're gonna do. Obviously, you can never predict fully, but a little bit. And I think Andersson's driving looks a bit different than the others. He's going much more sideways, and I think he has a stiffer car also. But interesting to see how the time will be. Now a little bit of understeer also.
You can see quite a lot, I guess, with the experience in the cars when you're looking at them in terms of what they're doing and setup and so on. You're just seeing little tiny details.
Yeah, a little bit, but actually when I was driving these cars, we didn't really do any testing, and I just used the base setup, so I don't really know. I don't really know what to do with it.
Absolutely brilliant. Andersson over the line to 13.6 is fastest, yep. But Darback drops in. Actually, Kevin Darback's done a good time there, Hal. 2:15.4.
It's going to be fourth, I think, ahead of Olofsson. Fourth quickest at the moment.
Yeah, but also only 0.6 off his brother, but then that shows how close it is, look.
Yeah, I'd say Kevin Darback was so much less experienced than Tobias. That's a great run. And the importance of getting out clean from the first corner and following someone with, Lucas Andersson hasn't got the most experience in the world, but he's done this for a season and he's clearly very, very good. So getting on the back of someone like that in a clean race can only help you watch where they're going, watch how they move the car around, and gain a little bit more time.
Well, that's a shame. Haug's car hasn't turned up to the line, so despite the efforts of the team, obviously again Haug weren't able to let them know, because that would have meant that we would have had 2 5-car races instead of this. But there you go. Lene here on the outside of Ida Tornholt. Linnea's got to get around. Ida's a good starter and she's been going very well this year, but Linnea's got to get away, try and get the lap times in. Lene, before this session, he says he's already put the supercar stuff on top, was sitting in P7, so yeah, good time here, might move him up onto the front rows.
Always risky, isn't it, in a 2-car race, because you think if you two fire each other off in the first corner, you're going to feel very silly about it. Oh yeah,
mind you, give us 3 minutes less work. What would you do? Like, what do they do if they both, I suppose they're both DNFs, isn't it? That's it, no result, done. Have you ever had a race where everyone's retired?
Yeah, I think so.
What,
no, someone's usually dragged their car to the end, haven't they?
To extend the misery out to 8 minutes or whatever.
Well, Kevin Darback's just crossed over the cable. Sleeping policeman behind us, and taken half it with him under his lights car. So there's some Finnish marshals running after him to try and retrieve it.
Yeah, he's got it. Good man. Longest semi-final ever, Hal, I think for me, was ARX at Mud, Ohio. I think, if I remember correctly, it was 8 or 9 minutes. It was so slippery with the cars on slicks on mud, and it was because American TV, the highlight show because they have so many advert breaks, each part is only about 7 minutes long. So Richie, the producer, was like, well, what the bloody hell are we going to do here? And he sat in his room editing at midnight while I've gone off to get him a McDonald's, because it was not we did not have any staff on that series. IMG desperately tried to save American Rallycross, but then failed on it, which was a bit of a shame. And yeah, so we had to edit the semi-final to get it into the part. It was so long. More stories from television. Hope they're not too boring for you. I think it's quite nice for you guys to know what goes on in the background, but yeah, literally making decisions about what can I cut out of this race. There was one point where the guy got out the safety car and it was sliding down the hill on its own in park. Ridiculous. So Lene, how close will he be to the... Actually, Lene might go quickest here. Let's look at what the times are as he crosses over the line. 2:14.3, P2. That's a great time.
Great comeback, isn't it, from the issues earlier on.
So that might move Lene, say he was 7th prior to this. Yeah, how close were the points in front of him? Yeah, I reckon that'll put him on the front row. I think that will put him comfortably on the front row. If we get a standings after the session, we'll be able to tell you. Right. Business end of the session now, nearly there. Then we're on to semis and finals. controversial opinion, but me and Hal Ridge, not such fans of double headers.
No, I would openly say that.
Yeah, it takes away the value. You know, used to fight all weekend for a win, and now there's 2 in a weekend. I'm like, I do love it. I literally love it. But given the choice, I'd go 10 weekends of single headers. Wouldn't you? 10 too many.
I think I'd mix it up a bit.
Would you? Interesting. I might do a double header on, say, a city circuit or something. Bolevsky leads from Ericsson, Seppa and Tam, Enland and Val, to Pine and Oman, Martins, Turin, Johansson. At the minute it's Turi and Martinovs. Turi will make it and Martinovs won't. 13 supercars, only 12 places available in the 2 semi-finals. Top 3 from each will go through. Ericsson can deny Bolevsky. Basically, this is pretty much first past the post. He's definitely going to deny him if he's not there.
It's Jens Val that's missing.
Oh, it's Val missing, sorry.
Bolevsky's on the outside of the grid.
Sorry, yes. He is coming, we're told. Yeah, I glanced up and assumed that the standings, of course, were going to be how the grid was, but it's not, because the grid is made from the results of the previous session. So how Ollie and the starts, he was saying, wasn't he? He hasn't managed to get it right. Now he's hoping that he's dialed it in. It's interesting to me, you know, they've had the Civics a long time, but still not quite on top of the launches.
Well, what he was saying was they don't have an engine engineer here, so there's no one from Mountune here
looking at it.
So normally they've got an engine engineer to look after all the start parameters, and they're super complicated. A Rallycross Supercar, where you're controlling the RPM and the boost, and you know, I'm getting into that stuff now with my Supercar projects, and it's complicated. So there is Val coming up to the grid, being let onto the pre-grid.
Yeah, Marshall's waved him on, didn't they? Looked like a quick tyre check on the way on.
Great that the RallyX series is flexible enough to wait for him. But yeah, so there's lots of
no tyre warm either.
Lots of, maybe he's carrying an issue and
that's
he'll be slow off the line.
He doesn't want to break it, so he may do a slow start. What happened to him in the last one? God, I can't remember anything. He was second in the session.
He won his race, and Ollie Eriksson watched it with us in the studio.
Yeah, he did. So in theory, no issue unless they've been working on something on the car.
I want to see.
Late. There must have been something going on in the paddock.
I want to see a Hail Mary here from Ollie Eriksson on the inside, because he's very sideways through turn 1, and that could cause plenty of action.
Here we go. Eriksson, Val, Seppa, Tam and Bolevsky. Bolevsky on the outside, Seppa in the middle. Eriksson on the inside's got it though, round the outside line. Oh, Bolevsky chucks it in and holds on. Eriksson is super clean. Tam is going to lose out maybe to Seppa here. Seppa into the door of Tam. Tam gets out on the loose. He could lose another position if he's not careful. Jens Val did get a fairly slow start and gets a position back. Tam manages to hold on to it now.
Ollie Eriksson nudges the rear Bolevsky into the hairpin. It doesn't look like Val's operating at maximum potential of that Audi, does it? Eriksson gets so sideways down the hill, but makes it work with the rotation, hits the bump, pitches the front of the Honda up in the air, really hanging with Bolevsky. Seppa going with them as well. Seppa's been my driver of the weekend, to be honest, Andrew, really with these much more experienced supercar drivers at this level.
How we spoke, I think it was last year, about a similar thing with that the Subarus had in American Rallycross that the Civic has, which is being slightly longer when there is only one clean line. If they get just a little bit wide, they drop a rear onto the loose. And I think
we talked about that a lot last year with Ollie Eriksson, Kevin Eriksson, driving that car here. Bolevsky runs wide again in the hairpin at the bottom of the hill. Comes to the apex at the latter part, doesn't really lose any ground. Look how sideways Ollie Eriksson gets on the way in, into the Joker this time around, followed by Seppa. That's absolutely perfect for Ollie Eriksson. There's no way he's going to get held up behind, and now he really needs to nail the perfect lap around Kouvola to try and get on the back of Bolevsky.
So the left-hander, when we come through it, if we're on the drone again, you'll see there's one wheel mark through the dirt on the outside, and that's the rear right of Eriksson from the previous lap, and you could just see how broadside he got. He'll be hoping Bolevsky makes a similar mistake up in the hairpin this time round. Here comes Eriksson, and he really is pushing hard.
Running much wider than he had done before there up the hill. Bolevsky much tidier around the hairpin than he was last time around. That's not ideal for Ollie Eriksson. A little flick of the brake lights, a little dab of the brake with the left foot just to balance the car. Keep it nice and straight on the braking, turn in hard. Eriksson's close though.
It's going to be for the TQ then. Who can take it? Bolevsky's done a really tidy last lap, slots the Audi out just in front. He came into this one sitting in the TQ spot, and this will confirm him as the top qualifier for round 4. Eriksson in the Honda couldn't quite match up to him. Seppa crosses the line, and Tam, where is Jens Val? Jens is a long way back, House, so I reckon there's definitely a problem with the car.
Yeah, he's still going round, isn't he? But slowly, there he is.
It wasn't slow, was it?
Well, it was slow for him, wasn't it? He would be right at the front of that fight normally. have a look back at the start. Val doesn't make the worst start, does he? But doesn't get away brilliantly either. Ericsson much tidier through the first corner than he had been in the previous races. Tam here in the background, inexperienced I think, tries to shut the door on Seppa, then gets run really wide. Really, I think, and more experienced driver would have rolled out the throttle a little bit and tried to tuck in, because once you're in the gravel out there, you've...
or not have the contact, Hal. That's the other thing, is if he'd just gone side by side with him, he wouldn't have got so broadside. Yes, he
commit more or commit less, but just going side by side and having a bit of contact is not going to get you anywhere fast. So easy for me to say standing here, though, isn't it?
Oh, mate, we always say that. We stand there and criticise some of the best rallycross drivers in the world for a mistake they make. We're well aware that we're rubbish compared to them.
Tommy's looking at me thinking, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you haven't got a clue. Halman, what you seeing? What are you thinking for the final later? Belevsky, Ericsson, somebody else?
I think Ericsson is going to struggle with the longer wheelbase. As you can see in this start, he was sliding all over the place, and it's difficult with that car in this track to be fast. I think Belevsky is going to be strong.
There we are. Belevsky did make a little mistake in the final yesterday, but Ericsson wasn't able to capitalise. This should be fun in turn one. Terpainen on the outside is who my money's on. 15-year-old stepping up to Supercar from crosscar. Crosscar Junior, actually, I think. On the inside, though, Martinson gets a good start, but Terpainen goes all the way around the outside. Toren drops into the back behind Turi. So, what can Terpainen do in clear air in that Fiesta, Hal?
Well, based on Tjörp, quite a lot, and should know this track significantly better than he knew Tjörp. That is a proper rallycross car, that isn't it? That's the ex-Nicholas Gronholm M Sport built Ford Fiesta WRC based supercar, first used in Europe by Ken Block in the 2014 World Championship, Norway, wasn't it, where he came for the first time, finished on the podium.
And then Loiak.
With Reinis Nittis.
And that was really a recce. I don't think many people realised it. Derek Dauncey had been in Portugal earlier in the year watching, hadn't he? And they were having a sniff around in the background, and then of course it all got confirmed, and Backer got confirmed as a driver, and it was wonderful times. Yeah,
great times. We were talking about Andreas this morning, and that Hoonigan program of that era, that was a special time for rallycross, wasn't it? I don't think that's over. I think we can get back to those heady days. I think it wouldn't take much to change how things are, but you can't deny it's been a difficult period for the sport in all levels in the last few years. COVID was the catalyst for that, to be fair. The electric transition has not been straightforward, and then COVID made that all the worse, didn't it? So it's been a tricky period. But the core element of the sport hasn't changed at all, and I still think we can get back to those big days. 15, 16, 17, 18 in the World Championship were massive, weren't they? And we're still living off those now, especially given the cars that are still competing here in RallyX.
I used to love it when you had a 40-car entry at somewhere like Hollius, and if a top driver had a puncture, they were screwed. They
Sounds
were
like crosscar.
But they were in all sorts of trouble, weren't they? It was like he's going to have to win every other session to make the semi-finals, and then they would. Solberg and double jokers and Metet still making it through, and just all sorts. It was a good time. Here comes Terpainen.
2:08 the target time.
He's going to get there. 2:02 might do, What's he going to get on the line? Crosses it. Terpainen, does he go fastest? 2:08.9. What was the previous one?
2:82 from Belevsky.
9 point, but he has got Ollie. He's got Ollie. So he pushes Ollie Ericsson down into P3. 2:08.926 for Terpainen. That's throwing down just before the semis in the final, isn't it?
Didn't have the best day yesterday, did he? Had that contact with Belevsky at the bottom of the hill in the hairpin and the final, and caused a lot of damage that meant he didn't finish. Committed through the first corner. Sometimes, Tommy, you've just got to send it, haven't you, and hope that no one clips you on the inside.
Yeah, exactly. I think Terpainen made a small mistake in the last corner. He kept it quite tight after the choker. I don't know, didn't he get any information from his spotter that there's no one close behind?
So
but
he could have used more road.
Yeah,
we're riding above him now in that exact point.
You can see it here. He's really tight. Even tighter than the clean line.
And then understeering through the exit compared to carrying
I think
speed.
he lost a few tenths there.
So would it have been enough to take the session? Maybe.
Maybe not that much, but a little bit.
8.9, what did he do? And it's only 7 tenths in it.
3/4 of a second off, isn't it?
How many tenths would it have been?
2, 3.
2.
Love it. Love the accuracy. Right, final race of qualifying here from Kouvola in Finland. Kouvola?
Yes, very good.
Very good.
Yes.
I got a very good from a Finn.
We normally say Kouvola. We always say Kouvola.
We kind of say Kouvola.
But it takes too long to say Kouvola.
Kiitos, Kouvola. Okay, Johansson, Oman, Martinovs and Sendland. Come on, round the outside. Let's go, Martin, don't let us down. Oman just manages to squeeze Johansson on the inside, and around the outside does go Sendland, but he's gone a little bit too wide. Is he going to get back? He's all squirrely on the brakes.
Tell you what, Martin massively got away with that, because Martinovs in the Andy Scott livery Peugeot 2 really bailed out of the throttle quite early there, threw the anchor out and let Martin run around the outside. That's very fair, I think, when you haven't got the experience of the other drivers, certainly in lights or at this level like Martinovs doesn't, to be in a great car like that but not causing mayhem. I really admire. You know, he's going about his learning, he's not causing chaos. Quite often you see a new driver come into a supercar and it's absolute bedlam because they're not prepared for the speed and how dramatic things can be. So yeah, while I would love to have seen him stick it back up the inside of Enland and made a race of it, I think it's a great way to learn to know where your limit is and to improve all the time.
Enland ran pretty deep there on the straight, then he got out in the dust. I was just thinking back to Esteringhausen, I'm not going to name names, but one of our friends who was a driver came there for the first time, and I saw the grids for the first race, and I knew there was a particularly carnage driver. I said, you need to watch out for him up in turn 1. And he came back, if you remember, after the first race and confirmed my thoughts. So it is interesting.
You'll have to enlighten me on that.
I can't, you don't remember, really? No. Hang on, we'll go up there and I'll tell you.
What cars were they? I think perhaps people shouldn't throw stones in glass houses.
What a shame. You've missed the 3 best seconds of the broadcast there.
And they were off air. That sums us up completely.
Amazing. DM us, I'll tell you the story. Some of you. If I've had enough DMs with you, if you're trusted, I'll tell you the story. I've shot myself there, hasn't I? Because anyone don't reply to me, he doesn't like me, oh no. But yeah, it's fun stuff, fun stuff. Tommy, we'll after this race, we're going to go and take a very quick break. So good to see you.
Good to see you.
Are you going to be watching the finals? Are you doing a bit of networking? Just literally touristing?
Pretty much touristing. It's quite nice also to be just watching around for once, so nothing special.
Yeah, not being involved and not having to think about it all the time. Enland comes in with a 2:11.2, which is about fifth.
Fastest,
yeah. That's it then. Qualifying is done.
Cheers, Tommy. Good to see you, mate.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Take it easy, mate. I'll see you obviously in America later this year. But will he come to any more RallyX?
Let's see. Probably not, but you never know.
All right, sweet. Well,
you need more tourist time.
Yeah.
Everyone needs more.
Yeah,
I would like
lake,
that.
Fishing.
Yeah. Northern Sweden. Nice.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
See you there.
All right, mega.
See you.
Thanks, Tommy. See you later.
Thank you so much.
Legend. So Tommy Howman is off, and we are just waiting on these replays, and then we'll be off as well for a short break before the semis and the final. Tommy's going to be a weapon. He's so capable. I really hope he gets to make the most of the opportunity. I think he's a great driver.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
With Seth behind him, Seth Lowenbro, it's a good tie-up. I think when you look at the tie-up between JC and Dreyer and Reinbold, do you know what I mean? The type of the European Rallycross
American
experience.
powerhouse coupled with massive experience and ability from Europe.
Exactly. So yeah. I think Seth Lowenbro is a great tie-up. UC's not missed a trick there, has he? I'd like to see Arpin back. Think we might see anything of Arpin? I mean, they're only running FC2s.
I think that's unlikely.
You reckon?
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Let's see.
No, I just think Steve's done his stuff, hasn't he? And to step into FC2 is probably not where he wants to be.
Oh no, I think he'd want to be. Yeah, but I think the idea of them having a team opens up the possibility
for sure,
in future to go FC1.
For sure.
I don't think Arpin would like to do FC2, but I like the idea they might want to do FC1.
Yeah.
Right, we're eating into our break time here, so I'm really sorry, but we're just going to go.
Thank you, bye.
Cheers, and we'll see you for the semis very shortly. Welcome back to Kouvola in Finland. We're coming through to the closing stages of round 4 of RallyX 2024. Our second venue, of course, we started off in Tierp in Sweden, now Kouvola, Finland. Next up, we're going to Älvsbyn at the top of Sweden for Högenbargen. We'll figure it out next time. Then we head to Denmark and finally to Estering. So a fantastic calendar. We're having a great time. Hope you guys are as well. Beautiful sunshine here in Finland. I know you can't really see us because it's so bright outside. The lights are on. My name's Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge. He is firing up the YouTube comments. I'm firing up my brain.
I was actually looking for my glasses initially, but
you realised where they were. Eyes of a bat, as usual. Yeah, we're having a great time. Hope you guys are too. Here are the qualifying standings after Crosscar Junior finished with their Q3. Hampus Hagström with the TQ ahead of Oliver Solly. They are your championship prize fighters. Pete Tupira with a great job this weekend. New driver certainly to me. Alex Antila in P4. Tapainen, Isak Setra, Kinnunen, Spedlund, Oskarsson, Carlson, Jansen, Schnack, Matalamaki, fantastic name. Nielsen, Schnack again. Niemi, Hukka and Mutik make the cut. So Lawrence Hume and Hugo Lundgren Jr. will have to fight again at the next round to try and make it through to the semis. So 18 cars through to 3 semi-finals. Top 2 from each go through to the final. And the first one is on the line and ready to go, featuring Hampus Hagström on the front row with Alex Antila. Row 2, Nico Kinnunen and Arvid Carlson. Row 3, Pitu Matalamaki and Sana Niemi. 9,300 is the rev limiter, and you can hear they've all been sitting on that for a very long time as they get away. Hagström with not such a good start as Antila on the front row. Kinnunen gets squeezed from Arvid Carlson outside and loses the position, so Carlson moves up to P3. Out front though, Hagström has managed to hold on with the benefit of the inside line, and that's why TQ is so important. So Hagström leads from Antila.
And the track conditions are very different to what they were when the juniors last went out, with the watered track to suppress the dust, as is oh so necessary on a hot sunny day here in the Nordic region. We're not in Scandinavia, as is often the misconception, but we are in the Nordic region, and it's very hot and sunny.
Finland's not a part of Scandi, no?
No.
Is it? What's Scandinavia include then? School me, go on.
I think it's Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and I don't know. I think is there another?
I don't know.
Finland's not anyway.
Geography boy.
I did so badly in my AS geography, I wasn't allowed to go back for A2.
I got an A in my GCSE geography, and then did I get ungraded? I can't remember. I got absolutely terrible A-level results. And
that's not a surprise to me, on the basis that on the way to Neeson last year, we got to the sea and had to do a 2-hour detour to get back to the bridge.
We stupidly stuck it in Google Maps whilst arguing about what we were going to eat / where we were going to stop. Could we I don't even remember. What country we're in, what burger thing can we get? And we set off, and Google Maps hadn't been set to avoid ferries.
It was the first round, wasn't it? So we were just chuntering away about catching up.
6 months worth of rubbish, and basically ended up having a bit of a nightmare. So,
and for those that don't know, when Andrew's not happy, it's a miserable experience, I can tell you that.
I was not happy until for an hour, was I? So we had grand plans to get in there and have a nice chilled evening. Then weren't we at that weird hotel?
Yeah.
Hotel, what is it? America.
Just for you.
At the end of a very, very long driveway. Long enough driveway that I could do a 5k run the following morning before I saw anything of interest.
Antila runs really wide on the grass on the way down.
The branding.
Caught on the rear spoiler. The banner there would have carried lots and lots of speed right to the outside on the Joker merge. Maintains track position ahead of Matalamaki. Alamaki looking to the inside into the first corner of the next lap, but that was a brilliant Joker call from the driver Antila, and that will make him move through to the final later on this afternoon, barring any disaster.
You might, if you'd known, you might have liked to wait one more lap, wouldn't you, just so you don't risk Matalamaki taking you out in turn 1, trying to get past.
But you don't know, you've got no spotter, you've just got to guess. And
that's a good guess. It's
brilliant job.
Yeah, really good.
Such a high risk in these semi-finals when only 2 go up, because one slightly missed opportunity and you're gone, aren't you?
Took the branding with him, did a Tanner Faust on it. Lovely stuff. Hagström is going to wait until the final lap to Joker. Matalamäki's gone down, drops one position down. Here is Antila. Where's Hagström, our leader, our championship man? Here he is.
Up the road and gone some 7.2 seconds ahead when they crossed the line last time around.
Wow. That's a lot. Yeah, I've got good GCSEs, Hal. Terrible A-levels, though. I was so disinterested in the results. My mum came in the morning with the results, threw the envelope on the bed. I was like, here they are. And I was like, what? Being a teenager, still in bed and half asleep. Here comes Hagström, definitely not asleep. Absolutely. I mean, that is destruction of a semi-final. Look at the gap. Nailed it.
Domination.
Total domination.
So
what's the gap in the end? What's the gap? It is 7.0.
So lost 2 attempts by doing the Joker in the overall gap.
So yeah, I think my mum was more keen to hear the results than I was, and then of course when I opened them, mum and dad were terribly displeased, both being school teachers, that I'd flunked my A-levels.
My dad said I did. Our cat did more revision for its GCSEs than I
hardly did any revision.
I couldn't revise, mate.
No,
it was
boring.
really hard. I found it really tough.
I don't like exams. It's not me at all. I'm way better if you ask me to do something.
Coursework and stuff. I was fine at. I mean, it'd be up all nighters. The first of my all nighters in my career.
Last minute. You still do. You'll be up for an all nighter tonight, won't you?
I know, but it's very different because I haven't known that I need to do this for 6 months. And
and Tila, that was mega. Right out to the tyres. Look, took the branding off too.
The problem with reporting on rallycross events is, unlike a rally, you can't really build the narrative.
No.
You can only write about it at the end because it's so often an experienced motorsport journalist would come and cover rallycross and be like, "Oh, I'll cover it for you this weekend." You know, when we work for the same publication.
Yeah, go on.
So they work on a rally or a touring car race. You know, British touring cars. There's 3 races. You can sort of write about the 3 races and then tie it all together.
Yeah.
Rally you can do each day. Rallycross.
Especially now it's double headers.
But until the finals happened, the rest could largely be irrelevant. So it's really difficult to build that narrative.
Oliver Solly, Tapainen, Svedland, Johansson, Nielsen and Hukar at the back. Solly gets a good start, but a better start from row 2. Absolutely brilliant by Carl Svedland, looking up the inside, could be contact here. They're 3 wide in turn 1. There is a tiny little nudge between Svedland and Solly. Solly has dropped down to P2, so Tapainen is in the lead here.
Hukar had a look up the inside through turn 2, but couldn't make it work against the barrier. Solly really needs to get to the front of this race and take victory to ensure a front row start for the final, because if he's not on the front row, that is definitely going to be advantage Hagström come the final later on today.
Yeah, we saw yesterday, didn't we, that because I think, so where in crosscar the semi-finals can be fire.
Johansson into the Joker this time around is going to come out at the back of the pack, but only just.
There just isn't that depth, Al, is there in crosscar junior in quite the same way. I guess, as we said yesterday, because they're still learning.
Well, that's the nature of the junior category, isn't it?
Yeah. So the semis tend to be not a foregone conclusion, but a little bit easier.
Solly's so close to the barrier on the inside there, really using every little millimetre of the road. If you could have a big millimetre, that'd be handy, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah. I reckon he'll go this lap, Solly. What do you reckon? He's got enough now. Obviously, he won't know that, but I reckon he'll go. Different line through there. Look, now open it up, run it out wide. Go on, Oliver.
No, I thought he'd open the steering up to run into the Joker. Go
so
again.
I
do think that's a sensible option, though, Andrew, because so early in the race, you just don't know what the gap is behind. And when you're so focused on the car in front as well, you haven't got the luxury of looking in the mirror. A lot of mirrors aren't the greatest things ever on a cross car, are they?
No, they are absolutely surplus to requirement a lot of the time. All you see is a flash of colour, and then they come up your inside. It's old bugger. Like it's
well,
really.
I don't think that's an experience from the front-running cross-car drivers.
No, it's not. But you know what I mean. You literally get a flash of colour, and that is your only warning that there's somebody there having a crack at it. It's just they're not. Yeah, it's not like a mirror on a car.
What is an interesting experience is when you hear the car, but you can't see it. That's all. That's.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? You're like, no. Right, this time, go on, Ola. Oh no! Disaster! That's a great move from Tapainen. So Solly had to change his mind, Hal, and I think he just got away with changing his mind.
And Tapainen carried so much speed into the Joker. That was a massive Joker lap.
That might be enough,
Pauli, that could really change the outcome of this race.
That could so basically these merges are won on tenths of a second. If you change your mind, Solly was committed to that, and the split second he realised that Tapainen was going to go in front of him, he changed his mind. Now that compromises his line on that, so he maybe loses. Oh, in the background, Yeah, up the bank. That's where, who was it last year? Uito's race ended, so that's parked. So Solly coming round. Can he hold on from Turpainen, having Turpainen's done that brilliant joker?
I think Solly will go again now, just to try and build a gap. Yeah,
he does. Good shout, Hal. But that's how switched on they are as well.
Yeah,
so
well, he will have known he'll know he lost a little bit of momentum when he changed his mind.
I reckon he's got enough already.
Yeah. What's the biggest mind change?
Where's Turpainen gone, Hal? Turpainen's dropped to 4th, 5th. So Pauli Turpainen was in 2nd and has completely dropped off.
That's the Johansson who's climbed to 2nd, having joked on the opening lap.
Sorry, Hal, he must have been involved with Svedland. We saw Svedland go off in the background and up the bank, but we didn't see what happened. So I reckon Turpainen must have been involved in that because he's disappeared. Has he crossed or not? No, he hasn't crossed the timing line. So he's gone from hero, unfortunately, to 0, and that's handed a place in the final right now to Theo Johansson. Solly is going to have it all his own way. He won't necessarily know, but he can take it easy through here. Look at the gap he's got.
I hear Turpainen stopped in turn 2, so we don't know why, but the car is there, we're told.
Here they are in the background. Solly risks it a bit in the
Nielsen's
final corner.
all over the back. Johansson as well for the last place in the final.
Not going to be close enough, though. Almost. Looks both sides.
10 out of 10 for effort.
Yeah, Johansson gets it. So there must have been something that happened between Svedland and Turpainen. That's a shame for Turpainen, Hal, because it was... Here he is. He was nudged against the wall. So stuck. No reverse. We discussed this yesterday. No reverse, meaning there's nothing wrong with that car. And he couldn't get away. I'd have a big stick in the car so you could push yourself back off the arm.
Well, it's like going rental karting with your mates, isn't it? When you all... Of course, when I go rental karting with my friends...
very sensible.
Nothing ever happens. But you can get your foot and wheel yourself backwards, can't you, on the front wheel?
Yeah, risk one of your mates running into your leg.
We went rental karting at the... while we were doing the Autosport show earlier this year.
Who went?
Rental karting. Some of the Ovenden family from British Rallycross, Patrick O'Donovan... Some of Team RX. Who else was there? Some people took it very seriously.
I was just about to say, I mean, as the owner of the rental car company, I would immediately have alarm bells ringing if they knew anyone was.
Patrick knew someone that worked there, so it was okay. But so at one point, I was laughing so hard I had to stop because my side hurt so much.
Really?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
That was a spin all on Pauli Turpainen's own, and
Solly, a bit too much curb in that final corner. He really hit the inside of that curb hard. You maybe wouldn't do that on any lap except the last one.
Not quite as hard as Nielsen did in their desperation to make it through to the final, but I feel for Turpainen at home.
Yeah, me too.
Small mistake, not making it through.
Could have won the semi, unfortunately ends up as a DNF along with Carl Svedland. It is Solly and Johansson who go through, so your championship prize fighters, Hagström and Solly, they'll be on the front row together.
Someone says in YouTube comments, too much candy for these two. Can't follow the racing anymore. I have to say it's pretty difficult to follow the timing screen, the racing and everything else going on.
It's a gift for us. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'll come to the studio, Henka. We'll see if we can switch the lights on. Put this on for us. Yeah, you can keep your hat on if you want. You can go over the top. There we go. We'll switch this on. Here we go. Hello. You're live. Do not swear. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good weekend?
Yeah, we have a nice weekend and a lot of spectators, and I think everybody has fun.
Yeah, we have.
At least one. Ismo and maybe you have also.
We always have fun here. We love it here. We do. So yeah, thank you for having us back.
Yeah. So I have a gift to you.
Thank you.
So you maybe know that you are now in Kouvola.
Yes.
Yeah. So visit Kouvola is my message to all the spectators.
Absolutely do. Yeah, it's a beautiful place.
Yeah, this is a very beautiful place, and thank you for your visit here.
Thank you so much. It's really very much appreciated. Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Every time we come here, we're welcomed with open arms, and we love it. We feel like the sport is really welcome here, and it's such a great town. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
really
you
kind.
for visiting us.
Cheers. Thank you.
Next year.
Brilliant. I look forward to it.
We'll be back.
How fantastic is that? Thank you so much. Really, I appreciate it. Thank you, mate. How lovely.
Cheers.
Wonderful. Oh, what brilliant. It just reinforces my love of this brilliant place. It does. Look at what's in here, what we got. Ooh.
We've got semi-final 3. Let's do this afterwards.
Oh, come on now. Right. P2 Pira, Sebastian Isak, Tetra Pontus Oskarsson, Carl Schnack, Axel Schnack and Georg Gunnar Mutik at the back. I want Pira to make it, Hal, just on the basis that I've been really impressed. And another home driver in the final will be a good thing.
Oh, for sure. And Isaac Cetra as well has done a great job this weekend, learning in the RallyX field this season. Oh, Isaac Cetra second up the hill.
Mutik was having a look around the outside there. Halbert got caught out by that looseness on the outside. It's kind of not on, is it? You can do it in turn 1 but not in turn 2.
The grip's quite consistent on the outside of 2 now as well, isn't it? As Isaac Cetra runs deep, Pontus Oskarsson's going to have a look around the outside down the hill. That's a brave move to turn into the left, gets it done. Isaac Cetra's dropped to 3rd. Would you joker from there? Not sure you would.
Both
but
the Schnacks do. Carl and Axel Schnack have both gone joker together. I thought he was going to have a little pop there, actually, at Isaac Cetra, didn't you? On the way into the left-hander, but not quite close enough.
Yeah, it's such a shame when 2 teammates or, siblings joker together, because it's just not ideal, is it? You're only going to compromise each other, really, and if someone has a problem, you're both going to lose out.
They're from row 2 and row 2 and row 3. They qualified 4th and 5th in this one. Peter Pira, I love the big number on the front. Peter Hellman, you're sitting here watching. Have a look at the lead car here. Peter Pira, I want that in the regulations next year. A dirty, great big number on the front of the car. We always see them from the front. They've all got blue or yellow cross cars now. Change the rules, please. Is that all right? Look at it. Look how easy it is. Look at this car. Look, if Peter's run the championship along there. Look at that.
Peter's a bit disappointed you're adding more jobs to his already full.
Do you like it, Peter? Show me. I can't hear him.
He's saying it's not my problem.
You can't hear us. Don't be ridiculous.
Great job from Pira though out front. Number or no number, there's loads of numbers on Pira's car. Look at that little bump, really unsettles the junior cross cars, doesn't it? Up the hill, you don't even notice that in a supercar.
I like Pira's visor as well.
Isaac Cetra lost out early on. I think we'll be a bit disappointed.
We will focus on the racing, don't worry, say. We said yesterday, cross-car junior semi-finals quite often a little bit predictable because of the spread of abilities in them. Cross-car will be usually a lot closer. How about the one surprise, of course, in the last one with the mistake for Tapainen? 3 laps to go. Pira still out front. Isaac Cetra has gone for the joker now. Here comes Pira. Where's this bump? Hal, it's through this right-hander, isn't it?
Yeah, just there. Just unsettles a little bit on the. Actually, at the worst time when you're starting to load the car up on the left-hand side, and the bump can easily change the direction. Pontus Oskarsson needs to respond fairly soon to Isaac Cetra.
Yeah, I was looking at that. 2.6 is the gap. It would be enough right now. If he went immediately, should cover Isaac Cetra off. But of course, they don't know because, as we've said a few times, juniors don't have spotters. Pira's going to go with a lap to go. That's sensible.
And Oskarsson.
Yeah, so Oskarsson in the background wall. Pira drops 1 wheel off, but is so far out in front it doesn't matter. Watching P2 for the merge here.
See Oskarsson open up the steering to run right to the outside. You wouldn't necessarily need to do that if you were sure there wasn't going to be someone hassling you for the position. Good awareness from these young drivers. Look how wide they're running now. I think they've really cleaned the line on the outside there, haven't they? The amount of running there's been today and the track work by the Finnish team here means you can carry quite a lot more speed. Sometimes you can't run on the line you wish to because the line's so dirty. So towards the end of the event, of course, naturally the track's a bit cleaner.
Johan Kristoffersson sent us a video of him in the sunshine. And yeah, last lap, Pira's going to take it. Oskarsson, Isaac Cetra not close enough. Good to see Pira in through to the final. Oskarsson too. So yeah, Johan, I'll have to watch the video in a minute, mate. Unfortunately, now we're on air. I can't watch it. Well, we can maybe in a minute. Really annoyed at the changing the colour on WhatsApp. Did we mention this yesterday? It's terrible. They've gone from blue to green. If you're a WhatsApp user, you know what I mean. Meta, you idiots. What else we got? Someone has offered. I'm not going to read out the word because I think it might be a rude word, but they said if I eat a sausage live on air, that I can drift their E30 next time I come to Kouvola. That sounds like a good deal, doesn't it, Hal?
I think it sounds a bit suspect.
That is from Panography. Thank you very much for your message. Much appreciated.
Hilarious.
He said there isn't a motorsport event in Finland without them. Actually, we saw the guy with the barbecue, didn't we, up at the top
Sausages or rear-wheel drive BMWs? Maybe both.
Elias Svensson with the TQ in crosscar from championship leader Ronald Spalding, then him, Merstad, Hugo, Hooker, Nilsson, Penton, and etc. They're on the grid and ready to go already, so they have absolutely no idea that TV is still behind them. Now we've caught up, so Svensson on the front row with Eek Merstad. Svensson gets away, Eek Merstad tucks in behind, side by side. One of those is Eric Nilsson and Rasmus Persson, who I think are having this little ding-dong up into turn 2. Contact, they're going to run out far too wide. The 21, the red car, is Rasmus Persson, who almost lost another position. Just holds on, but out front it is Svensson who leads from Eek Merstad, and Julalami is at the back of this pack.
Remarkably, Julalami did make the semis despite my prediction when we were in the studio earlier with the commentary box, earlier with Tommy Howman. None of the top 3 Joker this time around. Rasmus Persson does, as does Julalami in the background. Persson really ruining that mistake made earlier on, because fighting from the back of this pack. Oh, big wheelie coming out of the Joker lap from the black and red machine. Another black and red machine up front, hassling for the lead. But Svensson, who has been so strong today, is really pulling away up front, and pulling away 0.4 of a second in a crosscar race is a reasonable margin, isn't it, Andrew?
Mega, mate. Flames coming out the exhaust when they lift up into turn 1. Got to watch out for those back 2 now.
Merstad so good on the brakes though down the hill. That closed the gap on Svensson. I would love to have more split times to know how the gap was evolving.
It's 0.37 across the whole. Merstad's gone immediately. Merstad's gone from P2, backs it right in, trying to cover off the drivers around the outside who want to come out ideally still in P2. Comes out in P3 though, loses 1 place to Nilsson, who of course hasn't jokered yet, but does get out in front of Vanica. And that's clever because it just covers off for safety. Personally, Julalami behind.
Look how hard they're hitting the curb now in the first corner. Really, really moving the suspension around. I loved seeing Thomas Eek Merstad move the buggy, the crosscar around on the way into the Joker lap.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
Braking in a straight line, hard input on the brakes, and then throw it to the left. The rear comes around. It's just a great example of seeing someone really, really comfortable in the car they're driving.
There's no better feeling than backing a car in like that. And now Svensson responds. So Svensson's gone. Watch for Eek Merstad on the outside. Don't worry about Nilsson in the 34. This is about covering off Eek Merstad, and he's covered them both off anyway. So Svensson comes out in front of both Nilsson and Merstad. Oh, they're right with him though. So Nilsson right there. When Nilsson jokes he's going to lose out to Eek Merstad, but great stuff from our leading 2 drivers. Svensson to me is looking like definitely wanting to win this year.
I could be wrong, but I think Niels Anderson might be spotting for Elias Svensson this weekend.
Yeah,
and if he is, all that experience Niels has of working with a KMS team, he was spotting for Vaby last time in Tjerp, and that's a sign of a really astute spotter. Make sure you keep track position over the guy you're racing, not necessarily the guy that's going to take track position and the race lead, but still had enough margin to get in and out and maintain the front of the pack. Of course, the spotter only does half the job. You need to tell the driver, and then the driver needs to execute.
Yeah.
It's such a collaborative relationship.
And you need the perfect laps. When they say this one's got to be perfect, it's got to be perfect. You get 1 lap and then they respond. If you're up against top drivers, this is what we were talking about earlier with tactics, they will nearly always respond immediately. So you get 1 lap and 1 joker to edge out your opponent, who might be within tenths of you.
Massive jump from Nilsson, who's really trying to pull a margin on Merstad. It's not going to happen. Julalami in the background trying to make amends on Vanica, but this is going to really harm Julalami's championship assault today, isn't it, by not making it through to the final.
Nilsson clipped the dust on the inside line and just kicked it up. Can he hold on for a position here ahead of Eek Merstad? He might have done enough. Eek Merstad comes around the outside though. He's going to take the position back only just. Svensson takes it, goes through to pole in the final. P2 goes to Eek Merstad. Nilsson just missed out.
Proper push from Nilsson, wasn't it, to try and pull enough margin. He may well have done that, but because Svensson was already in the front and probably managing a little bit, didn't allow Nilsson to push hard enough just to eke out the gap he needed.
Biggest gap in that race, Hal, was 1.6. The entire final was covered by 5.1 as they came over the line. Brilliant stuff.
So Niels Anderson's just WhatsApped me saying it's Alex Gustafsson spotting for Svensson. Both in the JC squad, of course. Alex Gustafsson's gone circuit racing this year.
I knew Nils was spotting because I saw him at the back of the grandstand.
Who are you spotting for, Nils? Let me know.
With his classic, with the headphones on, with the button on the side.
Nils says, I'm spotting for Kalle Gofferson. Okay, thank you, mate.
There we go. Perfect.
It's like a very one-sided conversation, isn't it, when the person can't respond? But thank you, Nils. But still, Alex Gustafsson's got great experience of racing in juniors and senior cross car.
That was a mistake there, wasn't it? I'm going to say a mistake. It's a bonfire person, yeah, but like without that.
But had Person not put it in the wall earlier on, you'd be in a different position in the grid, and then I think the margins are so small. Make one small mistake in the heats and you're really, really compromised.
He did the same there as Solly on the final corner, Hal, just hooking a wheel over the inside of the curbs. Semi 2. Championship leader Baldins with Martin Newgar on the front row. Latvia versus Estonia. Row 2, Penttinen and Cerner. Finland versus Estonia. Row 3 is Tree and Orav, Norway versus Estonia. So 3 Estonians in this one. But Baldins is the man we need to watch because of that championship situation. There is a bit of cloud about. I don't think it's going to rain, but there is a bit of cloud about. Baldins gets a good start. Ugar with him. In the background, there's a bit of a bundle going on. The 2 pace cars now running P2 and P3. In fact, there are 3 pace cars in this one. I think it's Ugar and Cerner. Penttinen is further back with the yellow cage and the black car. The green machine is Orav, trying to get you guys up to speed as we're learning the new liveries for this year as well. Baldin's leading though.
Jarmo Vosa, the team principal, down there at Pace Motorsport.
Carnage, sorry. So Carnage, round he goes. Penttinen caught up there on its Vettel tree. So that's a disaster for them, and that halves the odds for these guys of who goes through.
That could well be a red flag as well if they're blocking enough of the track to cause an issue. Clips the wall on the outside.
So it's Cerner, Romet Cerner.
Quite a moment for Cerner there, but managed to save it.
So now the thing is how they've got three cars from the same team. So P2 Ugar, P3 Cerner, Penttinen, who in theory is out unless they've managed to untangle those cars at the bottom of the hill. So now they're going to be on the radio going, there's a blockage on the exit of turn 6, whatever it is that they've got on their track maps here. Double waved yellows. So they're all going to run out wide. They'll see it. Once that's done on the first lap, that's it. Everybody knows where it is now. Crack on.
That's the advantage of the spotters in any category that has a spotter, is that the spotter can tell them there's a car stopped in that corner. It's not like you're coming across it blind. We'll compromise the race time, but the time doesn't matter now. All you need to do is finish in the top 2. It's all about race position come the semi-finals.
Hal, it has got grey here.
It's got cold as well, hasn't it? Just to finish what I was saying when I was looking down and missed an accident. Jarmo Vosa's message saying not happy with Q3. Semi-final is a disaster for the team, fingers crossed. So obviously they're hoping for much more from this weekend. Not quite working out for them, but at the moment they've got at least one car going through to the final in the form of Martin Newgar. If he can maintain this position, there is Penttinen's car still stuck down there at the hairpin.
John Gladden watching says, I'm loving today's stream, but I'm about an hour behind. So people are playing catch up, I guess. At least when we take breaks, they can maybe get. He might just be able to catch up with us by the end of the day. Baldins and Newgar. What's the gap back to Cerner? 2.8 on the previous lap. Let's have a look now.
3.3 back to Baldins.
And 2.7 to previous. They should both have enough now. They should both have enough. So Ugar should be safe in the position he's in. Ugar, of course, was there. Kind of big signing over the winter, was it? They were very pleased about that when they got Ugar to move across.
Great last season, racing in his own team, and the advantage of racing with a team like Pace is you just share all the data, you've got so much more knowledge around you. Good decision.
Both into the joke lap on this final lap, so Ronalds Baldins, the championship leader in the background. Watch out for Cerner. Cerner's closer than we thought he was going to be.
Penultimate lap, I think,
going to hold on. Sorry, 2 laps to go, So Baldins has gone for the safe option of going 1 lap early, barring any disaster. Say championship leader, he's going to go through.
Sensible from Ugar as well, I think, at this stage. You're almost better to guarantee a place in the final rather than fighting for a victory that might cost you time, especially when the third place driver in Cerner is only just behind you. Cerner, of course, finished second in the final yesterday, so disappointing to miss out on the final. I know Jarmo Vosa wanted more cars in the final. Cerner's going to have a little look on the inside of Martin Newgar in this final stage, but when your teammates, you're necessarily going to take a desperate lunge.
Baldins comes through the right-hander. The Latvian is going to go through to the final. I think he will be, where will he be, Hal, if he wins from there, be front row when he was Svensson. He's qualified second overall, so he should go front row. So championship leader Baldins on the front row.
Because even if Hume wins semi-final free from pole, the best you can manage is third on the grid now.
In fact, they're 1 and 2 in the championship, him and Svensson. So our championship leaders will go to the front row of the final. Bowdens versus Svensson. Very much looking forward to that one. The variety of windscreens. Look, Bowdens with the plastic top and bottom, then an opening in the middle. That guarantees you can see if it's muddy. This was where they got hooked up. Look, on the inside, Orav only just got away with that as well. So Orav nearly got hooked up on it. This was right at the end of the race. As Hal said, you can't really have a cheeky one.
That'll be
when
classic,
it's your teammate.
me getting called out on YouTube now for missing things because I looked down for a moment.
It happens to us all the time. Every time I look at somebody, look at a timing thing, look, everything goes off. The golden rule is when we both are looking at something, isn't it? And that's happened plenty of times before as well. It's a long day, forgive us. Final semi-final for cross cars. On the front row, Alexander Hume from Norway, Riku Hukar from Finland, then it's Isaac Eganson, Jimmy Osterberg from Sweden. On the back row, Tamo Tudo from Estonia and Jari Jarvenpää from Finland. So 2 Finns, 2 Swedes, and Estonia, Norwegian. Hume at the moment isn't right up in the championship fight, but had a great, had a decent day yesterday, I think. Perfect start there on the front row from Hukar. Just got the RPM dead right. You can see the nose was trying to lift. The wheels were turning, but not wheel spinning. It was just lovely.
I would love to know how much start testing they've done with Hukar's car, because so often it picks the front wheels up just enough.
Do you remember last year? It was wheeling everywhere, wasn't it?
Yeah, the wheelie kid or something you used to call him, didn't you?
I'm very disappointed that it's not doing the same this year.
But there was wheeling more than everyone else, but just that fine margin. We were talking to Pace, actually, weren't we, in Tjerp about the TN11 and how if you set the car up just right, you could almost flip it back over with how much grip you can generate and how big a wheelie you can do, just to show how much grip you can get out of these cross-car machines. Of course, they're such short wheelbase as well, with all the weight hanging over the rear with the rear engine.
Hume looks quicker to me here, Hal, but has got to wait for a gap behind. So if Hume goes Joker now, fall into traffic. Osterberg is right there with Eganson as well. So this is very, very close indeed. Hume goes out wide, sideways on the brakes, Hukar at the front.
Or a little nudge in the rear for Hukar as well.
I think Hume's going to go. And then loses a bit of time through and then gains through here, look. I think Hume's going to go.
I don't think he's in the right position, is he? He looked to the inside and you can't change your mind there and risk collecting Hukar. That's what happened yesterday, isn't it, with, who was it in lights? Casper Janssen, who turned around one of the French drivers, I think, wasn't it? It was Linné,
Yeah, if you're on the wrong side, you can't cut across to the right, so you maybe see them open the steering lock up a little bit earlier.
We were talking before, weren't we, about who made the famous Joker missed decision. It was Petersobe, wasn't it, in Julius 2014.
What, changed his mind?
Changed his mind, went in, realised he shouldn't have gone in, or vice versa. I can't remember which way he was going. Who really sends it into the bottom of the hill, runs it out wide. He will Joker this time. You can tell immediately
just
by
the
bodywork, the attitude, the body movement of the car. Oh, this is going to be close as well with Eganson round the outside.
So Eganson hasn't Jokered. Hume really needed clear track here to try and make up the time. Yeah, because he wants to bang in a perfect lap now with ultra commitment and try and gain the advantage on Hukar. If I'm a Hukar spotter, Hal, I'd definitely send him on the next lap. A, not to give him another chance, and B, because you know he's not been released. I mean, you know, Eganson is highly likely to Joker. You think leave him out?
Or do you fall into that traffic if Eganson doesn't? Do you fall into a bit of a battle with him? Do you end up side by side with him?
That's the thing, if Eganson doesn't go, and he doesn't, okay, so they could have left him out, but you don't know, do you, until then? So here comes Hukar, could get caught up with Eganson, who hasn't Jokered yet, but does not. Eganson slots in behind and then looks to the inside, tries to get half a car length, don't take out the leader, does well, gives him room, to be fair.
Eganson was very fair then. You could have gone for the Hail Mary lunge, cause some chaos and hope you're going to make it through to the final. There is a lot of respect in cross cars now. I think there's got to be, because the potential for a massive accident is real, isn't it?
We've seen them, haven't we? We have seen, when you got open wheels, you know, this is mud flat material. That's what the wheel arches are made out of, lightweight plastic and rubber stuff, which is the kind of thing you put under a rally car. You rip one of those off and then get wheel-to-wheel contact, and you're going end over end in these things. You get launched. Not quite so much momentum in the wheels, at least, compared to supercars and so on, where we've seen those get launched with tyre-on-tyre contact. Who car going to take it? Oh, over the line. Who's smoking over the line? Eganson?
Hume, wasn't it? Yeah.
Eganson having jokers. So Hume was smoking over the line. Was it tyre smoke or engine smoke? Where is he? He's there. It looks okay, Hal. Probably just on the limiter. That last little bit to make sure he held on to the position as he came round to the merge. Great close racing. That's the difference between junior cross car, where there's a spread of ability and it's a bit more of a sure thing, compared to senior cross car, where really any one of the 6 cars on the grid could win.
I am the drum and bass farmer, says in the YouTube chat. How dare you not look at the screen for a split second?
Thanks, mate. And by the way, I love your username. That's great. I like the idea of you, I don't know, hopefully going around your farm in a tractor listening to very dark drum and bass. Maybe the shadow boxing remix.
I think that's probably likely on the way back to Helsinki.
Yeah, I might have a drum and bass session like bar, bar, bar. Let's do it, shall we? We'll find something filthy.
Poor old Rainers Knitters, he wasn't feeling particularly well today.
He's driving himself
he's
tonight. He's got his own
yeah.
car, so he won't have to put up with our dubious choice in music. I wonder how long the speakers on the Opel hire car will last, Hal, if we go for the full drum and bass settings. It's a very boring road with a lot of speed cameras on it. We're going to need to do something to liven it up.
You're driving.
I know. Should we just take all the gravel roads down the side? Have a look for a little route. Google avoid tarmac roads.
Let's take Rainis' car and take the gravel roads, because then
yes, and then just give it back and he'll have to pay for it. Great. Simon Tiger with the TQ, Victor Johansson in P2. Those are the top 2 in the championship. Venäläinen, the local driver, the Smurf car with the flames coming out the back. Absolute legend. He is here and was second in the AM final yesterday. Christian Jensen, Gabrielsen, Berggren and so on. 2 semi-finals. And brilliantly, Ismo Leikola, the comedian, has made it today. He didn't make it yesterday. He was 13th yesterday, but he's made it today into the first semi-final. Great to see. The majority of the action's going to be up front, but Ismo was doing ever so well, and he's really, really enjoying it. He wants to do more. He's got a very busy schedule. Long old hold on the lights. Ismo dips the clutch at the back. Venäläinen dumps the clutch at the front. Simon Tiger just outdrags Venäläinen. Whoa, in the background there, it was, I think it was Räikkönen who came in pretty hot and then loses the position to Sari.
Gabrielsen it was that got up the inside. Räikkönen just went that bit wide. Gabrielsen now on the back of Venäläinen. Venäläinen made such a good initial launch, but then just the power of Tiger's machine dragged it past the fire-breathing Smurf wagon. Now running second. Venäläinen's come alive in the latter part of this weekend.
Yeah,
was good in the semis and final yesterday, and wasn't really featuring early on in the heats yesterday. Really doing well now. Look at Tiger's car pitching around. Gabrielsen also was brilliant in the early stages yesterday. Was quick in the heats again today.
What are you building, Hal? Remind us.
Oh, I don't know now.
Don't confuse him.
Gabrielsen's held on to third there, so guaranteed a place in the final if he can maintain it. Great Joker strategy.
Yeah, early Joker and covered off the slower cars.
Venäläinen's going with Tiger. This is a great run.
Ismo at the back of the pack. Räikkönen is P5, Sari P4. Of those, Räikkönen has jokered.
Problem is, I don't really like the look of most modern cars.
No, she wants to make retro. That's the thing about this, isn't it? Is they're all old cars.
I do like Toyota. Oh, they're both going to joker this time around. Disaster for Venäläinen.
Trying to cover off behind Gabrielsen. So Gabrielsen has gone early. The black and red Starlet coming around the outside line now. Venäläinen getting a hold off. Just Räikkönen goes to the outside line. Gabrielsen, sorry, can't get through. Makes a little mistake. Now might get eaten up. Sari trying to come around the outside line in the Datsun Finn, but can't get there. So Sari now all over the back of Gabrielsen. Sari hasn't jokered, but nearly got the position on track.
I thought I heard a misfire there for the Starlet when it came out of the final corner. Maybe a missed gear or a missed shift. Not quite on form. I don't know whether Venäläinen's on the right thing there. Yes, in that he's going to be on the second row for the pro final later on. So good call in that respect. But look.
Well, but then to be fair, Hal, we haven't really seen anyone other than Johansson match up to Tiger in terms of lap times, and he really is here in this race.
Venäläinen's going with Tiger. Do you roll the dice and hope that something happens to Tiger, tiny mistake, bit of a problem, and all of a sudden you're at the front of the semi-final?
So it's 2 Finns. Well, we've got 5 Finns in this and 1 Swede. Unfortunately for the local fans, it is the Swede who's leading.
Gabrielsson's done the fastest lap of the race so far, a 43.9, a 44.1 was Tiger's best last time around. Of course, the exit from the final corner a bit compromised by having been in the Joker lap, but they're so close at the front. Tiger really got a train behind him now. Venäläinen coming in hot on the rear of the BMW. Tiger must have an issue, surely.
It is looking that way, isn't it? Venäläinen's going to have a look to the right-hand side, then to the left. Oh, now Gabrielsson is right there.
Is it a left rear puncture?
2 laps still to go, Hal. So is it
Right
going to come
puncture.
undone? Yeah, is it going to come undone for Tiger? Tiger is under a lot of pressure and he's got a whole nother lap to go. There is smoke coming from the rear of Tiger's car. So there was some smoke there, but was he just smoking it up as the rear left? It sits so low, it's so hard to tell anyway.
Yeah, and our reflective screen in the commentary box doesn't help, particularly either. Having a look at the smaller monitor here, maybe left rear suspension's collapsed on Tiger's car. The rear's running.
I thought that was
lower
running
than
super
normal.
low.
Puncture, it is a puncture, left rear puncture. Vigo, you're
sure?
an absolute legend. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that tyre's low.
Well, either way, Simon Tiger doing an incredible job. He's hugging the inside line here. They're all over him like a bad suit. Always wanted to say that. Coming through the right-hander, Tiger has done a fantastic job to hang on to this. Whatever the issue is, Hal thinks it might be a puncture. Whatever, he takes the win and he goes through. Venäläinen and Gabrielsson could not be closer behind. It looks all right, look. So what happened to Tiger? Can we see lap times? No, we can't see previous laps.
I love how proud Tiger's wheels are of the bodywork at the front. It always looks like something's a bit awry. I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed there. And this is nothing against Simon Tiger because he's a great driver.
Go on, Ismo, just quickly. Come on, Ismo, let's go. I know what happened to his. Did he have a problem out there? Because he's further back than we would have expected, but finishes the race. Well done.
Definitely been some fly swatting going on in there, isn't there, based on how fast the wipers are going. Yeah, Simon Tiger, lovely guy, great driver. A credit to this championship, but I would have liked him to have made the final, but maybe have finished 3rd there, just to make it a little bit more lively later on.
Yeah, make it come alive, make him have a fight. Look at that start. That was ridiculous, wasn't it?
Räikkönen had a good old lunge up the inside of Gabrielsson. Gabrielsson did the classic over-under switchback. I'm going to go and have a look at Tiger's car when he comes back in.
Crack on. Knock on the window and ask him. Bolevski's just walked past us looking fairly relaxed. This was the fight, look. It was brilliant. Really was between them. Tiger,
I think that might be left rear puncture,
but
it's in the shadow now.
It's hard to tell. He's coming now, Hal. He's coming now, or is he going straight? He's going to the wash zone. Do you want to pop up there? Not really. You get to. He's actually going to. Hal's going to go. I think he's too far away, but he's going to go. Hal's running off now to the wash zone to try and find out what's going on with Simon Tiger. 3:48.1, only 0.8 ahead of Venäläinen. Venäläinen and Gabrielsson were going very well there. Venäläinen's just rolling. In fact, they're both just rolling back past the commentary box. Love those cars. Proper old school build here. Here comes Sari as well. Just such a great variety of rear wings and build on these cars. Love it. Ismo's popped in behind us as well. We're getting ready for the second semi-final. Victor Johansson on pole in this one. Remember, he's in the championship fight with Simon Tiger. Top 3 went through from semi-final 1. Who's going to go through from this one? Johansson, Jensen on the front row, but a brilliant start from Seppala on row 2, then drops back. Seppala had that issue, of course, in the last one. Berggren in the white BMW holds on to P3. Absolutely like a train. Berggren will do well to slot in here. Don't open the door to Sari behind on that loose gravel and end up running wide. But Victor Johansson from Vigo's drone nicely out in front. From here, I suspect he'll just want to check out and try and get himself on the front row with Simon Tiger, especially, and he won't know right now, but if we've got a sniff of an issue for Simon. Simon's had 3 wins in a row, and Victor, 2 years ago the champion, will want to take a couple of points back off him if he possibly can. Hal's come running back. He's probably horribly out of breath. Take a deep breath, Hal. Don't have a heart attack. Take a bit deep breath. Johansson leads, mate. Tidy start. Nothing, no carnage. What's going on with Simon?
Tyres.
As in worn out?
Use them up, yeah.
Right. So he said 2 sets of tyres. So has he got anything left for the final?
He must do, yeah. He wouldn't be in that position with their experience, would he?
So maybe he's probably used the tyres. Hal is absolutely dead. Well done, mate. Good effort. He wouldn't use it. He's guaranteed pretty much to make it through to the final. I imagine he was thinking it might be a touch easier than that. So hopefully he'll have some slightly newer boots for the final. And Victor Johansson in this one is not being pressed in quite the same way.
in classic Tiger style, though, I asked his mechanic what was wrong. Didn't really have a lot to say, so I said to Simon, and Simon just said tyres. I said, what, used up? Yeah, no good.
No good, that was it, just no good. Thank you to Kouvola for our gift, Hal. We've got a little notepad, we've got a pen, we've got the Kouvola magazine, and we've got a huge tub of licorice. So we can have some of that on the way back to the airport. Famous for licorice, this place. It's a sponsor, of course, of Larry Hallinan, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Larry's been in the paddock this weekend, did a rally up in Turku. Liam Duran. Nicholas Gronholm was doing the same rally yesterday. I don't know how Nicholas got on, actually. I know he was going pretty well with the Skoda R5.
Not so
Harry,
well,
unfortunately, had an engine failure in stage 1.
When no, I think was it stage 2? I'm sure he said it was, or was it maybe he's 3.5 seconds faster at the point it all went wrong. So it's good to see him. I tell you what, he's grown a bit, hasn't he?
And his English is massively improved. Confidence.
I saw that yesterday.
You see that as drivers grow up, literally grow up, from being a child into a more mature racing driver. You know, everything develops, and yeah, I love knowing these kids early on and seeing their development, and them coming back and saying, "Hey, how you doing?" You know, you were terrified to come and talk to us 3 years ago.
Yeah.
It's remarkable.
It is. Seen Larry's dad as well.
We'll have children competing in RallyX soon, and then we'll feel absolutely ancient.
Super old. So Victor Johansson, having jokered 2 laps to go, is going to easily take this one. Tempted to have a bit of chocolate, Hal.
Yeah, we'll get called out for that.
Little energy boost. What's going on YouTube?
Some chatting.
Some chatting.
Is that Mercedes with Cosworth engine? No.
Yeah. It's with the wrong engine at the minute, isn't it, Hal?
Volvo engine, yeah.
Yeah, he's got a better one, which is due to go back in, and he's got a brilliant hybrid system as well, Hal, hasn't he?
Yeah, so it's based on a BMW Mini concept. We're on the last lap, so very quickly, the basic concept is he's an amazing engineer, Victor Johansson. He was driving his wife's car home from work one day in the winter a couple of years ago and thought, this thing's got quite a lot of power. I wonder if I could mate that to my open two-wheel drive car and get some more power. So spent all winter making a chain drive from a BMW electric motor, put a battery in the boot, and now has got an amazing home-built hybrid system.
Just gives him brilliant starts. He takes it and goes through to the front row, so it will be our championship fighters on the front row, just like it is in crosscar. Shaping up to be good finals. Let's hope they don't all chuck it off in turn 1 like they did yesterday. In like nearly every good encounter, somebody binned it.
Johansson's concept, great off the line, really helps him manage the torque and the power.
Yeah.
At the same time, gives him different options with the tractability of the engine. And a number of times he's finished when the engine's failed, and he has had more than his fair share of engine failures in the last couple of years. He has finished several races on just the electric drive, and yeah, wouldn't many people love to be able to do that?
I think it's 110 horsepower, he said, or something, didn't he, the electric drive. But
and you give away a lot of weight for it.
But then they need some weight in the rear for traction anyway, so it's kind of like, well, what can I do? Do I want some lead ballast, or I'll stick a battery in there? It's very, very clever. He's been struggling with the chain drive. He's been overheating on long straight, so he went to a belt drive in Dieppe. That didn't work, so he's back to a chain drive here, but he thinks he can make the belt drive work, doesn't he? He needs
the problem
it for the long straights.
Is long straights and the overheating of the chain, which they've had previously. Also tried to make his own hydraulic active anti-roll bar setup, which was working, but he said, I've just made it a bit too complicated. Need to go back to square one, make the car good, and then evolve it further again.
Lucas Anderson is your top qualifier in Supercar Lights from Simon Olafsson and Casper Janssen. Marceau Launay is in P4, which is a great result for him. Fellow Frenchman Julien Meunier is in P5. Tobias Darback and Kevin Darback, the brothers, are 6 and 7. Eric Hesler, Berget and Ida Tornholt, 8 and 9. And then the Haugs at the back of the pack, but I think we won't see the one because it had that huge shunt earlier on today. You can check the RallyX socials, and I think you'll find that. Or mine. Give me and Hal a shout. Andrew_Coley at HowRidgeRX as well on Instagram. Or in the YouTube comments. Please like and subscribe. These guys try so hard to make this a big series, and all of you liking and subscribe makes a big difference. Jump start, Hal, was that on the front row or was it Darback? Let's see. We'll get what grid position it was in a moment. The cameraman focusing on Anderson suggests it's Anderson, but we need to see the penalty display. It was. Lucas Anderson has jumped the start. So Lucas Anderson has jumped the start. That is an absolute nightmare. Double joker. Having said that, Hal, oh no, you know what? This will be tight. I think he can do it, but I think it won't be. Oh, it's borderline, isn't it?
That was the most
nasty.
marginal jump.
It moved, didn't it? A tiny bit, and he got caught. Wow, that is unlucky. So Anderson, who's won all 3 races this year.
Kasper Janssen had a wild start. Was it yesterday where he had a massively better?
He guessed it by a mile, about 3 car lengths off the front of the grid, didn't he? We called Yol over, didn't we? Said, did he guess the lights? He's like, he made a good gamble here, and it was a very good gamble. It was all on red, or all on green, in fact. So Anderson with work to do. The penalty for jumping the start is a second joker lap, so he will have to joker twice. So really ideally needs a mega start, wants to check out and then pick and choose when he does them. You won't do one earlier, wait until the last 2 laps if he gets the whole shot. If he doesn't get the whole shot, he might have to use one tactically. Kasper Janssen's got a better start than him alongside. Janssen might get there first. Anderson has the inside line though, makes Janssen go all the way around the outside. Kasper keeps it lit. Anderson gets sideways and spun. Darback's going to try and avoid him up the inside line. Now he's got a world of work to do with a double joker, and he's off the back of the pack as well. Disaster. That is a shocker for Anderson.
You know what? Anderson and Kasper Janssen came together in the final on the last lap in Tjerp, and that was... I want to see that again, but I don't think you can lay blame at anyone's door. But that was the contact of 2 drivers that are not going to be the best of friends this year. I think we could be in for quite a feisty title fight. Anderson, actually a great save. Where is he on the road?
He's gone Joker Hal in the background, so he's gone Joker. I'd say he's 3 or 4 seconds off the back of Darback. Check the screen. What's the gap say? 2.3. No. What is it?
4 seconds off Darback. I think that's possible, but he'll be on
he's got another joker.
I've got another joker as well, of course. Yeah,
he's got another joker.
And he's on a huge push in the background, using all of the road on the outside.
What he needs, Hal, bearing in mind Ida Tornholt is a DNS, he actually only needs 1 person in front to have a problem. But unless the people in front are really pushing, Meunier's gone to cover him off already.
And I would have said that beating Darback's almost a foregone conclusion based on his experience, but Kevin Darback was so good earlier on in Q3, I think that's much less likely.
Meunier's got Darback, so Meunier has held on to his position after the jokers have played out, and Janssen will surely go another couple of laps before he jokers.
Yeah, I mean, Janssen can... Well, I think I'd probably joke sooner rather than later if I was Janssen, to mitigate any puncture risk or damage or a half spin, see if he can maintain track position. But I think Lucas Anderson...
I'd go 1 more, wouldn't you? And then go with 2 to go.
Not with 3 second margin. I think I'd go now.
He's got enough. He's got 3, is he?
Yeah, 3 last time around.
Let's see who's right. I bet, how Rich gets it right. He's very pleased with himself for that one.
No, I just knew it was going to be the case.
You cocky it again. That's the second time I've called you cocky this weekend. It's fine, mate.
But that's really experienced spotting, isn't it? Just to know that you've got that margin to make sure you get in and out nice, neat and tidy. Limited on tyres in this series as well, of course, so now he can back off a bit, not push the tyres too hard.
Got to feel for Anderson a bit here.
I feel really sorry for him.
That jump start was the tiniest margin. Now, if he hadn't jumped the start and he only had 1 joker, he might have gone tactically, you know what, I can let Janssen win the start and I'll out-tactic him. But knowing he's got 2 jokers, he could not afford for Janssen to win the start, so he had to risk it a little bit more, and it went wrong.
I was actually going to say off the line that Anderson had a brilliant launch with the pressure of not jumping again. The reaction was great.
Yeah. He is still circulating.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the replay and how that unfolded.
He's done both his jokers and he's 3.5 back, or has he gone back up 4.3? That must have been the second joker on that one. So he did close the gap down by half a second before he went for his second joker.
This is all credit to Darback though, isn't it? Because I think in Tjerp, Anderson would have eaten him in for breakfast, and Darback's really improving in these single spec lights cars.
Absolutely. Meunier as well. I'm impressed with the 2 French guys. I really am. Good to have them along. Kasper Janssen then going to come round and book a slot in the final. Considering that Anderson has won the first 3 and Kasper Janssen has had a couple of not ideal events, this is going to close that championship gap back down, because he's going to score 6 points here. And look at Anderson, not that far back in the end. but he is going to miss the final, and that is the end of his win run at the start of this campaign.
Lots of chat in the comments on YouTube about open two-wheel drive. Look at one quickly. Discussion about Derek Towell as we watched the replays. Derek Towell was in his old touring car. It wasn't a supercar, it was his old touring car with a supercar engine.
And he did not like it.
Didn't really work, so now he's coming back in the future with a slightly different concept. So this is the contact.
Another different concept. Yeah, this is look. Oh, this is as Janssen rejoins, isn't it? Janssen's coming across, just clips Anderson.
I'll be interested to hear Rainis Nitsch's take on that. I think it's a racing incident, personally.
Well, if it isn't, he's going to have to dump Janssen out of this final, isn't he, to do it? I think it's a racing incident too, mate. You see what I mean? The only penalty you can give to Janssen that makes any difference to Anderson is to
well, that's
is
the
to
discussion
DQ
we
him.
had yesterday about Philippe Turenne, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In Supercar. But ultimately disappointing for us because it robs us of a good battle, and don't have favourites, but I do have
my favourite is good racing.
A passion for good racing,
yeah,
and when we lose the front runners, it's always tricky.
Well, particularly when the two-horse race isn't fair, but yeah, Anderson and Janssen.
It's three horses, isn't it, with Olofsson?
Yeah, true. Yeah, Olofsson's got to make it then to give us an interesting one, and then it would be quite nice actually to see Launay make it. So we've got the two French drivers in as well. Let's see. Tobias Darback has been the quicker of the Darbacks, but Kevin in the first one did a good job. Okay. Olofsson, Launay on the front row. Now the revs come up. Amazing reaction on the back. That's is that Niels Christian Haug? Which one of the? No, we've only got the one Haug. Sorry, I thought Lars Erik was back. But Olofsson holds on for the lead in turn one. Darback gets nice and forceful on Birgit to make sure he holds on to P3. French driver Launay is in P2, or just loses a bit of time on the exit. That's where you can see the experience of Olofsson, just keeping it lit and gaining a few feet, a few metres on the exit.
Little nibble from Darback into the rear of Launay in turn two. Darback's been impressive today, hasn't he? The older of the two brothers will really want to get past Launay to get onto the second row for the final later on. Birgit doesn't joker this time around. That's not going to help Darback's joker strategy, I think. Haug has gone in the background. Olofsson runs right to the outside of the circuit through the penultimate corner. Darback right on the curb in the final turn.
So Haug is the only driver to joker on the first circuit. Shame not to see Lars Erik back out, Haug. So obviously too much work to get it back out for Q3, and then of course without that wouldn't have qualified for the semis anyway.
Yeah, we haven't had time to go up there, have we? We've had a very short break where we sat behind Hermes's truck and had a coffee quickly, but apart from that, hasn't been time to get around the paddock. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough what the problem was, but yeah, such a shame because the guys will have worked hard to try and get that back out.
So Launay is going well here, as Mounier did in the previous one. We've mentioned them a couple of times, but nice to see French drivers up here taking part, particularly when it is a French Championship weekend this weekend, and they've decided, you know what, we're going to go and have a crack at RallyX instead. I think it's fair to say the tracks up here are a little bit different to the French tracks. There are some undulating French tracks, but maybe a little more mixed surface up here.
Yeah, 100%, yeah. The French tracks are renowned for being quite abrasive, quite compact. You don't have, not for the majority, loose. You don't have lots and lots of loose. You do in some places, and you do have lots of low grip tracks, but yeah, not quite. They're not quite Scandinavian, Nordic, rally stages.
I think Darback's gone joker in the background, and look for him on the inside line. He has, so that's to cover off Birgit and covers him off easily. So at the moment,
I think it's more to get some clear air to try and get Launay, because Birgit hasn't had the pace of Darback so far in this race. So but with Birgit having gone, it really opens up the gap there for you to get some clear air and try and catch Launay. You can see the contact that Darback's applied, or the pressure Darback's applied to the rear of Launay's car by the damage to the rear bumper.
So Launay will almost certainly then, if they're on it, respond in this next corner, this next one. So round to the left. Olofsson might go with 2 laps to go as well. Watch for him straightening out the line, and there he goes. You can tell, and Launay's going to go in as well. This then for the spots, or which line on the grid they're on. Olofsson, Lene's gone a little bit deep on the entry, but I think he's got enough to cover off Darback. He has.
By some way as well. Brilliant lap.
Yeah, really gapped him well. Really gapped him well. So one more lap then, and that will give us a bit of a fight, at least in the final, if Olofsson's on the front row. And I think we'll end up with the two Frenchmen on row 2. Olofsson sideways up in turn 2, loses a bit of ground to Lene.
This could be redemption day for Simon Olofsson, couldn't it? Because he's had a terrible start to the year. 3rd in round 1, then had that retirement in round 2 with the engine failure.
And don't forget, he's our reigning champion.
The most experienced lights driver in history with the amount of starts he's got.
How many pages has he got in the book?
Oh, there's enough references, that's for sure.
Is there an Olofsson chapter?
It's about time he moved up, isn't it? I would love to see him
so would I.
Step up to open four-wheel drive supercar to see what he could do. Of course, has limited budget like so many of the competitors here, and does a great job with what they've got.
And he makes the final. Olofsson, Lene and Darback as the top 3 from semi-2 go through. We have one set of semi-finals left, and then we'll be diving off for a very quick break while we get ready for the finals. Try and get everything in order in TV land to make sure we can bring you the action and say hopefully some mega finals today. Stay with us, semi-finals for Supercar Open 4-wheel drive coming up. Yuri Belevsky, the top qualifier. Ollie Eriksson P2, Tapainen, Seppa, Enlund, Tam, Martinsen, Oman, Toren, Val, Turi and Johansson are the top 12 who qualify for the semi-finals. Martinov's not making it today. Remember, there is a Pro-Am final for open 4-wheel drive and open 2-wheel drive. So you'll see 2 finals for each of those categories. 1 final for the others. Semi-final 1 for Supercar, open 4-wheel drive. Belevsky, this is his first weekend with us this year. Oh, doesn't get a good start. Belevsky's going to get eaten up by Enlund here. That's a bit of a shocker.
Enlund up the inside on the exit of the first corner. Now the inside of Belevsky on the run to turn 2. Tapainen's trying to get the inside of Belevsky as well. He's going to go round.
Oh, and how did he get? That's the second time in 2 days he's had a get out of jail free card, Hal. He's been really lucky not to get driven straight through there.
He must have a problem, because I thought in turn 1 he'd actually got away with it. Tapainen's lost out terribly. Tapainen was a little bit hesitant. Enlund made a brilliant start from row 2, and I thought that Tapainen's hesitancy had actually cost Enlund his opportunity to get in front, but actually got the inside of Belevsky in the run to 2. Belevsky got oh so sideways, got away with it as we said.
Tapainen, I thought Tapainen might go Joker, but not going to go when Martinsen's gone in front, because he knows he's got more pace than Martinsen. So Tapainen's got a bit of work to do here.
Enlund looks so on top of this Fiesta. If he can tidy it up a little bit over the course of the season, I know he loves going sideways, but I think he's going to be a real threat in Supercar.
Yeah. You need that comfort in the car. How many times have we spoken this weekend about seeing somebody rotating a car?
Oh, he runs wide. That's exactly what Belevsky did, only not quite as bad in the final yesterday.
No, look at this. He's practically at drift angles on the way in. I mean, look, Belevsky's having a look to the inside, still doesn't go.
Not the fastest way though, is it? You need to tidy it up to get more pace.
He will. Belevsky now looks to the inside, going to find more traction in the Audi, runs it straight down, and that's a perfect example of why the rotation doesn't work, and he spins Belevsky around the other way. Nitish will surely have to give a penalty for that. He's driven through him in the last corner, so Martin Enlund leads. More importantly, he's possibly put Belevsky out.
It's so difficult, isn't it? Because it's very rare to see someone get up the inside of that corner and then stay inside for the next corner. They got side by side. It's not really wide enough for that to happen, so Enlund's got nowhere to go. He's still got to try and turn into the corner. That's going to be an interesting one for Rainish, Nitic and the stewards to look at.
It's tricky, isn't it? For me, Belevsky was in front, like he was quite clearly in front, but
we'll have to look at it again.
How far back is Belevsky? Most importantly, what was the gap? But he was.
Well, he's not in the shot, as he hasn't come down the hill yet.
9.1 off the leader, 6.5 off the previous car.
Sorry, he is down the hill. He's coming through the penultimate corner now. So they've gone side by side here. Over the bump, Enland's got to try and turn in, otherwise you're just going to go into no man's land on the outside. I think that's going to be a really tough one to call.
Nick Rainish is going to, for the first time this year, is going to, it's not going to be ideal, is it?
Such a clean
can't do anything, it's just got to carry on.
Such a clean line, sorry Andrew, on the inside into the hairpin. You can see where all the dust is on the outside of the track. Enland sideways down the hill again. You can always make a driver dial back. That's the Colin McRae thing, isn't it? If you can get a driver to drive at 11% or 11 tenths or 110% or whatever the maths you use, you can get them to dial back and be quicker. If you can't get the driver to get beyond 70% or whatever their limitation is,
you cannot teach the over the limit stuff in the same way.
Enland can tidy it up. Whether he chooses to tidy it up or not is a very different matter. I know lots of supercar drivers who have amazing car control and drive over the limit. They're not interested in going to a racing school or a professional to help them tidy it up. So whether he does that or not, we'll have to see, but he's definitely got the potential.
I think he will. Because there's going to come a point, is there, where he's going to get a P2 by a couple of tenths. He's going to go, right, if I'd been tidy, it would have been a P1, and that's when you start to go, right, hang on a minute.
Wouldn't have been as fun, though.
No, that's true. Was it how? Get the best photos. But isn't it? Get the best photos. Enland comes out in the lead in the background. It is Turi who goes joker and comes out P4 and is going to lose out on a position. So as it stands, Enland, Martinson and Tapainen will go through. Belevsky will not, but it will depend a little bit on what happens with that moment between Enland and Belevsky. And to the TV guys, if you've got any replays from any angle, we want to see them, please. There is Belevsky. Let's take a look back at this one. So Tapainen off the line, it was Enland who got this brilliant start, and that was the first of the contacts.
Tapainen should have committed and turned in there.
Massively, just stayed on it.
So easy to say that. Enland,
yeah, but I agree completely.
Enland forced his way through quite fairly on the inside, again on the inside of Belevsky.
If Tapainen had been committed in turn one, Hal,
Martinson's hit the wall there, squeezed Tapainen, and they both got on the rear of Belevsky. Belevsky saved it. Now down the hill, Belevsky's going to go a bit wide again. We don't see that. Belevsky just touches the rear of Enland here. I wonder if there's a bit of impatience from Yuri.
Here it is. Okay,
gets
so
up the
from
inside.
The steady. Right, so outside, look, he checks the brake, Enland does, turns in. No, he's driven through him on the exit, mate. He's tried to do the undercut and Belevsky's parked it on the apex, and I think he's pushed through him. That's my take on it. What's yours?
I want to see it again, but
Go on, we'll have a look at it again.
With my driver hat on, I think where you're supposed to go, someone's put their car in. So I'm thinking, if I'm Enland, you forced your way up the inside here, mate, and now you're in my way and you've stopped. But on the other side, I've got up the inside of you. Don't turn me round. You can see both sides of it.
I can.
You can't just turn someone round. That's the thing. Ultimately, you can't fire someone off. Was he clearly ahead in that corner because he wasn't on the line? Because the line is actually where Enland was. Interesting. I'm sure
we're gonna have another look at it, Hal. So it's so the sad thing for Enland, if he gets a penalty, he might not.
Can we slow it down?
Yeah, they're going to. That's what I've asked for. So
okay, so
it's 6 inches. So what Enland here? Watch for the brake lights, and So he checks up once, and it's like he's flicking the car out to the left.
the line. That clean line is the racing line.
But Belevsky is now, wait for it, so Belevsky is now fully alongside. So yeah, I get it. Actually, I do get it. Here, Enland's rotating where he would normally rotate.
He's on the line. Look, he's on the...
So now, though, you get nudged wide, but instead of getting nudged wide, I think here he's in the throttle. So I think he's in the throttle, and that will be the problem.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's 6 inches, and it would have worked out, wouldn't it? That's really hard for Rainish to call that. Really hard. Rainish Nitic, race director, and having to give the penalties out. Let's see what he does.
He'll be running.
Rolf Bolland. We could have done with talking to Rolf. Mind you, might not be in the best mood right now, would he? Okay.
Ultimately, Belevsky's not in the final, though. That's advantage Ollie Eriksson, isn't it? Because even if they do give Enland a penalty,
yeah, because Turi would go through. Yeah. In which case, that's the point at which I'm kind of like, well, what's the point in giving a penalty then?
Well, you have,
if you can't fix
it. If you do think that someone's done wrong, you have to penalise them, or they're going to do it again. So
yeah, but when you can't, yeah, you do. So what do? Do you DQ him? That might be what Rainis does if they did.
Well,
that's
you
what
could
he
give a
did
10-second penalty there, couldn't you?
Yeah,
6 seconds off first.
He DQ'd somebody yesterday for driving through, and that's where
great recovery for Bolevsky actually to be facing the wrong way, to be only 7 seconds or just less than 7 seconds off the lead come the end.
And don't forget the sideways moment in turn 2 on lap 1.
Yeah.
So he's had quite the ride, but spotter there up at the top left. There's people spot from a few different places. That's over on the far side, Hal, I think, up by the jumps. That's where we were stood the first day. I've seen some spotters up in the grandstand, where the fans are. There's, above the start-finish straight.
Alexander Wahl on the far right of the screen in the black t-shirt, Jens's cousin.
These people getting great suntans. That's Baccarat shaped on the left, isn't it? The blue ones.
He's etc. family up there, watching on.
Get your tan on. Another angle coming up. Okay, Bolevsky on the inside. So he comes around. So watch. Enland's now starting the rotation as he would to get sideways style to the apex. Obviously, Bolevsky can't turn any earlier because he is on the curbs, to be fair. But now look. There's the set. And yeah.
Yes, he's in the throttle, but you also get rotated around the front of the car. How often do you see off the start someone get rotated around the front of a car because someone's come out of the throttle?
Yeah.
Actually, we don't know. I would love to see the data because you could have rolled out the throttle there, but because Bolevsky's in the throttle, he could have got rotated around the front bumper.
Rainis might have to look at the data. That's when you get right into it, isn't it? Rainis
Caller, our producer's telling me that they're going to decide after this race. So we'll get on with this Supercar semi. Have a minor interlude ahead of the finals, and they'll make a decision on that incident.
And you'll find out when you see whether he's on the grid or not. No, we'll tell you at the start of the next show. Ericsson, Seppa, Tam, Oman, Wahl and Johansson. Ericsson must get a good start here. Seppa and Tam and Oman could all get good ones from where they are. Wahl probably not such a threat from all that way back, and I say that, Wahl comes through a whole row and he's got nowhere to go because Seppa's in front of him. Tam and Seppa, Oman trying to go round the outside. Tam gets spun around in the background. Where's Mats Oman gone? We're up on the drone looking up, and it's Ericsson leading from Mats Oman in P2. That's a brilliant start by Oman. Bear in mind this man starts with a throttle sensor in his mouth effectively. Loses the position. No, he doesn't. Holds on.
Wonder if he had a problem over the jump there because he seemed to lose a bit of momentum.
Come on, Mats. We are huge. There are a few drivers that I don't mind a bit. I'm a huge fan of.
Seppa's going to have a look to the inside. There are no favourites here, but Mats Oman is a favourite of everybody, isn't he? And I remember the time he made the final in Julius.
Mate.
2011 was it in the Volvo, and the noise from the crowd still gives me goosebumps now because it's such a universal appreciation for someone doing something amazing.
They're still working on that car. I say that a lot of the hydraulics that were developed to allow him to drive it are a little old, really, and they're still working.
He's been doing it a long time now.
Yeah, they're working now. They are improving the systems, making it. They want a ramp now on the clutch because the clutch was a bit of a switch. They're working on allowing him to use the handbrake in these hairpins.
Seppa all over the back of Oman, down at the bottom of the lap. Ollie Ericsson just eking away a little bit.
Seppa's got to go joker, but doesn't want to because of Wahl and Tam behind. But Wahl's jokered already, and I think Seppa's in danger here of getting eaten up by Wahl anyway. What's the gap between Seppa and Wahl?
Well, let's look at it when it comes over the line this time around, because it's been a whole lap since the last split we saw. As Johansson goes into the joker, Wahl is 1.6 back.
Close enough.
Seppa, that is close enough, so you've got to stay out, haven't you, to try and increase the margin. But Wahl is a very talented young driver in a very capable Audi S1 supercar.
Well, how far is Wahl off Oman? 2.4.
Not enough, but JC won't want them to trip over each other either, so you probably don't joker Oman into Wahl just yet. Let it play out a little bit more. Oman stays out.
It does.
I'd like to see the replay of the first corner because Tam spun by instigating some contact on his own. I wonder if he had an issue that rotated the car, or he'd made a big input that caused the upset. Ericsson running the rear of the Civic deep on the outside of the corner. I've got no idea what it says on the bonnet of the Civic, something in Finnish.
It's the sponsor that's on the side of Ismo's car is the decal that's been added, which was the pallet company in Sweden. Right, watch now for the jokers. This one's going to be absolutely crucial. Who goes joker? Ericsson's going to wait for the last lap. Watch now, does Oman go? No. Seppa goes. Okay, so Seppa's got a problem. Going to lose out though.
Wahl was right on the back of him coming down the hill, lost the front bumper. I wonder where that's happened. Wahl is comfortably going to go through to the final this afternoon, making amends for a difficult couple of days in rounds 2 and 3.
So what's the gap from Oman back to Seppa? Well, it's enough, isn't it? 3.3 at the minute.
Yeah, Omen's through unless he makes a mistake.
Nearly through. 3.3. So Mats Omen might be making it through to the pro final here, which we absolutely love to see. Here he is. We're going to follow Omen round and watch him go through the Joker lap. Ericsson out front is going to be going Joker as well. So both these two lead cars will go Joker. Val should qualify with them, barring any disasters for people in the background. There goes Val on the standard lap. Is he going to get his teammate Omen? Remember, they're both out the JC squad. Into the Joker lap, a little bit of handbrake. I think Val might get it here. Omen on the inside line. Val will try for the cutback, but Mats Omen might be able to do it side by side over the line.
Go on,
Omen gets it. That is brilliant by 0.052 of a second. Mats Omen, paralysed from the chest down, goes through to row 2 at the final. One absolute legend. Yes. Love that, Hal. Love it.
Absolutely, and especially given that Val is a super capable young driver,
absolutely. And also, don't forget, Omen had to be dragged out of a burning car yesterday when he had a hose come off and a small fire on the electrics. Maiko Tam coming round now. That's brilliant.
Tam does have an issue.
Love
the front
to
of the
see
car's
him.
quite squashed in. I wonder if there's a boost issue, maybe some damage to the intercooler. Let's have a look back at the start. Good start from Ericsson. That's exactly what he needed from the Civic. Not as good as Val though. Val comes steaming up the inside into the rear of Seppa. Tam also into the rear of Seppa, and again, then rotates around. Yeah, something's happened there to Tam, hasn't it?
You think the car maybe broke before?
I don't know quite how that's happened. Omen defended well from Seppa there, coming down the hill.
Yeah, I've just remembered about the pallet story. So Kevin was telling us about there's something to do with the way those words are in Swedish. It's pallet can or something, and it's quite a cool play on words for things. He said, "Oh, cool, I'll do the sticker in Finnish." He did it in Finnish, and then he spoke to a friend of theirs who spoke Swedish and Finnish. Who said it doesn't work at all in Finnish. So the joke just didn't work. But it's still on the cars. It's on Ericsson's car, and it's also on Ismo's car. Oliver Ericsson rolls back into the paddock. Wow, they've stitched up the rear quarter on that car with the rivets and Kevlar. So it's had quite the beating, the Honda has. Look at all these cars rolling back in now. There goes Anton Seppa in the Hyundai. Maiko Tam's coming in this way. Which way's Tam going?
He'll be going up here.
He's going off down the side of the tent. So looking at that. We've got the Pro-Am finals, of course, for those guys as well. And, yeah, very much looking forward to it. We've got a load to do in a very short period of time to get you ready for the finals. So stay with us. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with a host of finals to round out round 4 here. Kouvola in Finland.
Finals time here in Kouvola for round 4 of RallyX Nordic, RallyX as it's now known. And some breaking news from Supercar. Reines has just been down. First, Supercar lights, no further action in the contact between Kasper Janssen and Lucas Anderson. But Martin Enland has been black flagged for his part in the incident with Yuri Belevsky. That of course doesn't help Yuri Belevsky's part. He won't be in the final, but nor will Enland. Andrew and I still disagree.
Yeah,
and
which is great though, isn't it?
Yeah,
we
but
hope
ultimately you can't drive through someone, so I think the severity of the penalty is
high.
Is debatable. You know, in that you can have a debate, a discussion about it, but you can't just fire someone off.
Yeah. I mean, interestingly, Reines said when you said to him, he said, "Do you agree?" And I said, "Yes." And Hal goes, "No." He said, "What? You don't agree?" He said straight away, and he said, "But a 3-second penalty says, and he doesn't make the final anyway." So it was, it was interesting. Tough job. He said that's his hardest decision so far. Venäläinen, Gabrielsen, Sari, Seppälä, Leikola, that's Ismo and Herskainen in this one. And in fact, only 4 of the cars have turned up. 5, sorry. Where's Ismo? Right at the back of the pack. Venäläinen inside Sari with the fast-starting MR2, but unfortunately he makes a little mistake and runs himself out wide. And out front it's Gabrielsen who leads.
Gabrielsen's been a
Ismo's off. Was Ismo off? I thought he'd gone off in the background, Hal, through the dust. He's right there, look.
He is right there. Oh, look how slippery it is down the hill, getting the rear-wheel drive car stopped. Ismo's just not going to hold on to it. Nudges into the wall.
Oh, that's so frustrating. I thought he was going to back it in there. I was going to be proper pleased for him.
So difficult in a rear-wheel drive car, isn't it? In a four-wheel drive car, you could just jump back in the throttle and it would pull you straight, but without the front wheels scrabbling away to pull you forwards, then it's going to be tricky. Ismo still sideways. Had a bit of a problem getting into reverse, didn't he? With a sequential gearbox, you need to pull a little lever to be able to go down into neutral and reverse, and it's not always the quickest thing to do, especially when you're new to driving these competition cars. Hopefully that car is out of the way by the time Gabrielsen comes back down the hill. Of course, the spotters will be well aware that Ismo is there.
Watch for the double wave yellows, and
but he's got going off, and he gets all out of shape down the hill, loses bodywork.
Rear quarter's gone, I think it is.
Front wing, isn't it?
Front left wing, sorry, yeah. It was
and the rear quarter.
The flames that were distracting me on the side of the car. I do love his livery, I have to say. Like, more comedy liveries is great. Nothing to do with sponsorship or anything, is it? It's just branding to sell for people to buy if they want to support the team.
Like Petter Solberg's first DS3 livery in 2013.
Yeah, what was that? What was on it? What was the one where he had Bruce Lee on it?
Yeah, that was the first one, wasn't it?
Was that the 2013 one?
Yeah, the black one.
So this is the Pro-Am final, if you're wondering. And we'll see the Pro final in a bit. That'll be the one that's got Simon Tiger and the likes in it.
Love hearing the transmission chatter on the brakes. We often replicate that, don't we?
When we're watching trackside. Please do come and spectate with me and Hal at some point. As long as you're not easily offended, you'll have a great time. We basically do exactly what we're doing here, talking about motorsport, having mild disagreements, but maybe with a bit more swearing.
I was thinking that Ismo managed to get right up into the mix, but actually he's being lapped here and causing a little bit of chaos.
Go on, Ismo. Around the outside goal, takes the gravel trap line, get it back on track, please.
That's very fair of Ismo there to get out of the way, because these two are having a brilliant fight, Venäläinen and Sari, and Ismo got in the middle of it for a moment there.
He's not short on bravery, is he?
No.
Absolutely. That is a key component.
Oh, Sari gets in the rear, Venäläinen's going to spin, Ismo's going to get back past, so unlapped himself from Sari. Sari just got all locked up on the brakes, couldn't get it stopped. That's going to allow Seppälä through into a potential final spot later on. Gabrielsen meanwhile takes the Joker. Venäläinen's going to be close, having already jokered around the outside, not going to be enough.
Gabrielsen, Venäläinen, Seppälä. So Leikola, Ismo is a lap down, isn't he? Is he a lap down? Yes, he is a lap down. I'm just thinking if Sari can't get that restarted, he needs one more retirement, Hal, and he gets a podium. He'd like that, wouldn't he?
He would love that, yeah.
But I think he'd rather have it out on track. I've been really impressed by the learning curve. I think that's what's been brilliant. He's a guy who's come here and genuinely enjoyed learning the trade. Look at that, lovely with the wheel arch off Venäläinen's car. You can see the steering input so much more easily. The big amounts of lock. I'm kind of sorry we haven't had a really dark, cloudy, wet, rainy day to constantly see the flames out the back. You know, it's not been as noticeable as it is normally. But Gabrielsen going to take this one from Venäläinen and Seppälä. Nicely done. Where is Seppälä? There is Seppälä coming through with the MR2. No, sorry, that's, yeah, here it is in the background. Yeah, that was Ismo, so several are coming through. I don't know what happened to Sari. I think got the car going again, showing us plus a lap still. Ismo coming off the track, fully committed. Well done. Great to have him here with us this weekend. Hope we get to see him do a bit more.
Yeah, fantastic to have guest drivers, but guest drivers who are
really into it.
Yeah, fully invested. What term did he use earlier? I said you've caught the drug now, and he said something similar but in a different way. I can't remember. He's hooked or he's on the fishing line or I don't know, something like that. But the sentiment was the same.
I love the fact he lives in America and makes a living out of basically being a Finn on stage, doesn't he? All he says is Finnish things, really, but in a way which is... There's a brilliant one about ass and what the different meanings of the word ass compared to for Finn.
I was first introduced to him in a sauna in Finland when chatting with some of the RallyX Academy boys who were driving at the time, Hellman and co, when we were just chatting about, you know, whatever, and they were telling me about this hilarious comedian, and I've been following him ever since. And yeah, it's a bit mad now that he's competing and has just finished 5th in the Open 2-wheel drive AM final.
There are certain people you never think in your life that your paths will cross, you know, and then suddenly, yeah, you end up meeting them or doing something along these lines. And yeah,
my favourite thing is that you and I are quite lucky to meet properly famous people, but out of context, and quite often you don't realise. So quite often you'll be chatting to someone,
and then
someone else will be bowled
do you know
over
that
by...
was? Yeah, do you know who that was? You're like, who? And they're like, so-and-so, he's really one of the most famous ice hockey players in the world. Oh, right, I was talking to him about rallycross. But it is, isn't it? Jensen Button, you know, like mad things like that. Just completely, yeah. Here we go then, junior crosscar. This is going to be a hell of a battle all year. Front row, Hagström versus Solly. Then it's Pira, Antila, Oskarsson and Johansson. But it really is that front row that's key. And it's immediately a better start for Solly. Shuts the door on Hagström. They are 4 wide in the background. PT on the inside, Pira on the inside, just holds on to P3. But out front, I think it's Solly just in front of Hagström.
Oskarsson up the inside as well. Committed move there to run 4th on the road at the moment. If there was ever an indication that the two drivers fighting for this championship at the front, they were so far ahead off the line, weren't they? Solly ahead of Hagström at the moment. Hagström gets the car stopped on that slippery run down the hill into the hairpin. Solly, though, had a bit of a mixed qualifying, didn't he? Had a few issues in the traffic and has got back to the front of this order. Great job by him.
Hal, a quick word for Hagström here. This is not a done deal by any means. Or Hagström taps the bank, in fact, and he's coming under pressure from Pira.
Oskarsson drops to the back, having jokered after that strong start. Hagström's under big pressure from Pira.
Hagström, Hal, hadn't had a podium until this year. Pira's carrying so much speed through that first section, and so far this year hasn't been off the podium. It's a little bit... Who's the cross-car driver that we said has had the massive change in fortune over the winter? One of the drivers who's gone from nowhere to...
Orav,
gone from literally nowhere, qualifying 23rd to being in the mix at every single race.
To be fair, Oliver Solly has been there or thereabouts with a leading quartet, maybe 6 over the last couple of years.
And then Hagström hasn't been anywhere. Hagström hasn't been... Well, that's not fair. Semi-finals and occasional final, but hasn't made it through. Last year 3 finals out of 8. This year on the podium every single time. So Hagström is managing to stretch just a little gap over Pira. But Solly is leading. At the moment, the win tally is 2 to Solly and 1 P2. And Hagström's got the first win, which of course was actually the rally sprint, and 2 P2. So he may well end up with a 3rd P2 here. And it'll be 2 in a row for Solly.
Solly just pulling a little margin now, makes it a bit easier under braking. Hagström's so strong on the brakes, has been all weekend down at the bottom of the hill. Obviously got brilliant feel under the left foot just to get the car stopped in the most efficient way possible. Look at his hands working away at the wheel. The Joker. Was sided on that very early. Lovely rotation on the car.
Did you see the difference in driving style too? How Solly much more sideways through the sequence of left-handers, where Hagström was just with the wheels a little straighter, so almost the understeer style that some of the drivers prefer. Then on the flip side of that, backs it into the Joker lap like a pro, completely sideways. To be able to drive the car both ways is a really good skill.
Yeah, and I think that's what you see from the very top drivers, don't you? That they're able to back it in when necessary. Also can be very neat and tidy when that's the fastest way as well. Is this not going to work out for Hagström though? Now tucked up behind Pira. Will Solly Joker this time around to try and cover off or go to the. I think he'll go to the end. I think he'll go to the end.
Right, let's see then. So Solly coming round. Does he go straight now and go into the Joker? And he does. So Solly, this is to cover off behind. Might be the win. Hagstrom's coming in. I think Hagstrom's had a great lap here. Watch the outside line. Hampus Hagstrom trying to get around the outside of Solly. They'll be side by side in the last corner. Hagstrom turns it in, carries the speed through. They're almost wheels interlocked. Solly on the inside line down towards turn 1. That is outrageously good racing from these two young drivers.
Hagstrom would have almost been better there to have not quite a good exit on the exit of the Joker lap and been able to cut back up the inside in the final corner, but hung it around the outside. So much respect from these two. It would have been so easy for Solly to run him deep under the gravel.
That was brilliant.
Too wide. Hagstrom into the rear, Solly into the hairpin.
Absolutely brilliant. Pirra hasn't. Pirra has Joker as well in the background. So these three now fighting it out on this final lap. Solly coming through the left-hander. Hagstrom, I don't think, has got any other chances to pass. He may try and have a look up the inside line, but Oliver Solly and Hampus Hagstrom putting on a show which we can expect to go to the end of the season here. Solly, though, is going to take his third win in a row. Hagstrom is third P2. A brilliant performance by Pirra to come in third. Fantastic racing from these youngsters. Brilliant. It was the wheels interlocked, you know what I mean? Through that corner. Yeah, brilliant.
Donuts from Solly. He was so fair on the exit. He could so easily have pushed Hagstrom into the weeds.
Wonderful driving from them both. I couldn't be more impressed. Probably the best display of racecraft we've seen all weekend.
Hagstrom's pleased as well, Donuts, because that's solid points, isn't it? And then this is going to go all the way down to the wire.
It's a banger of a race, that, wasn't it? It really was. Hagstrom was on pole. I can't remember if he out-qualified Solly as well. So he would have.
He did, yeah. They both won their semis.
Right. So Hagstrom nicked a point off him in qualifying. You know, it could come down to that. But having said that, if Solly keeps winning, every time you win, you get a 3-point advantage. Somebody will make a mistake at some point this year, and that will be the difference between being the champion and not.
What I hope it isn't is a big mistake where you don't qualify for the semis or whatever, and then it really makes.
Look at this. Look at this. Watch the front left wheel here of Solly. It is in between the wheels of Hagstrom on the outside.
But he's also straightened up. Of course, he wants to run, but he could easily just buried Hagstrom into the boonies.
Wonderful stuff from them. Pirra as well. Very impressed by Pete Pirra. I'd love to see that driver appear a little more often in this series. So often we get a glimpse of a bit of a genius racing at home.
We've seen a few people join for one-off events and then come back for the full season.
Well, that's the thing, is it when you realise, hang on a minute, I could compete here. You know, I'm on a bigger stage. This has got TV compared to your local championship. Great job. Oliver Solly leads on 112 to Hampus Hagstrom on 109. Could not be closer, could it, Hal? 3 points in it between them after 4 rounds. 3 wins to Solly, 1 to Hagstrom. Whenever they finish in those positions, the other one has finished P2. I mean, it's got wonderful championship fight written all over it.
And the ludicrous thing, after the next day of RallyX racing in Sweden, we'll be halfway through the season already.
I know, yeah, that's true. Good to have 5 weekends, 5 double headers this year as well. So we're going up to 10 rounds instead of 8. Here we go. Svensson, Bowden, Hukar, Hume, Merstad and Ugar. Brilliant start by Svensson. Bowden has lost out, needs to shut the door on Hukar, but stays out wide to carry the speed through. Hume with a bit of contact on Hukar. Ike Merstad looks to the inside line but can't get there. Martin Ugar down in P6. Contact there. And I think
into the back of Hume,
yeah, he's run wide with that contact. I think it's fired him off. Solly, has he lost the position in the background? No, he just holds on.
Svensson had his shape down the hill as well. That's allowed Bowden to close on the brakes. Wonder if Hukar's get any damage, because that was quite a hit from Hume, wasn't it? In that concertina into turn 2, at least the wheel arch is hanging off.
So who's going to go Joker on this first lap? It's Hume. So he goes Joker immediately. Message, by the way, in between we said, is that smoke from the back of his car? He said, no, just a bit of excess oil, no problem. So Hume's car is in full health and fitness. He goes off to the Joker on the first lap, hasn't gone his way, and so we now try and get the overlap on these guys out front. But I don't reckon either of these two is going to go anytime soon.
No, you've got to stay out, haven't you? Because of the competitive nature of this race, you can't afford to drop back, although Svensson is pulling a margin. Do you try and cover off Hukar at some point. The gap's certainly not big enough at the minute, but it might be after another lap around.
Neither of them goes, so Hukar's going to go in the background. So this is Riku trying to cover off Hume. Hume, you can see with the blue car in the background coming in hot now. So Hume around the outside, Hukar on the inside line. Hukar coming out almost alongside Ugar in front of him. Oh, up on two wheels! Hume absolutely lit as he comes over the line. Took too much curb, puts it on two wheels, just saves it from going over with a run through the gravel trap.
So easy to do in these cross cars, isn't it? Just to clip the inside of the curb, it pitches you right up. You've just got to apply a load of opposite lock, keep the throttle berry, and hope it lands sunny side down, because there's nothing else you can do at that point. You're a bit of a passenger.
I love the commitment, though. I love the commitment.
It's all about
knowing
how much lock to apply and how hard to get in the throttle to try and save those sorts of moments.
And then staying on the throttle through Bowdens. Here we go. So this Bowdens, this is partly to cover off the drivers behind Hukar, but also to try and do something different. Has he got enough? He has. That's a great joker. Bowdens jokers into clear air with Merstad and Ugar behind, who haven't jokered yet. Brilliant tactics from the Latvian spotters. Now he has to cane it and try and get that gap on Svensson.
Svensson's done the fastest lap of the race on a 41.9. Bowdens' best is a 42.2, so Svensson is absolutely on it with Alex Gustafsson on the radio pushing him on.
Last laps though, look, was a 42.6 for Svensson, but obviously Bowdens went joker, so it's going both ways. Does Svensson respond and go joker immediately? Bowdens is actually under pressure from behind. He's going in. Here we go. Watch this then. This could be for the win. 2 laps to go. Bowdens round the outside line. Svensson on the inside. Bowdens pitches the car in. Svensson will shut the door, runs it out wide. He's got a good gap, holds on to the lead. Brilliant tactics from both of them.
He had to joker then. You cannot afford to give a driver of Bowdens' quality that free air. You just can't predict what they're going to do. If he delivers 2 laps of his life, then he's going to overtake you.
Yeah.
Brilliant spotting by Alex Gustafsson to get Svensson in and out. Oh, that bump. They are pushing so hard now in cross-car. There's almost 2 jumps out the back now. Svensson a bit out of shape on the brakes, down into the hairpin.
Merstad holding on from Ugar. Everybody's joker, so this is just a race to the line. At the minute, Svensson out front, done a fantastic job. Took a win in Tierp yesterday, didn't get the result, but he's going to take another win today. So Elias Svensson in battle with championship leader Ronald Bowdens. Fantastic job. Svensson takes his 2nd win of the year here at Kouvola. Brilliant close racing throughout the field. Bowdens P2, Merstad P3.
Ugar all over the back of Merstad in the run to the line. Almost a double podium for Pace Motorsport this weekend.
Mega. That was great. We said, didn't we, crosscar might be the one this year for the super close racing.
The thing is, the quality is massive. Where other categories have got
2
some
or 3
really
hot
quick
shoes. Aliens.
people, aliens,
Yeah.
and then some, some people who aren't quite at the very, very highest level. In crosscar, you could take any one of
10 at
15
least.
drivers.
Yeah.
Maybe 18 drivers.
It's when you look at these, when you look at the semis, one of the semis will have a couple and you go, meh, they probably won't make it. But all the other semis, you're like, who's going to get this? Yeah, and it'll be Hal, it'll be where they ran wide once and lost 2 seconds in one session, yeah? And it would have cost them 8 qualifying places, and then they get 3rd instead of 2nd and don't make the final. That's how close it is. Really, every single session counts for crosscar. It really does. It is Svensson who takes round 4, his 2nd win of the year. Bowdens is in P2. What did he get yesterday? Bowdens got a P3 yesterday. He's only been off the podium once. Yulalami didn't make it through to the final, so championship standings may look a little bit different. We'll be able to have a look at those in just a moment. Ronald Bowdens leads by 3 points from Elias Svensson. Thomas Eek Merstad now into 3rd. Yulalami has dropped down to P4, so not Yulalami's weekend, and the consistency of those top 2, we might see things start to stretch out a bit, but Yulalami will definitely try and come back. Right. Pro-Am final here. Some of these people will be double running, I think, Hal, in the main final.
Yeah, for sure.
So they'll want to make sure they want the result here, but they also don't want tons of damage. You've got Tepainen and Separ on the front row, 2 Finns. Then it's 4 Swedes, Enland, Martinsson, Oman and Torren. Enland, of course, was DQ'd from his semi-final, meaning that he won't make the pro final, but he does still make the Pro-Am final. If he's there, is he in behind or not? There he is, coming in late. Now, probably, to be fair, they've probably been up in the tower arguing the case over whether or not they should have had the penalty. So, Enland does turn up and will want to make amends here. Can he get a brilliant result against the likes of Tapainen and Sepä? Tapainen, how 15 years old.
Extraordinary.
I'll
never ever forget the video of Oliver Solberg testing the
DS3
Petter's DS3 Julius on his first test day in it. Age is just a number.
That just shows as well, though, how good, we keep banging on about how good the junior cross cars are, but they really are. If you're able to step up from a junior cross car to a supercar and do this, you're doing well. Tapainen, in fact, I got a double hand clap emoji from Johan Kristoffersen for Tapainen earlier via WhatsApp, and that is praise indeed. So Tapainen versus Sepä. Watch out for Enland on row 2. They're your main category hopefuls, along with Matt Zoman at the back. Good start by Tapainen, but not good enough. Sepä edges him. Tapainen's now got to keep it lit on the inside line, not try and lose out that position to Martinsson on the outside. Turenne is there as well. Enland has been a little bit shaky here. Turenne going around the outside, surely going to end up in the bank. He's just got away with murder there as Enland slots up the inside with a great pass on Martinsson.
2 places in 1 corner for Enland.
Lovely.
Great move by him. Good start by Sepä, wasn't it? Tapainen right up the back of the Hyundai at the moment.
So Tapainen here can't joker too early, remember, because there will be a couple of people in this final who are not quite so quick. Martinsson goes immediately in the Clio Supercar. Matt Zoman is a fair way off the back, so I don't know if he had a bad start. How Turenne got away with that, Philip Turenne, I do not know. I was waiting, when the rear end's going to go in and he's going to get flicked round.
Yeah, classic rear hits the bank first and drags the front in. That's a rally off all day long, isn't it? But got away with it. Enland really on a charge.
Sepä is leading.
Big jump for Enland in the background. Sepä under big pressure from Tapainen. Seppä's been one of my drivers of the weekend, Andrew.
Yeah.
In a car that's nowhere near as developed as the car that Tapainen is driving, for example, and has been consistently near the front. Tapainen ducks out into the Joker. Enland also sideways in the background. Tapainen might get ahead of Enland at the exit. Enland right at the bank on the outside, going to go for the undercut. Hasn't quite got the momentum. Great job by Tapainen spotter to get him in and out of the Joker. Now he needs to defend from Enland while also getting the hammer down to try and close the gap on Sepä.
He doesn't need any interference from Enland, does he? He just wants to get a couple of quick laps in now and hope that he can get Sepä. Sepä ran wide on the straight. You could see that from the dust that was kicking up as Tapainen came through. Great tactics from Tapainen's squad to get him in and out in front of Enland, but Enland's rear wing hanging off. So watch for the leader now. Let's see, does Sepä respond to Tapainen? Because I think Tapainen's close enough already. Sepä runs across the grass. Tapainen's done a banger of a lap here. Sepä maybe lose too much time coming onto the straight, drops a wheel on the dirt. Tapainen round the outside line, gets the lead. Tapainen with a brilliant Joker strategy and a fantastic lap. But 3 laps to go, leads from Sepä.
Full commitment from Sepä into the Joker, was using all of the road and some, wasn't quite enough, maybe cost himself a little bit of time. Tapainen's driven really well with his head here today, was a bit ragged in Tjörv. I thought he was just a little bit out of his depth for a while, but done a fantastic job here at his home circuit. Enland's rear quarter has been threatening to disappear all weekend, now finally come off the car. Tapainen's putting a bit of a gap, isn't he, on Sepä behind Enland, still to Joker in the background. Martinsson not a million miles away either. Martinsson's got ahead of Turenne in the background. Not sure what's happened to Omen. There is Enland in the Joker. Comes out ahead of Martinsson to secure a podium if he can stay there till the end. But Martinsson can have a look up the inside into the first corner.
So Tapainen still leading, has managed to gap Sepä just a little bit. The 2 Finns in front of the 4 Swedes. What a performance from this kid.
Enland has stayed ahead in the background. Martinsson couldn't get the job done.
Couple of corners to go. Tapainen has had 2 P5s in open 4-wheel drive in the Pro-Am category. Now though, coming up, hadn't got the result yesterday, but will get the result today. He had a P3 in Tjörv, a P2 in Tjörv. This time though, it's the top step of the podium for Tapainen with a fantastic drive in Pro-Am Supercar. Sepä comes home to make it a finish 1-2, and Enland just holds on for a P3. Great stuff. proper bit of rallycross tactics there, perfect laps. Seppa, the little mistakes, Hal, on the lap that Tapainen went joker, just because we saw the dust kicking up, reckon he ran wide, slightly wide on the joker. Each of those tenths is the margin.
Martinsson out of the car with a problem. He's worried about something, quite animated. Trying to get the door open. Is he trying to get the door open or pulling the wing off the wheel?
He's trying to straighten Hal. Look, he's pulling on the steering. Do you see? Look.
I'm looking at the monitor. It's a big commitment to get the car back. Has he made the pro final?
That's a good point. You got the grid.
Otherwise, you just wait for someone to. Your grid's in front of you.
Yeah,
he's on the front. Of course, because he'll have won that semi-final with Enland being
gutting.
Hey, they could still fix it.
Well, if it's only a steering arm or something, yes, but that they need to get a wiggle on. How many finals we got in between?
Two, I think.
Open two-wheel drive Supercar lights. They've got 10 minutes to fix this car. He might as well ask him to dump it in the pre-grid.
Needs a lift. There's the universal sign language you're talking about. Give me a lift.
So he needs the team now
but what
to
we
get
saw,
there with the tools
who
and do
did we
it.
see get back in the car? It was Enland in exactly this situation in Tjup on the second day, and Martin was astute enough to get back in the car, plug the radio in and tell the boys what he needed. Really, what Martinson could do with doing here is getting back on the radio to the guys and say,
meet me in the pre-grid.
Or it's broken the TCA
Shaft,
or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
He must have been in the contact with Enland when he was trying to get past in the last couple of laps.
Enjoy this. Stay with us. 3 finals to go. 2 even. 3. Don't worry about me. It's been a long weekend. Tapainen takes the win from Seppa and Enland. Martinson on the front row in the pro final with the car stranded out on track. We'll try and see if we can see where they take the car back to, see whether or not they take it back to pre-grid, whether he gets met by his team or not. Championship standings, Tapainen leads the Pro-Am category from Enland and Martinson, Jens Vahl, Philip Turen and Anton Seppa, your top 6. So here comes the Clio now. It's on the scoop. They're going to come back down that side road, but they really are going to have very little time. Hal, what have we found out on the pre-grid?
Let's just look at tyres for the Supercar Lights final in a few minutes. Olofsson has very, very good tyres on his
Does he?
On his car. He's renowned for being smooth, isn't he? So that'll be interesting after this race.
So who was it that was struggling for tyres? Simon Tiger, wasn't it? So we don't know if he had anything decent. Yeah, anything decent left. But championship protagonists on the front row. In fact, our only ever champions on the front row. Season 1, 21 Tiger, 22 Johansson, 23 Tiger.
Come on, European two-wheel drive rallycross drivers, come and bring the fight to them.
Yeah, do.
They're not unbeatable.
When's Tohill coming back?
Later in the year.
Right. What's his concept? Are you going to tell us, or is it a secret?
Peter McGarry's driving it this weekend in Mondello. Derek's a bit busy this weekend.
So I've asked Henker, our director, to keep an eye on where this car goes in case they dump it at the pre-grid.
I don't think they will. I think they'll take it back.
You think they're just going to retire
Why would you go to the pre-grid?
Because you've only got 10 minutes, and the 2 minutes, if it's literally, it depends what it is. If it's
I would have a team member up, but we can talk about it after.
Yeah, we can. We'll talk about it in a minute. They're taking it to the paddock, we're hearing. That's a shame. Will they have time to repair it and get it back out for the front row? Otherwise, it could be an easy final. So Simon Tiger versus Victor Johansson on the front row. Tiger gets the whole shot. Johansson manages to shut the door behind. It's Jensen in the escort who's got in, and now he has to look up the inside and hits the wall. So Victor Johansson tried to go inside Tiger, there wasn't room, and he dumps himself from P2 to P6.
I have to say, that was Victor Johansson being quite
optimistic,
gentlemanly, I think, because a more aggressive move would have been to shove the nose in there. There wasn't the gap, but he was a bit half-hearted. I'm not telling him what to do, but you either go for it and really commit or roll out the throttle, and I think it was neither one nor the other. Gabrielsen in the Joker, he's got great pace, so won't get in Johansson's way, but Johansson would have wanted a Joker all on his own. I think that's cost any chance of victory for Victor Johansson this weekend. Runs right to the outside off the Joker exit.
So Tiger leads from Jensen and Venäläinen. Venäläinen right in behind Jensen in the Ford. Listen to the blipping of the throttles out. Boom, boom. It's that category, isn't it? It's different to anything else. Big, lumpy, powerful engines, rear-wheel drive. Gabrielsen's car is hanging to bits, isn't it? There's just pieces flying off it left, right and centre. There isn't a lot to these cars sometimes in terms of the bodywork, is there? It's just how much weight can we shed? Yeah, and they're ostensively... they're not space frames, but they're chassis with a lot of steel cut out of them. Venäläinen's covering off Gabrielsen in the background in the black Starlet.
Going to get Seppala as well.
He is. Nicely done. So that's a great Joker call by Venäläinen's squad to get him out in front of Seppala and in front of the cars that are Joker behind. Now he's got to try and edge Jensen.
The typical... Oh, Tiger's got a problem. He broke the steering.
No, I think it's... Was it engine? Is it Mr. Gear?
Front right or front left,
front left,
back in the wheel arch.
Yeah. So Simon Tiger now then, can he go defensive or not? Comes around there, you can see the front left wheel is completely off. He's going to pull off to the paddock, is he?
No, I think
he'll
keep going in the hope that there's a red flag or something.
So Johansson is going to come through and move up the order here. Where is Johansson in the background? Where's the big Mercedes?
Seppala's in the Joker. Johansson's still...
Is Johansson gone?
He's in the background. Perhaps with a problem
Johansson?
As well. Oh, if they both run into trouble.
That's what I mean, is Victor Johansson's not here. There he is. Victor Johansson, is he on a go slow too? It looks like we have a slow race here for our two championship leaders.
Left rear puncture for Johansson.
Oh, no way. So both, so now.
No, I'm gutted because if Johansson had taken good points here, we'd have had a proper championship fight.
But now he's still going to try and pass Tiger. So this is a slow motion race between the top two in the championship. Victor Johansson will see Tiger's got a problem. He's going to try and get past him. Tiger's he's not going to knock him off, but
there'd be a degree of hilarity if they just had some sort of very slow collision, wouldn't there?
That's Venäläinen
around the outside. This is for the race lead. Venäläinen on the outside at the Joker merge. Jensen's going to get it done.
Jensen with 2 laps to go. Venäläinen looks to the inside line. In the background, though, you could see the battle was going on slowly between Tiger and Johansson. Tiger still had the position at the hairpin. So Jensen with the last lap. Venäläinen's got to have a lunge here, surely, Hal.
Yeah.
Lost time here.
Great run from Jensen up the hill.
That's a shame for Venäläinen because this was the prime position to have a look. Oh, now he nudges his way through. So both cars with problems. Front left for Tiger, rear left for Johansson. Slow motion racing over the line as we see full speed racing out front. Jensen and Venäläinen. Venäläinen could maybe look to the inside at the last corner. Is he going to dare to stick it up on the brakes? Not quite there. Jensen sideways out. Venäläinen with him and Gabrielsen. This is a fantastic 1, 2, 3 for Finland. Jensen takes it from Venäläinen and Gabrielsen. Brilliant stuff. Where are our championship front runners, though? There's only a point in it. There he is. Johansson going to get P4. Oh, wow, 5, sorry, in the slowest fashion possible. If he hadn't made that move in turn 1, Hal, he might have had a winner, as you say, and taken 7 points off Tiger. Instead, he's only going to take 1 off him.
Yeah, I'm absolutely delighted for Jensen, because you can only imagine the elation. Gives me a little bit of goosebumps, actually. Imagine turning up at your home round of a massive international championship like this
and winning.
Yeah. It's the sort of thing you dream about when you're in the workshop late at night, but you think probably isn't realistically possible because of the level.
But you maintain that little hope in your head because it's what drives you to have a crack at it. Like, maybe it'll be better this weekend.
It's 5% elation and 95% heartbreak, and it's these days that it's the 5% elation, and this is what drives you to continue and keep trying.
Here comes Simon Tiger.
Such a ludicrous scenario that they're both dragging their cars to the finish.
they've done well to get both round, to be fair. So Simon Tiger going to finish this lap. Wow. So Tiger loses his win streak as well. He was on 3 and he's done now. Who was the other one? Anderson, wasn't it? It was on the win streak. So I think all the win streaks are over, aren't they?
Yeah, because Kristoffersson wasn't here.
Yeah. So we had drivers who were looking to win all the way through. And now it's all the way forward, look. So it was all the way back in the wheel arch.
Broken the bottom wishbone probably, hasn't it? So the wheel's just flapping around in the arch.
Attached basically to the strut at the top. Oi, oi, oi. Well, okay, so Johansson in turn 2 really. Watch this.
Didn't have the best start, did he?
No.
Jensen was quick there, to be fair. Jensen was the driver to capitalise, having been 3rd behind the 2 championship protagonists at the front. See, had Johansson buried the throttle there, because Tiger's, it would never have worked.
No.
But at the same time,
he couldn't have known that Tiger was. He couldn't have known Tiger was going to break the suspension, obviously.
And that's where it broke. That's Tiger's suspension braking on the jump landing. You saw the wheel deflect.
This was where we first noticed, wasn't it, him run super wide and was going slowly. Looked like he was going to pull off to the side of the road at first.
They've both had their reliability issues over the last few years since we've been doing open 2-wheel drive.
They'll have been on the radio, weren't they, to Simon straight away going, look, Victor by now has already had a problem. We hadn't seen it, but Victor's miles off the back of the pack and he was right there. So if the spotters had seen that, they'll be on the radio going, keep going, mate, he's got a puncture as well. So they're both going round, and then I say, there was even contact in the 3-mile-an-hour pass. Here's Ben Lyon behind us, coming past the commentary box. He did well this weekend again, got right up there, got a podium. But I can't deny yes, go on. That's the 5% elation, Hal.
100% elation today, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
5% when you've got to fix the car next week.
Got to go home and rebuild the diff now. Venelainen's got the P2. Here comes Simon Tiger over the sleeping policeman behind us. He's missing the rear bumper, but he is able to drive it back, and then Johansson as well. So Tiger still leads by 16 points. That could have been down to 9 if Victor Johansson had managed to win that one, but unfortunately he had his own issues. So both the championship front runners with problems, but it doesn't see them lose out on their position. And I think you can pretty clearly see that's going to be a 2-horse race. We really want Johansson to get his proper engine back for the next one and give us a bit of fire up north in Sweden. Now the delays here will have played into the hands of Martinson's team if they're able to get on that car. Just the 2 slow cars coming round. They could have done with a recovery, really, couldn't they? Just give them another 5 minutes.
There might be one, yeah.
We're hearing that they might wait for them, but Olofsson, Janssen, Lenné and Meunier, Darback. So an all Danish brotherly back row. 2 French drivers on the second row. The 2 Swedes on the front. Olofsson gets a good start. Kasper Janssen moves out wide, really wide. Going to try and get the cut back, but Lenné's going to be there on the inside. Meunier outside. The French drivers side by side. Oh, Janssen shuts the door on Meunier. Darback has got inside, and now so it's Meunier that runs wide. Lenné is in P3. Meunier runs wide. How just got on the loose stuff and loses the positions.
Very astute from Darback. Could see the drivers ahead going side by side, stuck the nose in, and you're immediately going to follow through because there's no grip on the outside. Now Kevin Darback follows through as well. Disaster for Julian Meunier, who drops to the back of the order. Janssen and Olofsson went side by side in a similar way to Anderson and Janssen early on.
Good choice there from Darback, so they've split the strategy immediately. Can he get out in front of Meunier? Doesn't look like he can, but still a good strategy, I think.
Yeah, sensible to split strategy between the 2 brothers.
Second final as well, isn't it, Hal, thinking about it? For
Kevin.
For Kevin, yeah, because he was in the final, made the final yesterday, didn't he, for the first time? So, Olofsson from Janssen, Lenné, the gaps between them at the moment are not enough for anybody to choke without getting themselves in trouble.
I've been impressed with Lenné's willingness to get stuck in this weekend. I know it's caused a bit of damage and maybe not making friends from it, but I don't think any of it's been out of order. He's just been very firm, hard racing. This is the other Darback into the Joker.
This is to cover off in the background, isn't it? His own brother. Not going to get out in front. Okay, I get that. I do understand that.
Does give you some clear air as well if they feel like they're quicker than Lenné, and based on the form through the day, there's not much to choose between them, is there? Lenné and Darback, both newcomers to the Light Series this year.
Lene is closer to Janssen through the tarmac sections, Hal, which I mean might be indicative of his experience in the French Championship, but through this next section here, he's been really close to Janssen each time they've come through. So Olofsson coming through. Watching the background CU Jokers.
It's no surprise that Janssen's brilliant on the loose with all his experience in nitro on the loose surfaces in the last couple of years.
I thought Lene might go, but he was not as close this time.
Munoz spun in the background. That's really going to help Lene's cause in making it onto the podium this afternoon.
So Munier's gone round.
Just dropped it in that compression, hasn't he? The car's got out of shape and he just hasn't been able to get it back.
That's how much on the limit they are. You know, we look at it, you think they're not on the limit, but with the crest over to the left and the way they lift the front left wheel, the weight changed through there. But you are now seeing the experience of Olofsson and Janssen as they stretch the gap just a little bit on Lene in P3. Lene dropping back.
This is classic Olofsson when he's in his groove. He's very, very difficult to beat, isn't he? Just edging ahead now.
I think
although Janssen did the fastest lap last time around, Olofsson's going to joker here. This is going to confirm a podium position because he's going to come out comfortably ahead of Lene.
Might come out in the lead, yeah. He's inside Janssen. Janssen only just edges him, and now Olofsson can watch his prey, can't he?
That's a risk, isn't it?
He's got to go.
That's a risk to come out side by side with the driver in second.
Especially when he's one of your championship rivals.
Yeah, and we know that neither of them give up any space, do they? Especially Janssen. Very firm races.
Simon Tiger with a double thumbs down to us through the window, but laughing.
And Janssen gets sideways. This is where Olofsson doesn't want to get tripped up and risk losing time, because then the early joker will have been absolutely futile. Janssen's going to go right here into the joker. Olofsson on the main lap.
So Olofsson drops in to his normal standard lap coming around the outside, and he's dropping into the kind of behaviour he was having last year, which is top step of the podium behaviour. Olofsson takes his first win of the year. Kasper Janssen gets P2 and P3. Brilliant job there by Lene to get P3. First podium in this series in the Supercar lights for the French driver. Great stuff. All helped, of course, by the lack of Lucas Anderson, the championship leader. We'll see the points in a moment to find out what that's done. We have one race left to go here in Kouvola. It's hotting up, isn't it, Lights? The French driver's getting a bit closer to the front three, is making tactics a little bit more tricky for them.
And Darback.
Mega. Very strange experience there of hearing revs here at the track and then hearing them in my ear another second later. So they're doing tyre warms behind us. This was turn one. Two French drivers side by side. And it was Lene who held that inside line. And unfortunately for Munier, just look at this, Hal, just on the dirt, and just immediately you run 10 feet wide, instantly. Both the Darbacks still on the inside, and from there it was really a bit of a fight back situation. Here he is, look, outside the second Darback, and he couldn't make it stick around. Early joker was the right decision, but there was the spin late in the race, and that took away the hopes of holding on to P4. Olofsson coming out here with Kasper Janssen on the outside. I wonder if maybe the team thought he could just get out in front of him. It didn't matter either way, because they knew that Janssen would have to go on this final circulation of this brilliant track. That was where he jokered. Oh, Janssen was committed in the joker. He really was, but it wasn't going to be enough. So Olofsson with that first win. That's Kasper Janssen out of P2, of course, back in Tierp equals that here. Hasn't had a win. When you think about his win rate in Nitro, does need to just up the game slightly over here.
Tell you what, I've just watched every lights car drive back into the paddock. It's a puncture for Munier. That's what will have caused the spin.
Rear right.
Had a lot of punctures this weekend, hasn't he? But the Darback cars have so little bodywork damage on the sides, and I think that's a great indication as to how neat and tidy they drive.
Yeah.
Fair play to them, because some lights cars look like they've been in a war every time they return to the paddock.
No, that'd be after one event as well. Oh, that car looks
one heat.
Mint. Yeah, and then heat one. Oof, looks like the end of the season. Anderson leads, but that lead is down to 9 points from Kasper Janssen. Simon Olofsson is in P3. Julian Munier is in P4. Now that is the same order. No, Olofsson has got ahead of Munier. We'll double check those later.
Martinson's on the grid.
They've got the Clio repaired. That is fantastic news. So Philip Martinson is on the front row. Well done.
What I was going to say to you is, I think going back to the paddock is the right decision.
More
because
tools.
If you suddenly need another washer or a nut or a spanner, it's all there, isn't it?
Got you. Yeah. Yeah, and if he's near enough, it's good enough. Eriksson on the front row. Philip Martinson, Tapainen. Tapinen, of course, with a brilliant drive just a few minutes ago in the Pro-Am final. Mats Oman on the outside, and then Jens Wahl and Jari Turli. Ericsson hasn't got a brilliant start again, might be edged on the run to turn 1, just going to be inside. Martinsen trying to go around the outside. Oman has come up there from row 2 and slots into P3. Tapinen goes 4th. Oh, gets a nudge from Wahl in the background. Wahl, Kevin Eriksson runs wide, holds onto the position though.
Eriksson just dropping the rear wheels of the long wheelbase Civic into the gravel on the outside. Oman gets into the rear of Martinsen. Tapinen just avoids the contact as well. Where's Jens Wahl gone? In the background, Eriksson pulling away out front just a little bit. Wahl's gone, hasn't he? Can't see him in the picture. Turi into the Joker for the first time of asking.
I think Turi's got a problem. How front right looks awful. It was understeering like mad on the way into that corner, unless he just came in too hot. And of course it is Oliver Eriksson, my bad, not Kevin.
Tapinen got no issues of understeer, just issues with application of the throttle, running wide on the exit of the final corner into the gravel.
Yellow flags.
There is Wahl on the outside. Oh, he's had a difficult weekend, hasn't he, Wahl?
So yeah, Wahl is out of this one then, so we might see podiums for people who haven't had podiums here before, Hal, I think, in the pro category.
We haven't seen a podium so far this year for Ollie Eriksson either, have we? So he'll be very keen to get the job done. He's been very, very quick today, hasn't he? Against the very capable Audis. Obviously, Bilevsky not in the final. Yesterday's winner after that contact with Martin Enland earlier on. Oman going with Martinsen. How much would we love to see Mats Oman on the podium in just a couple of laps time, and Tapinen is really overdriving the Fiesta at the moment, wide through the final corner. That will be helping Oman's challenge. Eriksson wide again up the hill, still pulling a bit of a margin. He's done the fastest lap of the race on a 40.7, a 41.4 for Martinsen. There is the Clio. Oman not quite hanging with his compatriot, Swedish 1-2-3 at the moment.
Eriksson then into the standard lap again. Martinsen 2 in the background. Tapinen goes Joker. So Tapinen gets out of the traffic, gives himself a bit of space, not going to fall into any traffic either. That's a good move, I think.
Well, I think that's all that's going to do now, Andrew, is release Oman, because they were stuck in a bit of a Joker train. It's like a DRS train in Formula 1. None of them can risk to break it. Now that Tapinen's gone, Oman can go on the next lap, try and secure that podium position.
So that's Oman ran a bit wide, remember, as well on the standard lap. So that might be a demon of a lap. On the other end, it might be a tiny bit of lost time. So
1.7 the gap last time around. That is the Joker Delta, we think.
Tapinen versus Oman will be the merge on this one if Oman goes in response. Now, is Eriksson going to go with 2 laps?
Eriksson's got a problem!
Oh, Eriksson's pulled off to the side of the road with the Honda. Martinsen coming through. Eriksson goes into the Joker super slowly. This is an absolute disaster.
Oman's in the Joker.
Oman into the inside line. Oman going to try and come out from the Tapinen. Tapinen going to get him. So Tapinen now suddenly up into P2 as Oliver Eriksson. That is a shocker. The bloke cannot get a break.
Philip Martinsen retired at the end, or he finished the AM final, but with broken steering. The team have worked so hard to get the car repaired. He's leading by 2.8 seconds from Joni Tapinen into the final lap. Still got the Joker to take.
Tapinen's on a mission behind him.
He's wide in the hairpin, Tapinen.
Deep. But this would be an incredible recovery if they can do it. Got to go Joker now. Watch for Tapinen in the background. Slides the Clio off to the left into the apex. Tapinen, the young Finn, coming around the outside line. Martinsen going to hold on though, surely. It's a brilliant win. What a reward for the team who were putting that car back together just minutes ago. Martinsen takes it from Tapinen, and Mats Oman on the podium. Wow. Poor Ollie Eriksson, but wow.
What a wild podium.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm disappointed for Oman. That could so easily have been second. Ollie will not have wanted to hold Mats up. I think Mats would have been second there had Ollie not been in the Joker, because Mats had to go around.
He's driven in behind us, but the engine is just hunting like mad. It's but. So there's, it's gutting, isn't it?
Ollie Eriksson's engine, that is. Not sounding particular. Sounds like a Group N Evo, doesn't it? With that
on tick over with the throttle jacked open. Oh man, what a bummer for Ollie. It really is.
The finals have lived up to
yesterday's finals were not that great.
We were
now
so deflated yesterday, weren't we, that the finals weren't great. Every final, even with some drama, has been great today.
What a brilliant job we've got. Aren't we lucky?
I love Rallycross.
Yeah, me too, mate. Me too. Great stuff. Hope you guys have enjoyed it at home as well. Do drop us a message. We're 5 weeks out from the next couple of rounds. This was turn 1.
Let's have a look at Martinsen. Almost got it done on Ollie Eriksson in turn 1 and 2. What happens to Wahl here? He gets in the rear of Tapinen. Does he hit the wall? I think that's broken the steering, hasn't it? Yeah, straight taxi to the bank on the outside, unfortunately for Jens.
So this point, everything's going well, isn't it? Omen's in P3. Martinson's going nicely, and then it was on the run into the Joker, wasn't it, Alan? Ollie was completely in the clear.
He was miles ahead. I really thought Tapainen wasn't on the podium here.
That's where
up the
Omen
bank
ran
on
wide.
the outside.
Yeah, that's when I thought, has he lost time to Tapainen? And he well, you said as well. So this is Kevin.
So let's
look at the drone. So the drone immediately overtakes him. That's our first sign. Look, he goes
Yeah,
left, then he goes
so
right.
he's still, I'll go into the Joker, I'll get out of the way, unfortunately.
But also complete the Joker. You know, sometimes you can do a reset, switch it off and on. I know it sounds ridiculous,
No,
but
we didn't see it from that shot, but Omen lost it. I wonder if we can see that drone shot again.
Until Omen tries to come through.
Stockholm calling, the truck in the TV truck in Stockholm. Can we see the Joker again for Ollie Eriksson? Because I think Omen lost quite a lot of time having to go offline.
See if we can find us a replay of Omen going in behind Eriksson, but they're looking, just a moment we're told, they're looking for it now for us. So there we go, that is the final race done here in Kouvola. People are starting to wander in off the track. A beautiful sunny weekend in a lovely town, which is so welcoming to this sport and to us, and we're grateful to be here again, we really are. Let's take a look here. So Eriksson from the drone. This is a longer look into the Joker lap, hopefully. So look, Vigo's following him here, Alan. Look at how quickly Vigo suddenly overtakes. Boom, it's gone. Ollie's steering input changes because he's now not in a position where he's trying to hold back 600 horsepower on the lock stops. He moves across, he's going to go left, then he goes, no, I'll go right, because if I do the Joker, at least I've done the Joker.
I also think he'll have wanted to get out of the way.
True, yeah, but still you've got to do it. You might as well try and then maybe hold track position. But at this point, where's Omen? We can't see it.
Omen's quite a long way back at that stage.
So there we go. Philip Martinson takes a win in the pro category of open four-wheel drive. Brilliant. And Joni Tapainen, the 15-year-old, comes in P2 in a supercar. That is what a weekend Tapainen has had with Mats Omen in P3. That is just epic stuff. Tapainen takes the lead in the championship, a 10-point lead over Philip Martinson. Jens Wahl is in P3. Kristoffersen holds on to fourth despite the fact he's not here. Tam Enland, Veiby and Valevski are your top 8. Poor Ollie Eriksson cannot get a break, and Philip Toren down in P10. So it is a bit of a random year this year in terms of entries and all the rest. Mate, well done. Stick this headphone on and have a chat with us. You went from being out on the track with a broken car to winning the final. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
Team effort.
How are you feeling?
Much. It's hot. It's hot. Wow, unbelievable. The car is also hot, so it shut down, but it comes back, and then Oliver had a problem, and I take the chance.
What had broken on the car at the end of the AM final? We think was steering.
Yeah, the steering.
Okay, so not a massive repair, but still very short time to fix it.
Yeah, but the steering wheel was like that in the final.
Was it?
So it wasn't not perfect, but it worked out.
When you came round and saw that Ollie had a problem and you knew you were going into the lead, did you get the old heart palpitations?
I was actually on my way into the Joker, but then I saw Oliver, and I was just...
Great decision.
Now is the time to have a brilliant results.
Mate, that's absolutely fantastic. You've moved right up in the championship standings as well. You've taken a win in RallyX. It's such a big step.
Yeah, really good, really good.
Your first year in Supercar, did you ever imagine by round 3 of the RallyX Championship, with all these names competing in the series, that you'd take a win?
No, never. It's really good team effort.
Are you driving home tonight, or are you going to have a few beers?
No, not beers, maybe Pepsi Max.
That'll do. He's a proper athlete. I like it.
Yeah.
Congratulations, mate.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Honestly, we're so pleased for you, mate. So pleased for you. Go on, go and see the team. Go and see the team.
Thank you.
Thank you, mate. How brilliant that the first place he comes is here. I love that. And he's out of breath. He's full of emotion. That's just fantastic.
That's the credit of...
fantastic. Well done, guys. Brilliant.
Championship manager Peter Hellman had messaged saying, I'll get the Supercar winner. I don't think any of us expected the Supercar winner to be Philip Martinson.
Amazing.
What a brilliant job.
Wow. Absolutely epic. The sun is shining right
it's
into
really
the 10.
bright
It's
in here,
super
isn't it?
bright and late after what's been a pretty epic weekend. Right, take a deep breath. Wow. Calla says it's beer time. Calla, it's not. It's drive to the airport time for us. But I might have to squeeze a beer in for what was a great weekend. So we love this place, Hal. And as well, we've seen the win streaks ended. So we've seen the win streak for Anderson ended, the win streak for Tiger has ended. It's going to mix things up a little bit. I'm excited to head to a new track for rounds 5 and 6.
I have to say, I left here not disappointed, but just, I don't know, the finals hadn't really delivered. Of course, we only had one set of finals as well with the sprint on the first day. The racing this weekend has been RallyX at its very, very best. It doesn't matter that the drivers at the front aren't the names that we've had before. They're not the Christophersons, the Gronholms. The
close.
level is so tight in every single category. There is so little to choose between any of them. I take Simon Tiger out of it because I think he is arguably the class of the field at the moment in Open two-wheel drive pro. I don't think you can call the championship in any category.
No.
And being almost halfway through the season and still having that
wide open.
It's look at the amount of drivers here that can still do it.
I think it was 80, 90
it's
drivers.
Amazing.
We've got the FC2s to return later in the season to get into the mix in open four-wheel drive, which I'm confident that once we see both the Ericssons out in those, they need the mileage, so they'll be back. I wouldn't be surprised to see the likes of Martel and Leach come back over if they want some seat time in between seasons. Leach, of course, is going into that car. Martel wants some seat time ahead of going to Nitrocross. So who knows who's going to enter the rest. We still don't know what Christopherson's plans are for the rest of the year. They might well end up coming too. So,
but I love that. I love
it.
that we're giving a platform here to. Most people watching this stream have probably never heard of Philip Martinson. First year in Supercar. Joni Tapainen, 15-year-old, stepping up to Supercar.
Brilliant.
Anton Sepper, Finnish driver who doesn't really compete outside of Finland. And we're giving this free international broadcast platform to these drivers that people don't really know about. And I just think that's absolutely wonderful for the sport of rallycross.
So do I.
There's nothing to stop these guys becoming top-level World Championship, European Championship, Nitrocross, RallyX, Open 4-wheel drive title contenders in years to come, and this is a real fantastic breeding ground for that talent.
It certainly is. So we hope you guys have enjoyed being with us this weekend. I'm Andrew Coley. Hal Ridge, thank you so much, mate. Top work as always. Big thanks to the guys back in Sweden, in Stockholm, running the remote truck, and to the small team here who put these events together. I cannot tell you, this is the smallest championship either of us work on, with the smallest budgets, and you've got a wonderful free stream to watch, so hope you appreciate it. Do get in touch with us in between the events. 5 weeks time we'll be up in northern Sweden, where we can murder a new track name with our appalling Swedish accent. It does say it all, doesn't it? Take care, guys. We'll see you in a few weeks for more RallyX.